Hello, everybody. Can everybody see me? Can everybody hear me? I'm excited. It's going to be fun. Awesome. So I am really excited to be here today. I just want to check in with everybody to make sure everything is accessible on your end. So if you guys can just sound off in the chats and just be like, hey, yeah, I can see you. I can hear you. Yeah, because, awesome. People can see, people can hear. All right. I'm excited. As you see, Tiffany's about to come on the stage, kind of have her in the backstage now. This is my first time. This is all of our first time using Hopin. So, bear with us. We're going to be figuring it out as we go throughout the day. But, the Virgo and me had to have her queued up now so that there are no issues that arise. So I'm just so excited to welcome everybody today. Thank you for being here early, especially people on the West Coast. I know it is 8:13 in the morning over there. And, I don't take that for granted that y'all are here and up on this Saturday when we've been in quarantine for Lord knows how long. So thank you so much for being here. I have a fellow Virgo out here. Yes. Okay. So I want to welcome you guys all to Black Women Heal. And on behalf of our sponsors and our partners, we're really happy that you could join us. We look forward to what we're going to talk about today. Before we get started, I want to shout out all of our sponsors and partners. So first and foremost, at the top of the list is Soul Sister Network, run by V. Kanique Swinton. Just a beautiful collection and collaboration of Black women who are trying to manifest and give themselves permission to live their lives to the fullest. And so I really appreciate Kanique's role in all of this and just being not just a sponsor, but a support system, a collaborator, leading the promotions. It's been a great effort. And so I just appreciate all of her time and her network. We have Mock-Tub Studios, Hello Updo, Whimsical Black Girl, Milt, Deny Beauty, The Black Aesthetic, Aromas by Chloe, My Rose Fleurs. I don't speak French, so I probably messed that up, but it's okay. I'm sorry. But they have these beautiful bouquets. Check out their website. Before y'all go spend money on Dose of Roses, check out Sis's website. She has really great products that I highly would recommend, especially if you like flowers. And Make Manifest BK. So all of our amazing sponsors, I'm really happy that you guys could be with us today. And I'm really happy that you've donated some really dope items for our giveaway. For those who might not have known, we're having a giveaway and a basket of stuff from all of our sponsors, along with Coco and Breezy Eyewear. And they've donated quality products, y'all. Y'all not getting little, rinky dink stuff. So definitely check out the websites and check out the businesses, themselves, but they all have really great products that they are willing to donate to a massive gift basket. So one of the people who registered today will receive that, and we will mail it to you, get your mailing information and send that your way. But they're all Black owned and operated businesses. We're really happy that we can continue to circulate the dollar in our community. So I'm about to just hop into everything. All right. I want to kind of set the stage, set the landscape for today, and understanding that we as Black women, we know that we're underserved. We know that we're overlooked. Oftentimes we're holding our communities together, but who's holding us? That's always the question that we're left asking ourselves. And between misogynoir, gender discrimination, general misogyny, they're consistent parts of our experiences. And we often have to choose between being Black and being a woman, which thing is going to show up today. So today, though, we get to be both, and we get to be secure in the intersectionality of our identity. So with that in mind, I want to take a moment and I want everybody to join me in setting intention for the day. Give yourself permission to take pause and have a moment to care for yourself. Give gratitude where you are in your journey. Prepare yourself to receive today and expect to receive today. And just, take a deep breath, unclench your jaw, lower your shoulders. I want everybody to center themselves. We're going to all have a moment. I'm going to do it myself. And whoever your divine is, your creator, God, thank them for the presence of being able to be here today. It's a really great opportunity. It's a really great space. And I want to honor that before we get started. All right. So everybody, we're going to take like 15 seconds just to do that. All right. Awesome. So now we're about to get into things. We have a great lineup. It's legit fire. So we're going to start with the fireside chat with Miss Tiffany Bender. We have a bunch of awesome other speakers talking about any and everything. So you know ahead of time, all sessions are 40 minutes with the exception of the mental health and wellness session. That is 50 minutes. And there will be 5-minute breaks in between each session after the fireside chat. So that gives you a moment to run to the bathroom, stretch. We're not going to hold you hostage all day, but really kind of pacing ourselves, but we will continue to move forward. So it is going to be a 5-minute break, but we're going to start after that 5 minutes. So it's going to be a great day. Speaking that to existence now. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce our keynote fireside chat with Tiffany Bender. So in her role at Condé Nast Entertainment, Bender produces digital videos and manages live content across the company's vast portfolio of brands, including Vogue, Vanity Fair, The New Yorker, and GQ. Bender also hosted Teen Vogue's own talk show, Teen Vogue Take, discussing topical economic, political, and social issues for the brand's YouTube audience. Prior to Condé Nast Entertainment, Bender was the creator, writer, and executive producer of Ask Auntie, a digital series that lives on BET's owned and operated products. Bender was also an associate producer at NBC Universal Media and MGM Studios. In addition, she produced original content for Investigation Discovery and VH1. Bender began her professional career as a talent booker at SiriusXM and as a live broadcasting production assistant at Wendy Williams. Born in Harlem, New York, Bender continues to engage in her community through her nonprofit organization, Young Harlem, which works to prevent gun violence among Harlem's youth. Bender has a Bachelor of Arts degree from Syracuse University's College of Visual and Performing Arts, where she studied communication and rhetorical studies with a focus on global technology. She also has a master's degree from the SI Newhouse School for Public Communications, studying television, radio, and film. Please welcome Ms. Tiffany Bender. Going to unmute her and bring her to the stage right now. Okay, Tiff. Can you hear? Okay, there we go. It's like, are we here? Awesome. How are you?
Guys, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I know the weather's probably better in LA than it is over here. So
you know what? It's actually pretty gloomy today.
Is it? Okay.
Apparently, LA has this thing called June gloom, so it doesn't really get like nice until July, and then it just skips straight to hell. So I'm enjoying the weather.
Well, no matter where it is, the weather is better than it is in Syracuse.
I'll take it. I'll take it, right?
Awesome. So, just like basically how the whole thing is going to run, we're just going to chat for a minute, and then we're going to open up a Q&A at the end. So, guys, if you have questions and stuff, I would just say save them in the chat to the end, because I'm just going to kind of scroll through the chat. So if you ask them too early, I might miss them. But, have them ready, have them queued up. And get ready for Tiffany to read everybody's life, but with love. I'm going to jump right in. So can you tell folks, I know I read your bio, but just a little bit more about what you do, what you've been working on. Last time we talked, you were in New York City, so now you're on the West Coast. A couple life transitions.
Totally. So I moved to Los Angeles February of last year. And it really just came from a lot of the things that I think you guys will work through today, which was like how to save space for yourself. And I just didn't know how to do that. In fact, I thought it was corny too, because I'm like, no, I need to hustle and like get it. And then when I turn 40, that's when I start, enjoying life and blah, 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 because I'm gonna have this, that, this, and that. And it was like, my body though was like shutting down. And I was in a meeting with some executives actually. And like, you know me, I'm like a very bubbly personality. Like, I'm always trying to have a good time. And I was in this meeting and like, I was just so down. Like I was just like sitting on the table looking over it. And the SVP at the time stopped me after the meeting and she was like, Tiffany, are you okay? First of all, didn't even realize I was like carrying that kind of energy. But she was like, are you okay? And for the life of me, I don't know where this came from because I ain't got it like that to be quitting nobody's job. But I was like, if you guys can't find something more sustainable for me to do and really grow in my career, then I got to leave. And It was kind of like, whoa, let's figure this out. And through just like working through where I wanted to be in my life, how I wanted to grow at the company, LA was the best move. So
Mhm.
I manage a team of about 15 producers and directors. I think the move to LA was both needed for my own personal spiritual growth. Like I just needed a break from New York, being born and raised there. But then I got to join a team that like, they also not only loved content and like directing and producing, but they also really took pride in having a work-life balance. And like, you know, I had never experienced anything like where the office is completely empty and clear by 6 o'clock. Like I remember my manager at the time in LA, I was like there at like 6:45 and he's like, what are you doing? Are you running for president? What are you still doing here? You know what I mean? Like, and there's just such an emphasis, I think, across the city of Los Angeles anyway, this emphasis of wellness. You know, I think most people think of Los Angeles and they think like, oh, you know, Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. Yes, that is the biggest industry here, but the second biggest industry in Los Angeles is wellness. And so I feel like I got really lucky, you know, being able to find myself in like the, you know, the matrix of both of them.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know what that non-hustle life is like. I think the East Coast is born and bred in that.
I learned it though. I mean, and I'm sure we'll get into it, but it is a struggle. Like sometimes like I'll pop up at like 6-7 o'clock in the morning and like it'll take my partner to be like, if you don't lay your ass down, you have nothing to do today. The urge is still there. It is absolutely something you have to unlearn.
So what was unlearning like for you in that process?
It wasn't fun. It was not fun. Like when you are born into a culture like New York City that is just overstimulating and fast paced anyway. And then you add in the fact that I'm from Harlem and it's like, yo, Harlem hustlers, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then on top of that, you add in the fact that like I am overly ambitious, like, and have all the energy in the world. Those things sound like they would make this dope ass nigga millionaire. But then you get to a point where it's like, is it worth it for the cost that it's putting on your body? Right? And so unlearning that, I had to figure out what it meant to prioritize myself. And not tie my attachments or not tie my self-worth to working. That's hard when you've been so good. Like, and this is not a flex by any means. I worked very hard to get where I am, but I'm really fucking good at my job. Like I could outproduce the best, right? Is it worth it if inside I am dying? No.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like what stories can I tell from that perspective if I'm tired, if I'm exhausted, if I don't have anything to pour out? The hustle doesn't matter. What am I staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning for if what I produce the next day doesn't hold weight in a way? If I could just sit in stillness, I could really figure out how I want to tell a story or what I want to say. I don't have to be moving to develop. I don't have to be moving consistently to produce. You know what I mean? I could just sit with myself and figure those things out. But it's hard. It's hard.
I don't have to be moving to develop is right there. Like that's the word. But I think one of the things that might be a question for many people is a lot of the people who are tuning in are young and they're at the start of their career. So for them, it's like, okay, well, ambition is what's distinguishing me from my peers, or like that's what's kind of getting me these opportunities and I'm trying to accelerate quickly. How would you, what would be your advice maybe if you were talking to your younger self? Because now you have a little bit more skin in the game. Like you can tell people I'm leaving. Like, when you're like getting coffee or you're, at the bottom level, right, you ain't going nowhere but back to your desk. So it's just one of those things of like, how would you recommend people at the start of their career learn to start implementing those steps from the beginning?
I say no matter what, have a hard out. And in production terms, that means like talent's in, we only got them for an hour, we got a hard out at 4 o'clock. You have to have a hard out in your life because, and especially now that I manage teams, I understand how important it is to make sure that your team is holistically succeeding in life, right? So it doesn't do me any good as a boss, as a manager to see my folks burning out. So first of all, if you set a hard out for yourself and your manager's like, no, we need to be here until blah, 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 you should already be thinking in your mind, like, okay, this is something that when I get to that level, I don't want to do to people, one. And two, maybe this isn't the best work environment for me. Like if I would have been able to figure out a lot of toxic work environments before they got beyond toxic, I would have saved myself so much, mental distress. You even in the beginning stages of your career, I really, really encourage people, especially now with companies being terrified to be dragged on Twitter and all those kind of things. Like, of course, have some credibility about yourself, but you have to pick up on toxic work environments earlier. It does everybody doesn't have the privilege to just jump up and quit a job. I understand that, but you do have the privilege of having time to plan and figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
how you going to get out of there? But if I would have left so many jobs sooner, I would have been able to join this journey that I'm on a lot earlier. And I would have been able to unlearn a lot of the things, maybe even in New York City. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it wouldn't have taken a full transplant somewhere else for me to like prioritize myself. And it's scary, right? Because you're new. You don't want to,
Yep.
seem or appear difficult to work with. But I promise you, identifying a toxic work environment earlier will only do you justice, especially as a Black woman, because they will gaslight you into thinking that the things you complain about and the microaggressions that you bring up or the bullying that happens is not real. And it is realer than real. It is, I would rather an outward facing piece of disrespect than consistent microaggressions over the course of a year staying at a company. And that's just me. Because I want to get off from jump. But let's say this.
Right.
Off from jump, because then when I complain to you about it, no, I didn't. How many times I say, no, I didn't. That wasn't my intent. Your intent don't matter. Your intent don't matter. Whether I'm an intern, whether I'm a production assistant, or whether I'm an SVP, you cannot sit in a toxic environment and not think that some of that toxicity is not going to get you. On top of all the other stuff you got to deal with, because there's a national pandemic, there's a neo-civil rights movement happening. Like, you got to simplify your life where you can.
That's a word. And right there. So like, it pivoting into what's going on. Like, one, it's like asinine to try and manage all of those things while kind of being at work. And you kind of talked about how Black women are gaslit oftentimes about what's going on, or like the click kind of culture that, like, especially in the media industry, that, a lot of these businesses have. And so like, with all of that going on, though, like, a lot of people's work hasn't stopped. Like, professionally in your world, like, how has that been for you? Because between COVID and racial unrest, like, I know there's still programming going on. People are still trying to put content out. Like, what is that like for you right now?
So my current situation, I understand, comes from a place of privilege and tenure in the industry. So I'll start there. But I have been able to put a full stop on work and just being communicative with my manager and saying, yo, I'm hurting. I can't do it. Right. And I'm not saying that to say that more entry-level employees shouldn't and can't do that. But the reason why I felt comfortable is because it comes with a level of confidence, right? Like, I know that the work I've put in all this time, you're not going to let me go just because I need a day off or I need a mental health day. But it takes like being confident enough, advocating for yourself enough to know that, like, I can't do this. And the moment that I realized that I will never again work through pain was, I was hosting Teen Vogue Take, and like, my schedule was so crazy. I would be shooting in the morning. First of all, did my own hair, makeup, whatever, shooting in the morning. As soon as we wrapped, I would then run the hard drives from the shoot across, if anyone knows the Oculus in One World Trade Center, I would run it across One World Trade. Sorry, guys. I would run it across One World Trade while I'm taking off my eyelashes, grabbing lunch on the way, whatever's available, and then getting back to my desk to sit with my editor.
That's a lot. Just like in terms of.
I froze. I can't see.
Okay. Oh, no, you're good. I just didn't know. I didn't know if you were done talking.
Oh, no,
I don't want to cut across.
So the day it happened, I had a really bad show because I was burnt out, and you cannot be performing and uppity and all that kind of stuff on camera if inside, it's not right. So I remember sitting with my creative director at the time, and he was like, and I'm sure he had the best intention, but I'm tired, I'm overworked, I'm very sensitive about my work. And he was like, Tiffany, this show wasn't good. Like, why do you think? And any other day, I would have probably ate that criticism and been like, you know what? You're right. That script wasn't tight, whatever. And I just remember like crying. And it was so bad that my body was so tense that I didn't even feel the tears coming out of my face because my body was like on protection mode. Like, anything that's outside, we don't feel it, we don't see it.
Defense mechanism. Right.
And my boss was like, are you okay? And I was like, what? Why do you ask? Psychotic behavior. Like, girl, you are hurting. Like, what are you trying to prove in this moment? And your body is giving a very, very obvious answer, but you're saying the opposite. I stopped doing that. When my body tells me something, girl, I'm riding with you because this is all I have. That job can go. This still will be, trying to recover from the stress of that moment. And I still am. So I've now said, like, I got to prioritize me. I can't spend a year hustling, killing my body, and then spend 2 years repairing it. That's, you know what I'm saying? And so that I'm in that repair state of 10 years. I graduated in 2012. I have been going hard for the last 8 years. I'm tired, and it's going to take me probably about 4 years to like recover. So then you have to look, like, in the long game of life, is it worth it?
Right.
This is the only place of employment I really have for the rest of my life. If she need a day off, I gotta approve it. You know, I gotta approve
it. Use of the time off is always there.
Right, right.
Oh my gosh. So there's like so many gems coming out of that. But like, then on top of that, so you're working on your personal self-repair. And in the midst of that, which you're currently spending time doing, all of these issues come in. And so, like, how has it been for you kind of processing what's going on in the world? Like, I mean, obviously you're taking time for self-priority, but it's not like still things don't affect you. So like, how has that process been for you? What does that look like?
I think to quickly go back to me pushing back to my manager and just saying I need time. I think even allowing myself to know and say that and hold space for myself in that way, like, I have to figure out just how much space I want to hold for everything in the outside world. But whatever it is, so say it's like you have 100% of space to take up. 50% has to go to me. 50% has to go to me. And then that other 50% gets divvied up between work, family, blah, 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 all that stuff, even the news, even the pandemic. And again, it comes from a place of privilege to be able to say, I can only think about this tragic thing this much, but I have to give that to myself. Like, if there's a day when, you know, Black bodies are just dying all over the news and they're being retweeted on the timeline, blah, 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 I feel no guilt about deleting Twitter off my phone for the day and taking a minute. That doesn't mean that I'm not loving and honoring the brothers and sisters that we lose to state-sanctioned violence. It doesn't mean that I don't care about victims we lost to COVID, people, you know, friends and family that I've even lost to COVID. It doesn't mean that I don't care. I care so much. But I want to give it all that it's worth, right? I want to be able to, if it's only 20%, I want to give you that full 20% of the space that I'm holding for you in my heart. Not just, I'm trying to get this, I'm trying to care about that, I'm sending this message, I can't do it no more. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable, and I hate that.
Yeah.
And I blame myself too for encouraging that kind of hustle culture, like, oh, sleep when you dead. But I blame myself, because I know that there were young girls watching me in my come up, and like I would be at Sirius XM at 6 a.m. I would be at Wendy Williams by 11. I'm working at Aldo from, you know, afternoon close, and I would do it 6 days a week and be proud of that. Where is the space for me? Where's the space for anything even happening in the world? I couldn't even tell you what were the national news events 2012 to like yesterday. Why? Because I couldn't even hold space for that. So once you, I think, really take stock at the things that are priority in your life and figure out how and where you want to keep space for them, then you can go out and say, how do I need to act on how I'm keeping space for these things? And so for me, the way I act on keeping space for people we lose to police violence is by protesting. And so that's one avenue I have there, but it's not consuming my entire mind is what I'm trying to get to. I think in the workplace, like I said, it comes from a place of privilege to be able to tell your manager with full confidence, I need a mental health day. Like a couple years ago, I would have literally thought somebody was like a punk. Like if they came to me as a manager and they were like, I need a mental health day, I would have been like, girl, if you take an Advil and keep it moving, you know, like
Advil. But your brain, you need an Advil, yes.
I was like, mental what? Girl, what? I didn't even think that mental health days were a thing until I had so many white friends in the corporate space. Girl, when people's dogs were dying, they would take 2 weeks bereavement. I was like, for Lassie?
Yeah.
But guess what? That dog took up a lot of space in their heart. And so this is how they need to work through that and process that. I got to give myself that too. And have the confidence to know that like it does not affect my job security. It does not affect my work ethic. It doesn't affect people's perception of how hard I work. But if you need time, take your time. That's something that I'm still learning, honestly.
Right. And I know, like, so you said like you blame yourself for it, which I think so many Black women do, like, because it's almost like from a young age, like that's what we're taught to do. Like you figure out how to make it because that's what Black women do. We survive it.
Yeah.
But like, I know you kind of talked about how you begun to like break that. How would you, like, what do you want to kind of see happen from here, at least for like this next generation of, you have a lot of young Black people really declaring a new kind of personhood for themselves. You know, I want to see a state where the police are abolished. I want to see a place where I'm not asking for reform, I'm asking for revolution. And I'm doing so from a place of earnestness, but also I'm not going to compromise my position. So with this kind of energy that like Gen Z has really brought to this kind of neo civil rights movement, what would you like to see really kind of come out of the changes or the pushes for change that are kind of happening right now?
This is going to sound crazy, but I want Black women to divest. I want us to take several steps all the way back because we don't have nothing else to prove. You get what I'm saying? Like we don't have nothing else to prove. We literally gave y'all civilization. We continue to fight for it. And so we're tired. We're tired.
Exhausted.
And be okay being tired. And I do want to stress to Black women specifically and again, I'm still learning. This is a journey that we're gonna take together.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it is worth learning how to meditate because it allows you to kind of separate yourself from the emotions, from the actions, and really like take stock in what you want to do. Like I think Black women often just take it all on because we don't even have the time and space to take a step back and be like, wait a minute. We there for, our partners. We're there for the world. We're there at work. We're showing up. We're trying not to look like this while we look like that's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be myself, yo.
Right.
And I cannot do that if I'm worried about everybody else. So divest. We don't have nothing else to prove. Black women overwhelmingly did not vote for Donald Trump. Like we all want to be when it comes to, well, for the most part, when it comes to the revolutionary work that needs to be done on the outside world. We're so foreign and such strangers to the inside work that needs to be done because we've never had a chance to like take care of ourselves in that way. So I do think that like if you have a day where like you're battling between like, damn, because I don't want them to think I'm a lazy Black woman, blah blah blah. Take that. That's not your weight to carry. That's none of your business. What they think of you. You know the stock you come from. You know the type of Black woman you surround yourself with. And that's something I'm trying to like embody in myself. Like I think I've done well the last year at work, just kind of like making sure that people's perceptions or people's expectations of me don't weigh so heavily on me. But also like, I just want to be myself, and I cannot be myself if I'm worried about how each and every person thinks about my actions or what they want me to be doing. Like, I'm good. So I definitely encourage Black women and Black girls to divest. Like, get taken care of, yo. Get pampered. Go take care of yourself. That's most important. I think that's where the revolution will begin because we come back so much better and stronger. But for now, let some other people fight your fights. Like I was texting my girlfriends, and I think I do well at choosing white friends. I'm just saying. So far, nobody's embarrassed me. So that's okay. Hey, like I just want to let you know I love you and I'm out here for you. And they'll be sending me pictures from protests. And so I was texting my other friends, my Black girlfriends, and I'm like, it feels kind of weird to like have somebody show up for me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, oh, be careful, go home. There's COVID outside. No, you should be risking your life the same way we have forever, pandemic or not. I'm sorry, right? And so I had to work through those feelings of feeling guilty for somebody else taking care of me. And it's crazy because we say we want to be pampered. Like, baby, when I say I'm trying to be a housewife with no kids. Okay, a stay-at-home mom with no kids.
She's an auntie Tiff, only.
But it's so foreign for us to be taken care of in that way. That is what I want that's what I want most immediately for this next wave of wellness. I also think it's really cool that like Black people are even being allowed in the wellness space in this way, like because I think wellness requires time and stillness, and that's something that Black people have just never had the luxury of. We just have been shut out of this industry that's now worth billions, right? When really and truly a lot of the practices that they use in wellness are from like Afro spiritualism or from Greek mythology and all that kind of stuff. So it's not even really y'all. Where it's money from.
Let's talk about it.
And in that, you get to rediscover a lot of the things that are naturally within you that we could be using every day to help us stay well.
That, I mean, We can end the thing right now, to be honest. But everybody get your questions ready because I'm about to ask Tiff one more question, then we're gonna open up the Q&A real quick. So get your questions ready, and then I'm gonna, read them off the chat. But I also, with that, Kanique said you're Tiffany the Jules Bender, so I had to pin that in the stage chat because that's your name from now on. But altogether, if you had to define like a sentence like, Tiffany Bender used to be this kind of person, Tiffany Bender is now that, well, what would you define that
as? Tiffany Bender used to be addicted to stress.
Addicted to.
Tiffany Bender now is redesigning what success looks like for herself.
That's good.
You like that?
That's good. That is good. Okay. I have to give and it was on the fly because I probably couldn't have done it that quickly. But that's
because in my dream career is actually to be a rapper, so I'm like always ready with bars.
Okay. So you got a couple? Could you spit some? I mean, a little Issa Rae in the mirror.
That's for the after. Okay, that's for the cocktail party. But I say that because I think, like when I was like in college and like figuring out what I wanted to do in my life, I never, ever, ever included how I wanted to feel. And so it was like I knew how much money I wanted to be making. I knew where I wanted to live. I knew what kind of house I wanted to live. But I never figured out how I wanted to feel. And so for me, it's like that is chief priority in success. Like, because I could have, I'm not saying I could have been, but like if I reached the level of Oprah and all that kind of stuff, but I don't feel good, what's the point?
Right.
Like, and I know, like, I don't believe in this saying that money can't buy happiness. Like, first give me the money, let me find out for myself. But I get the sentiment behind it, meaning that, like, again, it doesn't matter if you're not happy.
All right. So you divest, don't be addicted to stress. Don't be gaslit. You just, drop chapters. That's a book right there. And I'm, happy to help promote that and whatever it is that you need with that. But tell people how they can find you, whether it's social media or website or whatever. And then we're going to open up Q&A.
I can be found at Miss Tiffany Bender, MS Tiffany Bender, all over. Be sure to follow bigfree.hny, which is a clothing store my family owns, and Afrochella across everything.
Awesome. And then wait, because Afrochella, I'm gonna just put a little plug in there. So you have a really big role in that. Can you just like slip that in there so people I know who you are?
And also, I don't know if we have time left, but I want to speak to that only because yes, I have a very big role. I feel so grateful. That's a whole nother conference on what traveling back and forth to Africa so much has done for my journey, even also. But yes, I'm good at the job, but there was a level of luck in just like universe meeting, because also the founder is my best friend, right? So it's like, it's not like I applied for this job and then, so I say that to say, support your friends. Like this conference, the friends that you have, the work that you guys did on this, that is experience. And don't discount it just because it's like, oh, this is just my friend stuff. Like if I felt like, oh, this is just my friend little music festival 4 years ago, I would have been looking so stupid, because now it's like, I'm so proud of him. I'm so excited to like sign into my Afrochella email. Like it's like the coolest thing to me still. So I say that to say like, support your friends on the ground level stuff and build, because that's how you get to like the LeBrons and Mavericks. They built
right.
together, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, one, the Afrochella job wasn't something that I applied for, so don't feel like you're not getting those experiences or those opportunities. It literally was like, that's my best friend. Who else are you gonna ask? But then obviously I know how to do my job. But then also support your friends now. Support them.
Right.
Sorry, I'm out of content at Afrochella. I forgot to, but yeah.
Right. Awesome. So thank you so much. Now the questions are open. I know these are coming a little bit slower than how y'all are asking them, but feel free to pop those in, hit send. I'll give y'all a few seconds to do that. And then we can kind of go from there. Let me see. I'm gonna check both of these chats. Also, too, people who are tweeting, because I see some people tweeting, you can use the hashtag BWH2020 so that, we can track the conversation on Twitter if you want, do that. So if I don't follow you, I can still see what you're saying. But definitely pop your questions in the chat. Shout out to Olivia Zimmerman, who she's been in the chat, but she designed all of our brand aesthetic. And Anya Philogene, who ran like the social media pages. So the two of them together, like pretty much put all of the aesthetic for this together. And she is a really dope social media person, runs a dope social media page for every stylish girl. And she was like, oh, like there's a thing called Hop In. And I was like, what? But from like learning about it, I was like, oh, this is perfect. And it's not super expensive or anything like that. And none of the costs from my end gets transferred onto anybody else. So I was like, oh, this is definitely where we got to go. Yeah, all right. We got our first question. It says it's from Natasha Webb Prather. I'm not sure.
That's my sister, Natasha Webb Prather. Yeah.
Prather, okay. She asked, are there any books you've read that assisted you on this journey that you'd recommend?
Okay. I recommend this book all the time to recent graduates, but it's called The Defining Decade. I mean, it's supposed to be about your growth in your 20s, and like it won't give you the answers, but it will give you qualitative data. Like, you get a fork in the road. If you go this way, here's the statistics for the people that chose this path. And here's, like, so again, it won't give you the answers, but there is comfort in knowing like the decisions you make. You can very, very clearly see like the steps that people have taken and where that landed them. And so if you're the kind of person that, like me, very controlling, you want to know what's going to happen every second of your day. I think that book is incredibly helpful. The book I'm reading now that is like wrecking me in the best way called The Untethered Soul.
The Untethered Soul?
Yes. Okay. Author's name, which is awful, but
I'm gonna take notes of these and we can put in the chat.
Untethered Soul. That book, first of all, I'm so embarrassed because at this point I should be highlighting every line. Like it's like not even, but that book also really gets into what I was saying with being able to step back from yourself, from the emotions and the actions, and figure out what you really want or what your soul really wants. And outside of books, Debbie Brown's podcast, Debbie Brown is a Black wellness leader in this space. And I just think that she's so good and she's so incredible and talks to us in a way that we get it. Like no, it's like, you got your shit with you. You need to sit through this and think about X, Y, and Z. And she also specializes in generational trauma, which a lot of the things that we are trying to fight through and in all the best and all the worst ways, right? Outside of that, I have really, really just been trying my best to sit in silence when I can. And I don't looking at that. I'm the kind of person that like, I gotta take my phone to the shower, I gotta find a podcast, I gotta find a video. If I gotta go to the garbage, I'm getting my headphones, and the garbage is across the hall. And when I realized that I kept doing that, it's like I was purposely avoiding the voice in my head and having that conversation. And so now, really and truly, more than anything that's helping me journey is my commitment to just trying to be in silence when I can and spend time with my thoughts. Like, I know a lot of people will agree, like, my best ideas come in the shower. They can't come in the shower if you also got the podcast going and you talking to this friend and, so where you can just find moments of silence.
That's dope. We got a lot of questions here. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to all of these guys because we do have to wrap up soon, but I'm going to try and get to as many as possible. So someone said, Tia Haley, not these last names right, I'm sorry. How would you recommend dealing with microaggressions in the workplace during this time?
I think there is strength in numbers. And so if you can find a Black or minority employee, or even just even better, an ally, a white ally, and put that burden on them. And like I said, Black women divest. But you know what I noticed about microaggressions too, because we're so unsure whether or not and you don't want to be the angry Black woman, we're like, I think she kind of, now I give it up with all the dramatics. It really hurt my feelings. I cannot believe, you got to carry, okay? Because they need to know that, it hurt my feelings. When they see a Black woman is angry, I'm giving it up crazy, okay? So that is second, but I do think that there's strength in numbers. Talking to somebody to just, again, gut check, am I tripping? How would you feel? And then if you have a supportive manager, take it to your manager. If you can, and that person, maybe meant no harm or had no malicious intent, they just are dumb and it's an unconscious bias, speak directly to it in the moment. Moment. I had somebody, I was going through it with a coworker, and our manager pulled us both together, and she was like, Tiffany, you're just so aggressive with me sometimes. And I was like, we're going to find a different word to use because I don't know if you know, but when you say aggressive to a Black person, these are the connotations that it has. So do you mean aggressive or do you just mean that I'm very direct with you?
Bloop.
Let's clear this up right now. And
right.
She doubled down and said aggressive, and I got up from the table because one thing you will never be able to call me in a workspace is aggressive. But unfortunately, it comes from the daily stress and anxiety that I have of not wanting to look aggressive. So what you're not going to do is weaponize that word against me when I have to work just as hard at my job as not looking aggressive as a Black woman.
Right.
Right. So that's that. Moral of the story is dramatics, ladies.
Yeah. I love that tip. But okay, we got 2 more questions, y'all, because then we gonna have to. I'm gonna give y'all directions now for the next part.
Tweet me. We can talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tiff is super accessible too. Yeah. I'm gonna ask 2 more questions, and then you guys can see on the left sidebar of your screen, you should have a thing called sessions. You're gonna go into the sessions with Asile Patton and Brianna Turner, and Asile will be talking about how the revolution is a multi-lane highway, and you don't have to stay in one lane. Brianna is a public health aficionado who studies Black women and cardiovascular disease, stress on their bodies, and she's going to be talking about getting rid of Superwoman syndrome and why you need to effectively. So after this wraps up, y'all can move directly over there. I know I cut a little bit into y'all transition time, but we just started, so I hope y'all not that tired yet. But second to last question is, in your journey to self-preservation, this is from Erica Parrish. In your journey to self-preservation, have you cultivated any morning or night routines to help you refocus and decompress?
Yes, I take my vitamins. I realized that a lot of my stress, it was manifesting in my body in ways that like I needed to kind of counteract in a very tangible way. So I take my vitamins every day. I make sure that I drink literally I drink 5 of these a day. And I'm telling you,
I be struggling with this. I struggle with this, and it's not that.
Water is that girl, okay? Water is that girl. So I'm sure to take my vitamins. I see how my body feels when I don't, so I try to really. But anxiety will also make you think that even taking your vitamins sometimes is too much. Mm-hmm. Fight through it, ladies. Fight through that anxiety. Fight through that depression, and take care of yourself. And then I just try to move. Even if I just take a walk for 30 minutes or an hour, I try to do that at least every day. So.
Awesome. And this is the last question. It's from Olivia Zimmerman, and it says, has this quarantine affected your productivity? In addition to making the time for yourself, has it been more difficult to structure your work-life balance?
My productivity was definitely challenged, but I think in the best way, in that I had to come face to face with those days when you really don't have shit to do. So what are you so anxious and sit down and relax? Mm-hmm. And I'm fighting the guilt of not coming out of this a best-selling author and, a new TV show and all that. So
knowing how to make bread.
Up about that. I remember, and this is something, please take it. My therapist gave me this. The only thing you need to do is do no harm during this time. The only thing you need to do is do no harm. So if all you can manage to do in the day is take your vitamins, drink your water, and feed yourself, guess what? You're a rock star. So take that with you.
That's beautiful. Just thank you so much for literally all of it. It was great. I will most definitely get you that coffee that I owe you for waking up so early.
You had me up at 6 a.m., y'all. I'm sitting here trying to learn how not to do nothing, and this girl's
and that's the second time, because when you came to Houston, you had that shoot. I know your flight was at 5 o'clock in the morning, so I probably owe you 2 coffees. But definitely, I'm appreciative. I know people got a lot from this. The chat has been moving this whole time. I will, for the people who asked, I will put the book recs in the chat, and I'll see if I can put it in the comments.
I'll take a minute after this and just collect a bunch of resources that I do have, but maybe I can't think of. And just email to everyone or whatever, how you want to do it.
Yeah, I have an email list to everybody who's registered, so that's perfect. So you guys get a follow-up email anyway, so I can add that in there. That's perfect. And someone asked about the hashtag. I'll put that in there. It's BWH2020, but I'll put that in the event chat. But thank you so much. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I hope your peace is not disturbed. And
no, not at all. This was so great.
Awesome. Thanks, Tiff.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye. So guys, head over to the sessions page. I'm going to stop broadcasting. Asile and Brianna are waiting for you, and we're going to get started on the next part of Black Women Heal.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brianna Turner, and I'm currently a Master's of Public Health student pursuing my Master's in Public Health with a concentration in community health practice. I also hold a Bachelor's of Science degree in kinesiology, and I'm the founder of a mentoring program called Sisters with Ambition, which is a mentoring and empowerment program for middle and high school young women. So for my personal story of public health, I fell in love with the field when I was a first semester freshman, and I began to learn about how public health is not just only a disease prevention area and field, but also it marries the unique opportunity to fight and advocate for justice, to also discuss various issues that contribute to health disparities and health within this country and also the world. And I am sure that now more than ever, so many people have been hearing about public health, especially in March and February on the onset of the coronavirus and COVID-19. With that being said, more recently, I would like to argue that we're now fighting two pandemics, one from coronavirus and COVID-19, but then also most of the country has decided they now want to wake up to understand that racism is still very prevalent in the United States of America and also the world. And now we are fighting racial injustices, not only in police brutality, but in the institution of the United States of America itself. So with that being said, my intentions behind this discussion are only merely just scratching the surface about racism within this country and what it has done in terms of health and in terms of women's health and Black women's health specifically. I completely understand that throughout history, Black women have had to overcome and be resilient. And we've adapted the superwoman syndrome and mantra in order to continuously overcome. And while I completely sympathize with that, personally, I just don't believe that superwoman and holding a cape and being larger than life are sustainable or even healthy, just for ourselves, but then also in how other people treat us, especially within the healthcare and health field industry. So before I begin, I understand that these are extremely, extremely heavy topics. So I want everyone to unclench their jaw, to relax their shoulders, and take a deep breath and be able to receive the information from a place of hopefulness and also understanding that when we dismantle these systems, we have to be educated and understand what we're up against, that this has been going on for generations and for centuries. And in order to get better, I want us to be educated. There is a James Baldwin quote that says, "Nothing can be changed until it's faced." So again, I'm going to be merely just scratching the surface about some of these pressing issues, but I hope that you guys will continue to do your own research to learn about the inequities in the healthcare system and how it continues to persist today and perpetuates the superwoman and superwoman syndrome and narrative within the Black and African American community. So before I begin in diving deep into the topics, we have to have some terms that I need to define that I'll be using interchangeably throughout this discussion. The first term is public health, and that is the primary level of disease prevention concerned with the population as a whole. So when I think about public health, those are your agencies like the CDC, the NIH, and people that work at the health department. And also we have medical racism, and those are the prejudices and discriminations in medicine and healthcare based off of perceived race. Then we also have disparities, health disparities, and those are preventable differences in the burdens of disease that are experienced typically by marginalized populations. And those health disparities are typically related to history, socioeconomic status, political sides and political views, and also social. And those are just a few of the factors that contribute to health disparities. There's actually a pretty long list. And then we finally have institutionalized racism. So these are discriminatory practices within an organization and institution. All right, now I'm going to get into a brief history lesson, and I am going to start. So when I was about a senior in high school, I learned about the woman Henrietta Lacks. And prior to learning about Henrietta Lacks, basically the only bioethic health issue that I learned about pertaining to Black and African American people within this country is the Tuskegee experiment. And long story short, the Tuskegee experiment went on for decades. And that's when Black men who had syphilis were being experimented on by the government in order to find a treatment for syphilis. And the government did find a treatment, but they actually never treated most of these men. And so many men died unnecessarily. But I did not hear about what happened to Black women. And when I learned about Henrietta Lacks, it was extremely eye-opening and troubling the more I dug into her story. So Henrietta Lacks was actually born Loretta Pleasant, and she was born in Roanoke, Virginia on August 1st, 1920. People are unsure about how she made the change to Henrietta Lacks, but she definitely had an interesting life as well as childhood. And if you have heard about the book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you read it or even watch one of the movies about her life. So in 1951, Henrietta noticed that she had a knot in her lower abdominal space, and eventually she did give birth to a baby, but that knot that she experienced never went away. She also had some other symptoms that were extremely concerning. So her husband drove her about 20 miles outside of where they lived in order to go to Johns Hopkins University Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland. Now, when I read about the conditions of this hospital, I wasn't necessarily surprised, but I was just saddened and shocked that they had to drive out of their way in order to be treated at a facility that was completely comfortable treating Black and African American people. Additionally, this hospital also serviced the poorer side of the community as well as people that might not have had health insurance. So when I'm just thinking about all those different factors, I knew right off the bat that that hospital most likely did not have the best resources and probably did not have the best care for Miss Lacks as well as so many other patients that went to the hospital. So the gynecologist ran some tests, took biopsies, and she was treated at the hospital for cervical cancer. And when they removed the tumor in order to do a biopsy on it and look at it underneath the microscope, they also held Henrietta Lacks's cells in 2 vials. And with between 20 and 24 hours later, her cells just kept replicating. They kept replacing each other. And this was something that the scientists had never seen before, because typically these cells would just die off and then they would take a biopsy from another patient and then they would just die off. But with her cells, they coined them as immortal. Again, nothing that they had ever seen before. Now, it's really typical for doctors and surgeons to take biopsies, but what is atypical and extremely concerning about Miss Lacks's story is that she never gave them consent to send her vials of cells throughout the United States of America and even internationally. And because of her cells and because the scientists sent them so many different places, she was able to contribute a lot to science. There have been treatments for leukemia, from Parkinson's, just because of Henrietta Lacks's cells. Some more troubling information about Henrietta Lacks is that the scientist actually shortened her cell's name to HeLa cells to disassociate the fact that these cells came from a Black woman. And also when they referred to where the cells came from, they called her Helen, again, furthering her identity from who she is as a Black woman. And they never provided an opportunity for her husband or even Miss Lacks to even have consent about her HeLa cells. And it wasn't until about 2 decades later where her family actually learned how much she contributed to science and the fact that they never had the opportunity to say yes or no. To me, that's one of the first things I learned about how Black women's bodies had never necessarily been valued by the American medical system. And as I took a deep dive into Mrs. Lacks' story in the book, Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, I learned about something else at 23 years old called the Mississippi appendectomies. This honestly disgusted me as I learned that so many African American women within Mississippi and honestly across the United States of America have gone through sterilization practices without their consent or knowledge. And Fannie Lou Hamer, who is a famous civil rights activist as well as voting rights activist, actually was the survivor of a sterilization method that was used in Mississippi. She went into a routine surgery in order to remove a small tumor, and she came out having a hysterectomy. And it is estimated that about 60% of the women that went into Sunflower County Hospital in Mississippi actually were sterilized. Again, like I said, these sterilization practices have taken place across the United States, and they're not even that old. They're pretty recent. I'm talking about in the 50s, in the 60s, and the 70s. Some people have cited that these sterilization practices took place in order to decrease the amount of people living on welfare so that the government did not have to take care of them anymore. Now, to go back even further to discuss how ingrained these practices of Black women's bodies not belonging to us, there is a man by the name of James Marion Sims who was coined as being the father of modern day gynecology. So if you've ever been to a gynecologist and you've seen some of the tools and you're like, there's no way a woman made these, surprise, you're right. A woman did not start creating some of these inventions, and some of them that are even used today. So James Marion Sims was a man who owned slaves, and in order to conduct his research, he used enslaved Black women and operated on them without anesthesia in order to perfect his medical practices. Not only did he do this with his own slaves, but people nearby donated them or sold them to science in order for him to come up with treatments to understand women's bodies. And after he was finished operating on these Black women, he went on and operated on white women and used anesthesia and pain medicine on them. The reason why he did not use any anesthesia on Black women is because he said that Black women do not experience pain, or they experience pain significantly less compared to a white woman. And he was not the only person that agreed with that notion, and that also validated what his ideologies were. The reason why this is extremely concerning to me is that in 2016, a study was conducted by UVA School of Medicine, University of Virginia, which is located in Charlottesville, Virginia, and their first, second, third, and residency students, most of them believed that Black people have thicker skin. Now, maybe they're talking about, the physiological skin that is thicker, or maybe they're talking about something figuratively that they're able to take pain. Regardless, that is extremely troubling because these are people that are going to become doctors one day and actually practice on an individual. The study went on to say that the thicker skin narrative and the idea that Black people do not experience pain is something that is still embodied in present day times. And with the opioid epidemic that is taking place in the United States, studies have found that because doctors and other practitioners do not believe Black people's pain levels, they are less likely to receive the proper pain and care management as compared to a white person in the same facility experiencing similar pain levels and symptoms. When I think a little bit more critically about the notion that Black women or Black people don't experience pain, I think about how Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth because of the implicit and explicit biases that have been ingrained in the medical system dating back to the 1800s and probably beyond. In 2018, a study by Cynthia Prather stated that because of slavery, Jim Crow, Black codes, and segregation in civil rights era, these are all contributing factors to the medical racism and the health disparities that we experience and see today. The reason why I am emphasizing that so much is because if you've ever been to a doctor's office and you have said that you are in pain and they don't believe you, sis, it's not you. It's not you at all. And I'm not making any excuses for these doctors and these nurses, but it's been ingrained in the system. And this is what we are up against. And this is why I'm so passionate about letting go of the superwoman syndrome and letting go of the notion that we continuously need to be strong and continuously need to suppress any type of pain or tiredness that we're feeling, because it's so detrimental to our health. And these doctors and nurses are never going to be held accountable unless we continuously speak up. Not only do Black women suffer disproportionately from maternal mortality, but when I think about heart disease, and I'm sure that several people have probably seen the tweets online or tweets and Instagram posts about how they had a friend or they knew a woman who went to the doctor because she was having just weird pains in her arm or her chest, feeling nauseous, really tired. And the doctor is like, oh, it's just stress, or oh, it's just anxiety. And they write her off. And then several days later, they end up in the hospital and they're actually suffering from a cardiac episode, or worse, they actually unfortunately have died. These are problems that continue to persist because, again, that implicit and explicit biases that are occurring within the United States medical system. I even read a reflective essay from the antithesis of a Black woman, and that is a white man who had to reflect and think about how he has been trained on the basis of white privilege and how he's taken that into his medical practices with him and how he's treated patients, but now knows he needs to do it differently and obviously educate himself. It's extremely troubling that so many doctors, some that have admitted it and some who have not admitted it, continue to practice on the basis of white privilege. Just from a minor medical standpoint, when I go to the dermatologist, sometimes they literally look at me in the face and like, oh, I've never seen this before on a Black person's skin. And that's the reality of these textbooks that have the institutionalized racism. That's the reality of people who've learned from the textbooks. So again, this is knowledge that is so important as we work towards dismantling a system that was never meant for us in the first place. Now, of course, in the case of COVID-19 and coronavirus, the Black community has been disproportionately affected by the pandemic and the outbreak. And I was actually appalled when the onset of the pandemic was taking place, when high-ranking public health officials and health officials within this country cited that the reason why Black people were dying or suffering more from coronavirus was because of underlying health conditions. I think I almost like launched myself across the kitchen table and onto the TV screen. My parents had to calm me down because I was going on a rant about how that is irresponsible and it paints such a limited viewpoint about the things that are taking place in order to keep Black people from having health within this country. So essential workers, when we think about the essential workers right now in the coronavirus outbreak and pandemic, those are mostly Black individuals or individuals that identify as people of color. Now, these grocery store workers, drivers, and sanitation people, they have little to not great health insurance. And then on top of that, they have little time off. Now, when we think about the built environment, so that is, the way that neighborhoods are structured, the way that housing is structured around highways, for example. There have been plenty of articles that have come up about how this one town across the bridge has had so many different deaths. And the highway that separates the more urban environment from a more suburban environment, the suburbs actually may have had 1 or 2 deaths. That is built by design, and that is, again, that institutionalized racism that contributes to those health conditions, that contributes to Black and brown health within this country. There's also been an influx of doctors leaving the inner city or leaving the urban environments in order to go to the suburbs in order to make more money and to not take Medicare or Medicaid. Again, that is detrimental to the health of minorities, especially Black people within this country. And then, of course, there is distrust. And why wouldn't there be when I just told you about 3 key events? And those are just documented ones that I know about. There's plenty of events that have happened within American history that have directly targeted Black women and Black people as a whole that contributes to the distrust that we have with the medical and with the health system. And quite frankly, I don't blame us. I really don't. Now, when we think about the testing facilities that take place in order to get tested for COVID-19, most of these testing facilities require that you have a car. And if we think about critically about who's essential workers, how the pay gap exists with Black people within this country and within Black women, the reason why we can't have access to some of these testing facilities just because we don't have a car is so ingrained in pay gap. It's so ingrained in credit credit scores. It's ingrained in people not being able to get loans or auto loans. And it just seems like so many things working against us. Additionally, there have been plenty of testing facilities that have been pulled out from these environments, and they're going to cater to the more suburban places or areas that people may deem as safer. And then finally, I know plenty of Black women that are even intimidated and scared to go to the doctor's office. And that makes perfect sense, again, because of history. And then on top of that, there is a disconnect between medical literacy and actually understanding some of these terms from a social and cultural standpoint, which further contributes to why we might not be treated as well or being as healthy or experiencing deaths during the COVID-19 and the pandemic. But also at the same time, again, like I said, this is a lot of heavy stuff. And it's the reality of the situation. And I want to shed a light on so many different factors that might be working against us during this time. Well, that are working against us, not might. And so I also want to offer some hope, a glimmer of hope to all the different situations and everything that we've learned so far. So recently, I think within the last 2 days, there has been a viral tweet that has gone on, and a Black woman went in for surgery, and she went in with maybe 2 braids, and she came out with 6. And that's because the man that operated on her was a Black doctor, a Black physician, and he took the time to braid her hair neatly so that her head would not have to be shaven. And then on top of that, he used staples instead of stitches. That is one example of why it is so important to have representation within the health field on all standpoints, from doctors to pharmacists to nurses to PAs, PTs, public health clinicians, and scientists. It is so important to be able to have a rapport with someone that looks like you, that maybe will be able to define terms in a way that are culturally and socially relevant to us to make us feel more comfortable. In terms of maternal mortality within this country, California passed the California Dignity in Pregnancy and Childbirth Act in order to combat the high maternal mortality California has, but also it shows the rest of the country that this is an issue that needs attention. The doctors will go through implicit bias training, and they have to document better how many Black women died during childbirth and make the numbers extremely transparent. And Serena Williams continues to be an advocate for maternal mortality as well as Black women's birthing experiences. If it can happen to Serena Williams, who is a celebrity, who is a phenomenal woman on and off the tennis court, it's crazy how this happens to so many Black women within the United States and all over the world. The protests that have been going on specifically about police brutality and racism within this country have been endorsed by doctors, epidemiologists, public health clinicians all across the country, because they understand that when you take down institutionalized racism in one area, it trickles down and affects all areas. And institutionalized racism and medical racism within this country are, quite frankly, killing Black people and killing Black women, and they understand the gravity of the situation. Also, the American Public Health Association has released a statement regarding racism within this country, and so have many other prominent leaders such as governors, mayors, and health departments across the United States of America who have been bringing attention to this matter and this topic at hand. Also, in terms of other solutions, I personally know some phenomenal Black women who are going to be nurses. I have a line sister that works in the labor delivery unit, and I know that she is doing her job and her duty and part being a Black woman in these spaces, being able to deliver and bring life into the world. My best friend is now going to be a cardiac nurse, which is extremely important. And I'm so proud of them, and that I've met some phenomenal Black women within my program that are going to move mountains and shift the narrative and be at the table in order to have these important conversations regarding health for Black women within this country. Also, I want to provide some more solutions that are more personal to me, but I think that they're so important. In terms of going to the doctor, doctors are humans. They're just people. I had a professor, and she looked at us one day and she said, doctors, no offense to any of the doctors that might be watching, but she was like, doctors are just people. I'm married to a doctor, and sometimes they're not that smart. And that was just so funny to hear from my professor, who's a woman who also has a PhD, that doctors sometimes are not that smart and they do not know what they're talking about sometimes, particularly when it pertains to your body. No one knows your body better than you know your body. In the same way that Black women have had a large voice in the most prominent movements throughout history, I cannot think of a better way to use our voices than to advocate for ourselves and the health of ourselves. So when you go into that doctor's office, if you feel comfortable, question everything, question why they're doing something, why they aren't doing something. And if doctors refuse to provide a treatment or provide a prescription, let them know to document that in your chart. Most of the time, they're going to change their mind, and that's a way to hold them accountable. At the same time, I want you guys to look and research who you're going to see what their philosophies are if they're located on their website. See if they have experience with Black women or Black people in general. Sometimes there's even Yelp reviews on doctors. Look into that and take those things seriously. And if you have a friend that is not afraid to go with you to the doctor's office, when that is deemed allowed again, bring them with you. Have another advocate in the room with you, or have someone that you can have on call in order to feel empowered and emboldened to take charge of your own health. And also, as we go through this historic and unprecedented times of 2020, please check in on other Black women during this time and all the time. Hold each other accountable for self-care and health, and help each other during this time. In my sorority, we have a motto, and in our song, we say we help each other, for we know there's no other. And so help each other out, hold each other accountable, check in with your friends. We can never pour from an empty glass. And like I said before, my undergraduate degree is in kinesiology. And if there's one thing I learned from studying about the physiological side of muscles, is that in order to be at optimal strength, you need to rest and you need to be in good health to actually be strong. And so even though I'm trying to get away from the strong narrative in the sense that we're continuously able to take poundings and to just overcome and suppress, I am on the side that strength is not found in your ability to continuously overcome oppression, but it's found in your ability to take a rest, to say that you need a space to decompress, and to say that it's okay to be vulnerable. I believe strongly in my argument that the system of institutionalized racism and medical racism continues to contribute implicitly and explicitly to the superwoman syndrome we have been feeling and that we have continued to embody today. Again, I am not saying that as Black women, we have not had to overcome so many different things throughout history, but I am saying to continuously embody a larger than life persona and ignoring how we truly feel is detrimental to ourselves and our health. In order to continue to be voices of the movements, we need to make sure that we are taking off our cape and understanding that we are humans and that we are women. And quite frankly, we don't have to be superwoman. We are Black women, and that is enough. So before I end today, I am saying to you all, sis, please take off your cape, throw it away. If you've ever watched The Incredibles, you know that Edna Mode says no capes. So I am saying to you, no capes. Take it off, throw it away, tuck it away. If you want to look at it every now and then, go ahead and look at it, but don't put it back on. We are resilient. We are so resilient, but that doesn't mean that we have to continuously take beatings from society and from ourselves. So in order to fight the good fight and to continue, we need, and you all need to be in good health. And with that, I'm going to open up the discussion for questions for the next 10 minutes or comments. And thank you so much for listening to me today. Oh, thanks, guys. I was trying not to get distracted by the comments. So if you have any questions, let me know. And also here is my social media information for you to connect with me. online, and also to shoot me any questions, comments, concerns. And if you have any questions about anything, if I don't know the answer, I definitely will find someone that will know the answer, and I can point you to so many different directions for resources. Let's see if anybody is saying anything. Yes, I agree with you, Sydney. I wish I had this information when I started combating my own health issues as a teen. Absolutely. In my mentoring program, Sisters with Ambition, I teach them that middle school one is a really, really challenging time. I like to say that they're old enough to know better, but still young enough to not. And so with that being said, I always teach them the importance of continuously advocating for themselves and using their voice. We have a voice. There's no reason to silence that voice when it comes to us. And I just hope that they feel empowered to not only stick up for themselves, but also for others. So any tips to advocate for yourself with your doctors or medical staff? So for me personally, I'm an extremely inquisitive person, and doctors go to school for 4 years. They have to do residency, and they have to even do other specialized training depending on what area they've been in. Now, when it comes to asking questions, I would say take a deep breath. If you need to, write out notes prior to going into the doctor's appointment, because it allows you to get into your own, to not rely on necessarily emotions at that time, because sometimes going to the doctors is extremely emotional depending on what you're going for, but you already have a list that was formed from a place where you were not nervous, when you're not scared, and you were thinking extremely logically in approaching your health. So I would definitely say that take notes beforehand, look back at your phone, ask the doctor for a minute to digest. Doctors should have good bedside manners, and they should want to be in a space to help you. And if that's not taking place, leave and go find somebody else, because our health is important. And at the end of the day, you are paying for a service, especially if you are on health insurance or even if you're not. Okay. What do you think of the term independent woman? Do you think it perpetuates the CAPE syndrome? I personally do think that the independent woman mantra does perpetuate the CAPE syndrome. I remember when I was in high school, and for some reason, I'm 14, 15, 16, and people would be like, ooh, you're a strong, independent Black woman that don't need no man. And it wasn't even Black women and Black classmates saying this to me. It was white classmates. And it made me feel extremely uncomfortable, and I did not know why. But now I know it's because I was not seen as something that was necessarily feminine, as a person who had feelings, as a person who was allowed to be vulnerable. And for me personally, I do think that the whole independent mantra that has been wildly taken out of context has perpetuated the CAPE syndrome, because Black women have found themselves in positions that have we've had to do things for ourselves, by ourselves. And while I get that, again, in history and culturally, we've had to do that, I don't like how the independent woman thing has been taken completely out of context, and it has been taken to some extreme that is just not sustainable. I will definitely I will definitely look at the movie Forks Over Knives. Thank you for that. So I see a question for Lauren. So accessible and affordable mental health care. I personally don't know something right off the top of my head, but I have been seeing a lot of different resources on Instagram going around about affordable mental health care. So when I come across those posts again, I'll make sure to post it on my story, as well as create a highlight for resources for Black women so that we can all see that. I also like to say that I'm a huge advocate for mental health and mental health services. I started going to therapy back when I was a junior in college, and I just wish I honestly had started it sooner, because when you're in therapy, it's crazy how many issues or self-reflective times come up that you didn't even realize were bothering you in the first place. And again, I believe that we cannot pour from an empty glass. And it's so important that we're not only taking care of ourselves physically, but we're also taking care of ourselves mentally as well. Okay. Thank you so much for the kind words. So my question is, since as Black women, we should practice throwing our capes away, do you have any tips on how to balance wearing our capes and throwing it away? In other ways, how can we balance in fighting for change in the movement and taking time to rest? Excellent question. Definitely very thought-provoking at the same time. So One thing I've been learning recently is the importance of taking inventory of my feelings and addressing them and not putting them on a shelf for later. There's an analogy that I've heard where the more you suppress a ball in a pool, the more likely the explosion is on the outside. And as we continuously suppress our emotions, the more likely we are to have a moment where it's just boom, and we can't control it. So in terms of fighting for the movement, when you're fighting for the movement, be in that space. And when you maybe leave the protest or leave the talk or leave the forum or leave the city council meeting, take time to be off social media so you don't just keep compounding those emotions inside of yourself. Also, I would recommend thinking about the type of woman you want to be, the type of woman that you are. And if who you are right now or where you want to be does not align with the 1,000,001 things that you have taken on, whether it's helping out this person, helping out that person, not tending to your dreams because you're always putting somebody else first, think about and practice saying no or practice saying not right now in order to prioritize yourself and your health. No is a complete sentence, and no does not require an explanation. And that is something that I have to continuously learn and remind myself. And that is something that I know a lot of women are dealing with, especially when society has kind of always demanded that we provide an explanation for certain things after saying no. So it is definitely a challenge in order to balance fighting for the movement and balance taking care of ourselves. But we have to figure out what works for us in order to exist in this space. Okay, let me go back. Ooh, therapy for Black girls. That is awesome. Thank you so much for the compliments. Okay, so some book recommendations. I am still a public health student in graduate school. So as I learn more and start reading more out of just my textbooks and stuff, I will definitely, again, put some highlights on my Instagram for a public health reading. I also found some great articles pertaining to health, but as far as novels, I'm still building up my collection as I learn more in this space as a graduate student and then also as a future public health clinician and scientist. So I will make sure to do that on my Instagram and to highlight that as well. But I would definitely, if you haven't, I would highly recommend reading The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks because it's extremely eye-opening. And from that, you see so many other health bioethics issues surrounding Black women that are never talked about in history class, and it's extremely eye-opening as it pertains to society and culture today. Ooh, Therapy for Black Girls podcast. I really love that. I would highly recommend checking that out. Yes, Carmen, that is great. Therapy for Black Girls, definitely recommend. And the therapist and the person leading the podcast is extremely great. So we have about 3 more minutes until the conclusion of my session. Does anyone have any other questions as I scroll? So I see someone saying that they now have all Black doctors. That is absolutely awesome. I think that is definitely, that's the goal one day, to have all Black doctors, including down to the dentist. I love it. We love to see it. Thank you so much, Tia. Thank you, Sydney. It has been a pleasure today talking with you all. Again, please connect with me on social media. Follow the Sisters with Ambition mentoring program, Instagram and Twitter. And then also my personal Instagram page is Brianna_Gabrielle. And the Sisters with Ambition website is also on the last slide too. So subscribe to our mailing list, learn a little bit more about our program. And thank you so much for your time today.
I'm so excited to be here today. It's a Saturday. God is good. We woke up Black. Everything is great. So I'm doing great. First session was amazing. Good. I'm excited for this one too. I woke up so pumped, so ready to do this. I'm so excited to just continue to pour into us, you know what I mean? And to continue to pour into Black girls, Black people. Like, we're so dope. It wakes me up in the morning. It's like a nice cup of coffee. So I'm excited. I'm glad y'all are excited. It's finna be lit. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you guys can see this. I have a little presentation for y'all today. Can y'all see my screen? Let me know if you can. Dope. Awesome. So let's get started. Like I said, my name is Asile. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to shout out Abigail and Kanique and everyone that's a part of Black Women Heal. I'm so excited to be here today to be able to contribute what I can to the Black Women Heal Project and in general, just to contribute to Black women. It's so important for me to continue to show up for y'all and for y'all to continue to show up for me. So this is so dope and I'm so excited to kick this off. I am a community organizer by trade based in the city of Atlanta. And today I'm going to be dropping some knowledge for y'all. And what this presentation is about is how to use your skills and your passions and what you're good at to further social justice movements that you care about. So this presentation is affectionately called The Revolution is a Multi-Lane Highway, a workshop on finding your lane. If y'all ready to get into it, we finna get into it now. But we're going to get into it, and I'm not going to be doing all of the talking. I want to hear from you guys. And what I specifically want to know is, who are you? What are you good at? And what are you passionate about? I didn't want to necessarily put what is your job. You can include your job if you want to, but I really want to hear from you guys. Who are you? How are you showing up? What is your skill set? Why are you here? What are you good at? I'm going to read some of these out. So if you could share with me, who are you? What do you do? I'll read some of them out. Thank you. I'm glowing. I appreciate it. Bring these chats in. Bring these skills in. I know y'all are here. Hey, Maggie. Maggie is the founder and CEO of Hello Updo. Dope. I've been following y'all for a minute. Congratulations. Hey, Kiana. It's good to just show up as you, you know. That's totally valid and totally dope. And thank you for being here. Brianna is an actress and a creator. That's incredible. I love to see it. I love the creative. So I'm trying to be more creative as well myself. So if you could slide me some tips on the side, that would be incredible. Hi, I'm Samantha, and I own a luxury floral boutique called My Rose Floors. Okay, boutique. That's so, see, this could turn into a thing where Black women are just so multifaceted, and which is good at so much. Like, that warms my heart. Hey, Gerald. Gerald is a sculptor. Gerald, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? Higher ed professional, great at organizing, incredible. Artists, directors, passionate about bringing representation. Jada, dancer. Vivian, web developer. Anna, PhD student. Adia, publicist. Amazing. We love to see it. These are the things that wake me up in the morning, like I said. Seeing Black women show up as themselves is so dope and so awesome. I'm going to be using some of you guys as examples as we get into this presentation, if that's okay. But I want you to think about that and think about your stuff while we go into this. What I wanted to do first is give a little bit of an introduction for myself for those of you who may not know me, and specifically what my journey has been like finding my lane in the social justice movement. So for me, I'm a graduate from Syracuse, class of 2018. Holla if you're here. And I have always been about Black liberation. And I have always been about social justice and fighting for Black people and fighting for Black women and seeing what the future of Black life could be, where we could just live free and be okay and be able to pursue what it is that we want to pursue. While I was in college, I'm going to be transparent here. I struggled a lot while I was in school. And the reason why I struggled is because I didn't really see my lane yet. A lot of my work was at the intersection of Black history and Black justice movements and economic development and business. I was a former Black business owner while I was in school, and I was trying to combine all of these different thoughts. I was trying to combine social justice. I was trying to combine Black business. I was trying to understand why concentrated poverty existed, not just poverty, but poverty concentrated in a specific zip code. If y'all are Syracuse alum that are here, Syracuse is the #1 city for concentrated poverty in the country. How does that work? How does that happen? And when I was trying to find my lane, I just didn't see it reflected just yet. So I would be running myself ragged, trying to combine this stuff. I was selling a product at noon. I was writing my thesis at 3. I was going to an internship, flying to New Jersey at 5. It was all over the place. And not only was it difficult, but not seeing my lane validated during my experience was difficult because I was getting rejected and I was getting turned down and I was getting flunked in classes by white professors. And part of me felt like, okay, what is the vision that I see? And is it even real? Is it valid, right? Like, is what I'm trying to do actually valid in this larger Black landscape? It wasn't getting validated while I was in school, but with the help of my mentors, I'm thinking of Courtney Futch. I'm thinking of people like Hassan, who is in the city of Syracuse. I'm thinking of people who just supported me and really made me feel like my experience was valid. And fast forward 2 years, I'm now a community organizer by trade, doing the exact same work in Atlanta that 3 years prior while I was in school didn't exist. And people were failing me on papers on, and people weren't letting me into things on. And it was, looking back now, what I had to do was find my lane and stick to it. And with everyone telling me no, and with nobody really seeing my vision just yet, I had to stick with it and know that that was something that could be actualized in the long term. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that, because if you're someone who is trying to figure out their lane in social justice movements and what that looks like, I remember in school, there were always protests, always rallies, always things to get involved in. And none of them ever really felt right to me. I felt like I would go to a protest, and it wasn't that the protest wasn't beneficial or it wasn't important and the people that organized it weren't doing it right. It wasn't anything like that. It just didn't feel like my place. Like, I felt like I could be applying my energy somewhere else. I would join an organization or do a community service event or show up to a meeting, and it just didn't feel right. Like, have you ever been in a space where you're excited to go into it and then you get in it and it just doesn't feel like where you need to be? It feels like you need to be doing something else. If you've ever had that kind of experience, I'm validating that. I'm looking at you. I see you. I hear you. I know you. And that is something that I struggled with all through school. And now fast forward, I'm doing the exact work that I did not see while I was there. The exact work. My degree was a civic engagement degree. I am now a civic engagement manager at one of the biggest nonprofits in the city of Atlanta, and all I had to do was stick to my guns and stay in my lane. So I'm validating all of those experiences through my experience. I feel you. I hear you. I see you. I know your name. And I wanted to just share that as an example, because I don't remember feeling seen while I was going through that. So you were seen, and I love you. So we're going to get right into this. And one of the things, particularly in the recent times of social justice movements that we see, is everybody knows the best way to participate in the movement, right? Everybody is saying, you need to vote, go vote. Voting is important. Know your city council person's middle name, know what they stand for, know this, know that. Voting is important. Absolutely. Yes. One thing that we're seeing is go protest. Go pick that sign. We're massive in numbers, where we have to show up in a collective, volume, power, all that other stuff. Protesting, awesome. People are saying donate, support local organizations, support nonprofits, support people doing the work. Also valid. All of these things are super valid ways to get involved in social justice movements that you're passionate about. I'm not even just talking about with defunding the police. I'm talking about in general. If you're interested in any social issue, these are 3 awesome ways to be involved in it. What I will say, though, if we get back to the title of what this workshop is, the revolution is what? A multi-lane highway. Voting, protesting, donating are 3 lanes. The highway that I'm thinking about in my mind for the revolution is a 50-lane highway that spreads far and wide, and everyone has their own lane to be able to do this in the right way. One of the things that's important for me to note is that this is not a one-off event. The movement is not going to be something that ends at the end of this election year. It's not going to end when it's not trendy on Instagram anymore. We're not able to make memes about it anymore. It's not something that is going to die when the protests die. This is something that we're fighting for collectively that is year round, around the clock, 365 days out of the year if we let it. And the fight for Black liberation and social justice continues. So the main takeaway, if you don't get anything else from this presentation today, is that you have all of the tools that you already need as Black women to advance the movement forward with the skills that you're already good at. The glory is in you, and activism doesn't have to look one way. I think that we conflate activism with people with political science degrees and people that are in the White House or people that are on the front lines at the protest. And if you've been feeling like that's not necessarily you, or there's a discomfort there, as Black women, know that that's okay, right? It goes without saying that we are fighting the revolution every day in our daily lives when we're walking down the street, right? So activism doesn't have to look one way. And what I want you to take away, if nothing else, is that your skills, talents, and passions can further the movement. And in this workshop, I'm going to teach you how. One thing that I do want to talk about that's a little bit of a hot button issue is, for me, when I'm talking about the movement and when I'm talking about social justice, I am thinking about uplifting all Black people. And this is a collective movement, and this is about partnership, and this is about unity. I think that as young people in particular, it is very easy to get caught up in climbing up the ladder to get to where you want to go with your personal goals, you know, and rightly so. That's how capitalism is set up. We're 2 minutes late to the email every time. Something that I think gets confused, though, when we see the influencers in the social activism space is it's about them, right? It's, I showed up at this protest today. I'm fighting for Black life. You're not fighting for Black life. You're doing it wrong. I'm doing it right. I think there's a stigma behind what social justice movement should look like. And for me, it's very important to note that Black liberation and social justice is about the collective. It's not about that resume builder. I know that there were scenarios in school when it was like, okay, I need to get involved in that community service thing because that's going to get me hyped. That's going to make me look good so I can go do X. That's not what this is about. If that's what you're looking for in this workshop, this is not the workshop for you. What we're talking about is fighting towards a collective goal, whatever that goal is, right? It doesn't even have to be about defunding the police, as I mentioned. But one of the things that I think that we've been brainwashed with is centering ourselves in a lot of these conversations around Black liberation. And while you absolutely deserve to be a beneficiary of it, and although you can absolutely contribute to it, the movement is about the collective. The movement is not about that Instagram flex. That movement is not about your resume. And that's something that I want you to evaluate and think about when you're looking to be more involved in social justice movements, whatever that looks like for you. So I had to get on that soapbox real quick because I think that that's really important. And that's something that I had to learn the hard way in my work. It happens, you know. I think that as young people, we're trying to solidify ourselves as thought leaders and as people that should be listened to and should be heard. I just wanted to put that little 2 cents in there before I get started. If you know me, it is not an Asile Patton presentation without some history on a Black woman. So I'm going to give y'all a little history lesson. I also have a Black Studies degree. So I'm going to talk to you today. If you don't know about this woman, her name is Georgia Gilmore. Say it with me while you're in your houses, Georgia Gilmore. And one of the most fascinating things about this story to me is when I heard about Georgia Gilmore a few weeks ago, I had never heard about her. Ain't that crazy? Like, there's so many powerful people in history that we've never heard of. And part of me feels like, yes, she was stifled in history, but part of me also feels like this is a prime example of someone who understood that the movement was not about them. The movement was about the collective. And through the movement that she was able to organize, it worked. So I'm going to get into it. Georgia Gilmore was born in 1920 in Montgomery, Alabama, and she was actually a midwife by trade, which is already dope, right? One of the things that's awesome about Georgia Gilmore is that she cooked. And if anybody has that big mama or that grandmama or that auntie that cooks, Georgia Gilmore was one of them in the South. You can only imagine how good her food was, right? We're talking pork chops and dumplings and greens and everything. Just great stuff, right? As we also know, during the times in the Bible Belt South during the 1950s and 60s, civil rights movement was jumping, y'all. Rosa Parks was saying, I'm not going to get up out the seat and everything. So what Georgia Gilmore did during these times, she decided, you know what? I'm going to show up for the social justice movement. I'm not going to go reinvent the wheel and do something that I'm not good at. I'm going to stick to what I know. And her lane of choice was cooking, y'all. The Montgomery bus boycotts lasted for 381 days. Let's think about that for a second in relation to the protests for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and everyone else right now. We've been protesting for a month and we tired, right? The Montgomery bus boycotts lasted for 381 days. That's summer, winter, fall, spring, going back around. And she cooked for the Montgomery bus boycott, but what she did is she organized a group of other Black women and housewives and chefs, and she sold plates all around the community and ended up raising enough money to single-handedly fund the Montgomery bus boycott. Do y'all hear that? Like, she wasn't like, I'm going to go out of my way, quit my job, do this and that. She stuck to what she was good at and funded the carpool extensive system when Black people were not able to ride the bus and said, I'm not going to ride the bus. And she sold plates to fund the Montgomery bus boycott. Do y'all hear that? That's not, I'm going to be me and I'm going to be on the front of the newspaper and I'm not going to do this and that. She used her skills to literally fund one of the biggest protest movements in history. Like, I have chills sitting here saying that. You know what I mean? It like brings me to tears. And over a year of strategy sessions in the Montgomery bus boycott. Listen to how intricate that is, right? It wasn't just, oh, let me call an Uber to work. This is carpools and systems and this. And she funded the movement through what she was good at, which is cooking. I wanted to set the tone. This is why I'm always drawn on Black women in history, right? Because when we think that we can't do it and when we think that it's difficult, she already understood the tools that she had and ended up using that movement to start a business called the Club from Nowhere. And she actually grew to be 70 years old. And she was featured in the Eyes on the Prize documentary, which we know showcases a lot of civil rights movements in history. And she died cooking for the anniversary of the Eyes on the Prize documentary. If that's not staying in your lane and sticking to what you're going to do literally until your last breath, I don't know what to tell you. She she died in 1990. All her life, she was like, you know what? Y'all can do what y'all going to do. I'm going to stay in my lane and I'm going to collectively work. On top of that, she was a mother of 6. Just wanted to throw that out there as another addendum about how super Black women really are. Yeah, I could keep going. I want to continue with the presentation, but that's why it's so important for me to learn from history. And that's one of the tips that I'm going to be sharing with you today. Georgia Gilmore, we see you, we hear you, we know your name. Please look into her and look into other people like her, just as write her name down if you didn't already. Let's keep going. So now that I've gotten on my soapbox and I've talked about all this other stuff and we brought in a Black woman from history that's helped us along the way, I'm going to showcase with you guys 3 hot tips to further the movement using your skills year round. And the 3 skills that we're going to be talking about today is honing in on your passions and strengths, hook up with people that are already doing the work, and honor your history and your local community. So let's start with the first one. The first thing that I want to talk to you guys about today is really honing in on your passions and your strengths. As I mentioned, I'm a community organizer by trade. And thinking about people like Georgia Gilmore, as I mentioned already, she knew her strengths and honed in on those and made those specific. One thing that I want to mention here, as I said, activism doesn't mean you have to have a political science degree. Activism doesn't mean that you need to be on the front lines organizing the protest and doing this and that. You can already use what you're good at. And I'll give a couple of examples to you. Think about someone in your life while you were in college that everybody texted to know when the turn up was. Everybody texted to know when the party was. When's the link? When's the pregame? When's this? When's that? And that one person was able to fill up a room of 200 easy. When there was liquor involved, when there was music involved, when there was a DJ involved, that person may just look like the hookup for the party or the turn up or whatever it is. But that person has a keen understanding of capacity building and filling up a room. Let's think about that in a social justice movement, right? When you're trying to get 200 people together to support a Black business, and when you're trying to get 200 people to show up to someone's event that you care about in the Black community. That's an example of a skill that you might not even think of as a skill that can further social justice movements. You can use it however you want, right? But that's a skill that can further whatever movement it is that you're passionate about. I'll give you another example. If you are a data analyst, or you work in corporate America doing IT or advertising or whatever it is that you see, as someone who works at a nonprofit, one of the things that we're the most hard pressed for is capacity. Working at nonprofits is difficult. And more often than not, we're trying to find people with social issues that have the hard skill sets. I could talk to you about Black history all day long, but I can barely put together a spreadsheet if you ask me to, right? So thinking about data analysts, advertisers, graphic designers, whatever it is that you do in corporate America, those skills can be capacity building skills for grassroots organizations that have their heart in the right place, that have the knowledge, that have the skill set, but don't have the specific skill that they need to capacity build for a greater movement. You know what I mean? We, for example, in the defund the police movements right now, are seeing data set after data set after data set. We're seeing budgets. We're seeing spreadsheets. We're seeing cities that spend more than half of their budget on police. Someone was behind that computer getting that data together. Somebody was behind that computer getting what they needed together. And that takes skill. That's not a skill that you may necessarily think of that can fund a social justice movement. That may be a skill you pouring into JP Morgan Chase during your daily job. And if that's you, definitely get your check. Operations comes in many forms, right? But let's think about how the skills that you have can capacity build for movements that you're passionate about. Creatives, perfect example of that. You know, I think that, as I mentioned, the revolution is a multi-lane highway. So what that means is if you're using your skills to fundraise, to spread awareness, to build capacity for people that are already doing the work, that's your lane. Stick to it. Do it. It doesn't necessarily have to be go vote, go protest. You know what I mean? And those are skills that you already have, that you're already good at, but they can be used in the context of building a greater agenda. So that's the first tip. Hone in on your passions and hone in on your strengths. The more you're able to clearly define what you're good at and think about it in the context of a greater highway of social justice moving, the bigger we're going to be able to make this movement. And that leads me to my second point, which is hook up with people that are already doing the work. As I mentioned, I think it's very easy for young people in particular, when the odds are all stacked against us, to be like, you know what, I'm going to start a business. You know what, I'm going to start a company. And while that is so commendable and so awesome, I think that what we run into sometimes is 100 different organizations doing the same thing with one pot of money, right? Or one pot of resources or one pot of thing. And then it's hard to decide who to fund. It's hard to decide who to protest. It's hard to decide who to support. And when I'm thinking about collective movement building, the word collective is so huge in that, right? And imagine if all 100 organizations that were Black girls who code and were teaching Black girls how to code joined together into one organization. Do you know how many girls will learn how to code and how many buckets of money would be consolidated into one single bucket? Or I'll give you another example. Think of people who What is something that people do all the time? Black business incubators, or like Black women in business incubators, things like that. Do you know how many different workshops you could go to learn about Black business and how to start a Black business and those different skills? Imagine if all of those organizations and all of those thought leaders got together in one organization, right? Think about the millions of dollars that would be put together in that collective brain power of all them people sitting in that room. Instead of one person over here doing Black business, one person over here doing Black women in business, one person over here doing Black women in business and entrepreneurship. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing, right? And the more we're able to collectively unify, and the more we're able to get together and work towards a common agenda, remember what I said about the movement being a collective? The faster the movement is going to go. So if you're a person that's looking to get plugged in, don't reinvent the wheel, right? I understand this goes back to my resume building bit. Having founder and owner on that resume is popping. I feel you. I was a former founder and owner of a Styles Upgrade hair and body butter myself. But the thing is, the more you collectively work towards a movement, the better it will be. So if you're someone that's looking to get involved, and if you're someone that's looking to plug in, don't start your own thing. And what I will say as a caveat to that real quick is, I'm not saying that the people that are already doing the work are doing it perfectly, right? I think that that's a lot of the motivators sometimes for starting your own thing. They're not doing it right. So I'm gonna go do it myself over here. We got to stop thinking like that, right? The movement should be, they're not doing it right. Let me join them and help them make it better so we can get this common goal of defunding the police right. You know what I mean? Because the more we separate, the more we split off, that's what they want. And then if there's one funder there and they're looking at 100 Black girls who code, only one person is going to get $500 versus $50,000 going towards the collective. So I would look into organizations, groups, things that you're interested in, and figure out how you can join those groups and help them make it better instead of just starting your own thing for the sake of starting your own thing. You know what I mean? So that's the second skill. Capacity building is crucial, and hook up with people that are already doing the work. The third point that I want to make sure that I talk about is to honor your history and get plugged in with your local community. I actually have a Sankofa tattoo. And if you're not familiar with the term Sankofa, it's a West African Adinkra symbol that translates to look back to go forward. And this is super important to me because I think what wakes me up in the morning and what keeps me hopeful is knowing that I'm not the only person sitting here trying to organize on Black liberation. And there's so many foremothers and so many people about Black liberation, the same way I'm sitting here thinking about it right now. And if you have a crazy idea that you're trying to pursue, or you're trying to learn about, or you're trying to think about how many Black women in history sat where you're sitting and we're thinking about that same thing before they pursued it. If you're an artist, if you're a professional, if you're in advertising, think about how many trailblazers there have already been, right? So that's what keeps me hope, because I like to lean on those people and learn about their experiences. Think about how they were sitting there organizing. I think about Georgia Gilmore starting that first meeting, being like, okay, how many plates do we need to sell? What is our goal? What do we need to do? Who do we need to accomplish? Who do we need to call? I'm leaning on those people all the time to validate how I'm feeling and know that I'm not crazy and trying to organize these things as well. So I'm leaning on Black women all the time, y'all. I am constantly reading up on Black history. I'm reading about the Madam C.J. Walkers who thought, you know what? I'm gonna start another business. You know what? I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger, you know? And I can go on and on about that, but I think that finding a muse in Black history and a Black woman in history that has accomplished something similar to you or in your field, and maybe if you're in an industry where that's not the case, that's telling, right? Look into that history. What is that? How did it work? One of the personal projects that I'm doing right now is thinking about the formation of the Democratic Party, right? And thinking about the formation of political parties. What is that? What does that mean, right? But what I have to do is look back. Who's thought about this before? What does that look like? What did they fail at before? What did they succeed at before? That way I can learn from their experiences and build on top of it. The revolution is collective. The revolution is a multi-lane highway, and we all are working towards a similar goal, right? So I always believe that protest movements should be better than the last one, right? If you're doing a protest movement and you're making the same mistake that somebody made 10 years ago, guess what? You ain't brushed up on that history and you didn't see where they succeeded and where they failed. So that's one thing. Definitely look for a muse and a person that has achieved what it is you're trying to achieve or try to and failed. What was their journey and what was that like? The other thing that I want to mention, if you're looking for some place to get plugged in and get involved, start at home. Start where you live. I think that particularly with social media and given the times of COVID right now, the movement and the social justice movements that we think about are nationwide. They're global. They're the Black diaspora. And while all of that is accurate and true, what's going on in your specific neighborhood and in your community and where you live that you can further and that you can build upon and that you can grow? The revolution is collective, right? For me, I remember I'm from Atlanta, born and raised. And if you know me, you know that. But when I went away to school, I was trying to figure out how to leave, how to start something different, how to do this, how to do that. And what ended up happening when I was on my search to find my lane ended up being right back at home. And that was such a huge lesson for me because I was trying to go find this other thing somewhere else. And it ended up literally being 10 minutes away from my house. I live 5 minutes from City Hall, y'all. And I was trying to figure out, okay, how can I combine Black businesses and political power and blah, blah, blah. And it was right in my backyard. Atlanta is Black Mecca. There are Black businesses left and right, you know? So when I was thinking about reinventing the wheel, I could have tapped into right where I was at to start. And that's something that I think is very important because I think that when we're thinking about the movement and when we're thinking about leveling up and building our own agenda, we're leaving. We're going to some other place. And things like gentrification are real. And things like getting your check and moving somewhere else and starting your new life are real. And I'm not necessarily saying to go back to your hometown, but look at local grassroots organizing organizations and look at people who are if you're in New York City, go to New York City. I can't imagine how many different grassroots organizations are in New York City, right? What local organizations can you think about and can you fund and can you build and grow? Because then they can be the trailblazers and the pioneers for everything else that's going on in the country. And the whole point of this slide right here is to listen and learn from the people that you're around. I usually fall victim to this when I'm in social activism circles and I'm thinking, okay, if I'll give an example in politics, if everybody just believed in Medicare for all, then all of our problems will be solved. Why don't people just listen to my solution, right? But what you want to do sometimes is take a step back and really scale it back and think, okay, how do I listen and learn from the people who are actively having these experiences to grow and further what it is that I'm thinking about? Because I'm an Aries and I think that I'm always right. I'm not always right. So I've had to take a step back in my activism work and really understand listening and learning from the people that I'm around, both in the present and in the current moment, and the Black people that I'm with every single day, listen to them along with the people in history that have gone in the past. So that's the main crux of this slide. I think really listen and learn from where you are and what you're around and what you're seeing and what you're noticing, both historically and in the present day. So those are the 3 slides, just to go back here. Hone in on your passions and strengths. Get what you're good at. Understand that. Really charge that up. Hook up with people that are already doing the work, right? Unionize, unify, collaborate. The beauty of this Black Woman Heal Summit is that there are so many dope people from different histories and different work styles and different cities, you know, that are unionizing and collaborating towards a common agenda. And if more people collaborated in this way, the better off we would be. I mean it. And the third thing is to honor your history. Get in touch with that Black history. There are people before you that have thought about what you're thinking about, I promise. And get in touch with the people that you're around every single day. Your local community, local organizations, your local government, whatever that is, it starts local. A lot of the biggest protest movements in history started in a hyper-local city, and it grew into a regional thing. So those are the 3 main things that I want us to think about when we're thinking about the revolution is a multi-lane highway. So I don't know about y'all, who's overwhelmed? I'm overwhelmed. it's a lot, right? The revolution is a multi-lane highway, but the revolution is also a lot. And the revolution don't stop, right? I think that it's very important to note that. And if anybody is overwhelmed, or if anybody is like spilling over with ideas on what to do, where to get involved with, who to call, who to this, who to that, it's okay to be overwhelmed. I get overwhelmed every single day, so it is totally fine. One thing that I wanted to mention as well, on the flip side of how you can turn the revolution into a multi-lane highway, is Black women deserve to be multifaceted, right? So what I don't want this to be construed into is you need to use your daily skills in your daily life, and all you need to be thinking about is the movement in everything that you do. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. If you have a hobby or if you have an outlet that is yours and that is a personal outlet, please use that as your personal outlet, right? What the purpose of this workshop is to expand your horizons on what social activism and social justice can be. But I also want to note, and I think the crux of Black Women Heal in general is we deserve to take a break too, right? And we deserve to take a step back for a second. And we deserve to feel joy. And we deserve to feel a life of ease. And while the reason why I put this slide in here is this is something that I struggle with pretty often, to be transparent with y'all. I wake up in the morning thinking about Black liberation. I go to sleep thinking about Black liberation. And it's very difficult for me sometimes to find a break for a second. And what I've had to do is figure out how I can do more stuff just for fun. I know that sounds weird, and that sounds like something that's kind of intuitive, but it's really important for me to just do stuff for fun sometimes as well. So I'll share with you guys a couple of examples of what I'm trying to do to balance my Black Panther Party, Black Lives Matter movement mindset. I do yoga. I am an emerging yogi. My close friends know that I'm getting better at doing a headstand, and that's a really big deal for me, so watch out. I also love wine. I am a wine drinker. I love the different types. I love the flavors. I could go on and on, right? But these things, don't feel guilty for that, right? I think that for me, that's something that I struggled with. And there was to a point where in every space I went, I was thinking about Black liberation. I would go to a yoga studio and say it was a whole bunch of white girls. And I'd be like, man, this is the prime example of gentrification. And this is why we need to own our own and do this and do that. Totally valid, right? I hear you. And that's how my mind is working all the time. But what I had to do was step back from that, even if it was for an hour yoga session, y'all, Jesus Christ, and be like, you know what? I'm investing in myself. And that is a form of liberation too. And all I have to do is exist to be revolutionary. So while I do pursue social activism by trade, and while that is my job, and while that is something that is important and that more Black people should be thinking about, that does not have to be your day in and day out job, y'all. This is something that you don't have to pursue until you're old and dead. Like I always think about, I talk to my therapist about this all the time. If we are not well enough and healthy enough to receive the benefits of the fruits of our labor by the time that time comes, that defeats the whole purpose of that labor, right? If we end up at the end of this revolution and the end of this finish line, whenever that may be, and we tired and we can't even go outside and have fun, why are we sitting here fighting, right? We deserve to have that life of joy, and we deserve to have that life of justice as well. Those things go hand in hand in my mind. So if you are overwhelmed and are looking for more ways to get involved, definitely do that if that's something that's of interest to you, but also know that you deserve to live a life of joy and love and ease. And we want to make it to this finish line healthy, with sleep and food and our hair on our heads not falling out because we're pulling it out because we're crazy. You know what I mean? Like we deserve to receive the fruits of our labor at the end of it. So these are a couple of things that I do. Y'all will be the first to hear it. I'm actually starting a wine tasting channel. So that's something that I'm doing for myself, just for fun. I'm not doing it to further the social justice movement and the this and that, but that's something that I'm doing to invest in myself, just to do for fun. And you deserve to have that as well. Okay. Y'all promise me that. It's all about balance, right? So with all of that, I know that I went through a lot here. I'll allow y'all to reintroduce yourselves, right? I hope that this was something that was beneficial. And I hope that this was something that made you think about some ideas and made you think about some things that might inspire you to take action in another way that you weren't necessarily thinking about it. So if you want to, I want you to take some time. Some of you guys gave introductions at the beginning. I want you to reintroduce yourselves and think about who you are, what you do, and if you came up with an idea on how you can further the movement in a way that you did not think about, or if you think about something that you want to pursue just for fun, let me know what that is. Reintroduce yourselves in the chat for me. I want to know what you're good at, what you're passionate about, and either how you can further the movement using those skills, or do just for fun, because that's revolutionary as well. I gave my example of my wine channel, and y'all will be hearing about that soon. I'm really excited about it. But if you guys have any ideas, let me know. And I'm gonna read some of these comments while y'all were talking. Yes, y'all will get the plug. There's gonna be so excited, y'all. All right, you mind if I read it, Vivian? You know we have the same birthday, by the way. I'm sorry to be weird, but I've always thought about that and I've always kind of seen that from afar, but I'm gonna keep going. Hi, I'm Vivian. I'm good at design and I plan to further the movement by offering my services for free to disperse information and content. Yes, excellent idea. I'll talk about you personally. Your designs are so dope. Like, that's so cool. And I think that from my perspective, a lot of grassroots organizing movements have very crappy marketing and very crappy branding. And I'm not trying to harp on them and say that they're doing anything wrong, but I think that that's a skill that people don't really think about. It. People are, that's not a skill that everybody really has. And you know, the Microsoft Word flyers and all this and that, I totally commend them for taking a stab at it. But that's a perfect example of being creative and thinking about how you can further a movement. You know what I mean? Because not everybody within the nonprofit sector, I'm personally speaking, has that awesome branding and has that skill. So that's an awesome way to think about it. And good job on that. My name is Tatiana Hernandez Mitchell, an incoming MA candidate in television, radio, and film, an aspiring music artist and music producer. I'm planning to further the movement with my music, lyrics, and artistry. Yes, absolutely. I love it. I love it. I love it. I've been doing a lot of research right now on the civil rights movement specifically. Yes, Syracuse, go Orange. And one of the big pieces of the civil rights movement was music and songs. And a lot of the songs that I'm seeing right now, like, that was such a key component to the civil rights movement, and singing and that unity and a lot of that stuff. And we don't really have much of that right now. We have a couple of them, like we have the We Gonna Be All Right. That's like a modern day one. But I was thinking about that, not as one is better or worse, the Today movement versus the civil rights movement, but how can music and how can art play in collectively unifying people? So that's a really good one. Hey, Erica, I'm a creative. I hope to use my personal love for writing to promote wellness and prosperity for the Black community. Yes, I love it. You know, I love you and I'm going to support you in everything that you do. Creatives is so important in this. And I'm not necessarily the most creative person. And that's something I'm going to be learning during the Creative Roundtable today. But it's so crucial. And the revolution is a multi-lane highway, and the creatives have that lane. Adia, publicist. I'm a strong writer and work with tech media and companies every day. I want to reshape the conversations on the corporate side about how tech companies can and should step up to support the movement. Yes, yes. I'm not in the tech world, but I'm always looking from afar like, man, you know what would be dope if they do this? I think about Black business directories and the IT tech stuff that goes behind even building a website or a directory or whatever. So absolutely, please keep having those conversations. I'm so proud of you, and I think that that's an awesome idea. Hi, I'm Magdalene, MBA candidate and CEO, founder of Hello Updo. I'm passionate about representation. I plan to use my platform in education and nurture representation. Yes, the more we see ourselves, the more we feel validated, y'all. Like I mentioned, all through college, I didn't see myself in my work. And I had white male professors literally fail me from classes because they didn't understand my work and I didn't feel seen. So that's so important. And I'm so happy to see that people are working at that. I'm going to read a couple of more. I don't know how we're doing on time. I think we have a few more minutes. So let's keep going. I love that y'all are responding, by the way. This is making me happy. Hi, I'm Anna, a PhD student in political science. I'm planning to get used to using my voice in spaces that I have privilege of being in. Yes, I validate that. I see that. I hear that. I think that goes with finding your lane and where that voice needs to be heard. I also studied a little bit of political science while I was in school, and I know you were a PhD student, so you got it. But I think that having that confidence and knowing that you are a subject matter expert in the field is important. You know, I think that one of the things with cancel culture is, ooh, am I saying that right? Is that the right way? Is that the right this? Is that the right that? And your voice is valid. And if you have made it this far in academia, Lord knows your voice is valid as well as a PhD student. So seeing yourself as a subject matter expert in that and trusting that voice is going to be huge. And I actually on the side kind of want to hear more about what it is that you study. So you should hit me up after that. Hi, I'm Tori. I'm a licensed mental health counselor with the heart of an activist. I want to heal my community through free workshops and therapy sessions and group work on healing Black trauma and promoting wellness. Yes, like I love this so much. Like that is absolutely where that needs to be. Like, yes, I can't even say much about that because I know I've been going to therapy for about 1.5 years now. And it's important to me to normalize that conversation because it's easy to see everyone having it together all the time. And that's not realistic. That's not true. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And I love that. All right, a couple more. Hi, my friends. I started a podcast, Almost Sophisticated, to help other young Black women know we don't have to have it all. I was just saying that. Yes, we don't have to have it all together and sharing our journeys as we figure life out. Yes. We're all young, you know. I talk about this all the time with my friends. We have all of life to live and learn. Like I'm 24 years old. I'm not supposed to have everything in my whole life figured out at 24. And if you think about it, there's 60, 70-year-olds that we know that don't have everything figured out. So that pressure, we don't need it. I definitely look forward to supporting that podcast. That's really dope. Hi, I'm Nohamin, and as a creative and owner of IG blog, Broke But Make It Bougie, yes, follow that page, y'all. I plan on furthering the movement by creating graphics, plugging in research, and creating ad work that reflects our representation. Y'all, go support Nohamin. She is such an incredible artist. She designed the logo for my former business, Asile's Upgrade, and she is just such a visionary in this field. And Broke Will Make It Bougie is also really, really dope as a blog and as an Instagram page. So definitely keep doing the work you're doing. That goes without saying, but go support her, go support her, go support her. The movement is collective, and the more that we support each other, the better off we'll be. All right, a few more before the facilitators cut me off. I'm Kiana. I'm a blogger. When my mental health is good enough to actually write, I validate you. I hear you. I see you. I've been trying to write a book for the past 3 years now and know that there's so much that there is to juggle. So before I even get into that, you are valid and I hear you and I see you and you deserve to get rest and take your time. Everything isn't 100% urgent, you know? So if nothing else, I see that. And I've been designing greeting cards for fun to send to people that need a little joy in their mailboxes. That is so cute. I love that. This really does just warm my heart. You know, I think that there's so many creative ways that creatives and people in particular can use to further the movement. And greeting cards isn't an initial way that you think about, right? But as a social activist, you know, a lot of our work ain't fun and a lot of our work is hard. So those little pick-me-ups are huge and you wouldn't even think about it in that way initially, you know? All right, I'm going to do a couple more. This was everything I needed. Thank you. I'm Nicole. I'm a lawyer. Well, almost there. Keep going, girl. We need you. Lord knows we need you. And I love to write. I love to advance the movement through writing. And writing is a form of joy. I've been working on personal written projects too. Yes. Yes. Hey, my name is Bianca. I am an author, poet, nonprofit professional who seeks to help women heal from trauma and release their fears. I've been writing more poetry and starting to share on YouTube. Yes. Keep going, and also do more things just for fun. Like, I think that that's the main point here. All right, last, a couple more. Oh, they keep rolling in. I don't know if we have enough time. Let me keep going. How much time do I have? I think that this is supposed to end at 12:50 or 12:55. I actually don't know. All right, I'm gonna do two more, okay? Two more, and then we have to make sure that we get to the other panel. Hi, I'm Amaya, SU19. Yes, congratulations on graduating, girl, and making it out of there. My skill set is in fashion design, but I've been growing within spirituality and planning on sharing my tarot and knowledge to help bring some love and light. sidebar, I'm trying to learn tarot and more spirituality stuff. So if you could hit me up on the side, that'd be great, because I need help deciding what my first deck should be. So that's a sidebar. Anyway, we'll get into it. Also, I want to join a design residency where I can receive funding to create satirical fashions that reflect today's nature. I love it. I grew up, my only proximity to fashion design is Project Runway, and That's So Raven. But I love it. And I think that I know a lot of what I'm talking about from afar with Heidi Klum and Tim Gunn and everything. Keep doing what you're doing. All right, last one. I'm going to read Jada's. Jada, I'm passionate about Black women and as being simultaneously unbothered and extra as possible, sitting in their confidence and being their true selves. Passionate about dance and Black women. Keep going. We need you. We need you. And you are so talented. And you know that I'm here to support you in anything that you need. And we deserve to be unbothered, and we deserve to be extra. My partner set up a 5 light kit around me because I'm extra. Why not? Y'all see this pink light right here? Why not? Do it. We deserve it, you know? Thank y'all so much for being here with me today. I hope that this was beneficial to you. Follow me on Instagram if you would like. That's my only social media handle. I'm not on Twitter. I don't like Twitter. But thank you so much for being here today. I love y'all. I see y'all. I hear y'all. If you need anything from me, please don't hesitate to reach out. I want to support all of you and all of the work that you're doing. And if I said hit me up on the side, hit me up on the side. I actually do want to hear about the PhD candidate in political science. I want to know about them tarot cards. Everything that you need, just let me know. Thank y'all so much for being here. And I look forward to seeing y'all in the next session. I'm going to be at that creative roundtable for sure. And I'm going to be at that manifestation session at the end. Thank y'all. I love y'all. I see y'all. I value you. You are incredible. You are amazing. You woke up today Black, and you deserve all of the love, joy, and success in the world. Thank y'all so much for being here. I'll see y'all next time.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Everybody, this creative roundtable with these 4 incredible Black women. I'm so excited to be here. And we're going to introduce ourselves and then chat for a little bit. We got questions for each other. And then we're going to take your questions. And yeah, it's going to be fun, engaging. My name is Daria O'Neill. I'm a playwright, poet, and multi-genre storyteller from the British Virgin Islands, currently residing in Los Angeles, California. I'm currently about to start the 2nd year of an MFA in dramatic writing from the University of Southern California, where I'm an international artist fellow, and I'm also literary associate at Playwrights Arena, which is the first and oldest company dedicated to creating bold new works by exclusively Los Angeles playwrights. So that's me. Moving on. Amazing other women.
Yes. All right, I'll go next. So, hey everybody, my name is Galen Smith. I am an actor, poet, talk show host. Honestly, I just go by your next favorite Hollywood multi-hyphenate. I recently graduated from Syracuse University with a BFA in acting, and now I'm going back to Syracuse literally on Monday to start my master's in television, radio, and film. So I just be in class. That's really all I do. I be in class. That's really it. But I'm super excited to be here. Super excited for this conference.
Hey everybody, my name is Gerald Brown. I'm an artist, curator, mostly sculptor, works in ceramics, but also other installation work. I got my BFA from Syracuse 2018. Now I'm in Philly, doing a lot of community work, community organizing, do a lot of programming with teaching students clay around the world with my organization with my brother called Clay Siblings. I also curate, and I'm just all around about the arts. I love being able to support people and make sure arts is accessible.
Love it. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Janae, live from New York, and it's Saturday. And I am a actress, singer, songwriter, stand-up comedian, dancer. If it happens on a stage, I handle that.
That's what's up.
I graduated from Barnard College in 2018 and have since been working with several different theater companies here in New York City, such as Classical Theater of Harlem, Theater of War Productions. Yeah, that's my spiel.
Okay.
Word.
The first question. I have a question for y'all.
Yes.
Okay, so dealing with process and journey, my question is actually about identifying as a capital A artist or creative. So where y'all are at, have you stepped fully into that title? What was the journey for that? What are our feelings about that? What that means? That's my first question.
If I may,
Mhm.
this is something I was this is something I was thinking about today, because my partner was like, Gabrielle, should I watch? I'm like, well, babe, I know you're busy. Just so you know, it's the same thing I talk about with you every day, which is I feel like as a woman, as a Black woman, as a queer Black woman, I've had to come out twice in my life. I've had to come out as bisexual, and I've had to come out as an artist with a capital A and say it with my chest, right? And I think what I was surprised by my first professional gig was, you spend all this emotional energy and time and money trying to get the job. But what nobody tells you is that you get to the table and you realize, oh my God, my job is to be aggressively human, which means aggressively imperfect for 2 hours in front of 1,000 to 2,000 people. That I don't know how to do. But on the other side of that, on the other side of welcoming, not being so perfect, is the art, right? So as Black women, it's so hard to try to take off that hat, right? And to step outside of, that need to be perfect in order to be an artist and to just be human. That's like a privilege that I never had, to fully step into the full spectrum of humanity. And that's our job. That is our job, So becoming an artist and saying, no, this is the contribution that I want to make, and this is who I am. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up, and it's the last thing I think about before I go to sleep. I'm an artist, and I know that I live in this Black body, but when I step on that stage, I have 2 hours to be human. And that's been, that's been kind of like the beautiful struggle and the realization and the journey. Yeah.
Yo, I really. Oh no, you shoot, bro. You shoot.
I think.
All right. We can tag team.
You sure? Go ahead.
I really speak to that. Really spoke to me in so many ways. I like low key took some notes while we were strategizing this week, and I really feel so excited to kind of go on this journey with y'all. I think that I really align with the idea of coming from a community from South Side of Chicago, always thinking about how can I serve my community, right? How can I be a vessel to bring resources back to this community? How can, for a lot of us, when we talk about the careers we want to have, not even just in the arts, but the careers we want to have when we exit our community, it's always about coming back, right? It's always like kind of the Sankofa mindset, right? But sometimes we always think about it in this sacrificial way, and art never really feels like it aligns with that mission, right? And so, if you're a teacher or if you're like out here a lawyer, there's something that's like larger serving and not self-indulging. But I really love how you push back against that narrative. And for me, it seems like, all of us are storytellers, right? Regardless if we're using our vocal cords or not, like we're all storytellers in this panel, right? And the complexities behind that is really interesting because Black people have always been storytellers, right? Like when we think about historically how we've been able to shape our narrative, it's like always been like, through like coded quilts, like during, when you need to talk about the Underground Railroad or like Negro spirituals, right? Or like ways in which we really were like, if we don't tell it, who will, right? And so I think that I really love how when you talk about this idea of it's connected to our humanity, but in a way it's just like always been there, right? Like it's always been like in our DNA, in that complexity. And so I guess a follow-up question to that question is how can basic storytelling be liberating, right? Like I guess that's also I want to like throw something in there with like how we're discussing this.
Yeah.
I think with that, like kind of I go back to like we were kind of joking about it, but like so Zaria and Gabby and I, we were all on the Madeira Slam team together. And I think for me, when I started doing slam, especially like I was on my Madeira, which was my high school team, and then I went on to join the DCU Slam team, which is the DC team that represents at the International Youth Poetry Festival. And kind of in being in that space and working with my mentor, Elizabeth Acevedo, who's like a slam champ. She got mad YA novels coming out every year. Like, she's literally savage. Like, it was like the first time I understood like a creative career and understanding that like talking and telling my story in any format could be like a career. And that's kind of what led me into deciding to be an actor and kind of going into school, because like I was at Madeira in high school sitting around freshman, sophomore year, and I was like, I'm gonna go to college because my daddy told me I had to, but like I didn't know what I was gonna do. I was like, okay, my grandmother was a teacher, like I like kids sometimes, I could teach, like I really had absolutely no idea. And then I started getting into slam and I was like, yo, like I enjoy telling these stories. And I enjoy the fact that like as an actor, as a poet, and some of the other things that I'm doing, like I am in charge of telling the stories that I wanted to see. Like I think for so many of us, like we grow up, we're not seeing ourselves represented in television, or when we do, they're all women who are like, you know, my complexion or lighter, and most of the time mixed race, even if they are my complexion. Like we're not seeing, like literally I was watching Shark Tank and it was like 2 days ago, and a family came up and had created a doll for their daughter because their daughter had walked down the aisle and was like, I'm ugly because there's no dolls like me, right? Like we consistently grow up not seeing ourselves. And what I think is dope as artists, as Black women, we get to like create that space for ourselves and tell those stories. Like for me, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm an actor. And I went through, you know, my 4 years at SU, and that was a very traumatic experience. Like studying acting, you know, like studying art at a PWI in a conservatory style program is one of the most traumatic experiences that anybody can go through. Like I just remember my sophomore year, we have a thing called sophomore evaluation. Every performance major takes them. You don't pass them, you can take it one more time. If you don't pass that, you are no longer getting a BFA. So you are out of the track. And I remember I failed my sophomore evaluations. And I was like, what the, like, how did I fail these? I knew I was the EGOT winner before I got it, right? Like I knew that. And so I'm sitting here, I'm like, I failed. And I'm like, it's because I'm being taught in a white system where what they expect humanity to look like, what they expect expression to look like, is not necessarily intrinsic to who I am in the communities I'm telling. Yes, there were things I could stretch and learn to do better, but overall, I don't think that the fail was accurate. Now, if it was now it's a pass-fail system, right? If it was letters, do I think I deserved an A? No, I could say I probably got a C, but I don't think I failed it. And so having to come back and like I think for me, it's the consistent adjustment of like, what are the stories I want to tell, and how do I want to tell them, and how do I use the systems that I'm in to get the skills, but not change the mindset? Because I'm like, okay, yes. At a BFA, you learn how to breathe, you learn how to walk, you learn how to talk, you learn how to do all of these skills that are necessary to having a long career. Like I think people talk to me all the time. They're like, why did you get a degree in acting? I'm like, your favorite actors have a degree. Your favorite actors have a master's. Half of the cast of Black Panther had masters from the Yale School of Drama. From the Yale School of Drama. From the same. So it's like, it's not that I'm wasting money and time getting this degree. I'm setting myself up for success. I'm setting myself up for long-term health. Like, because so much of performance is about health, and so much of art is about having to maintain health. Because I think, especially as a Black woman, when you want to tell the stories of our community and, like you said, giving back in that Sankofa mindset, like so much of that is hard. So much of that is exhausting. So much of that can be tiring. So it's like, how are you giving yourself the skills in order to support the work? Because I think like we have to tell the work. Like until we become mainstream, which never really happens, right? Like we have to continue to tell those stories, even when they're not popular, even when they're not getting funded, even when they're not winning the Emmys and the Grammys and the things like that they should be. Like we still have to continue to show up and tell those stories.
Too, like that original like question and tilt of how can we use the stories that we're telling to liberate ourselves, and why is storytelling so liberating? I think it comes down to, at its very root, storytelling is call and response, which is just in our community. Even if you look back to even before antebellum and before chattel slavery, call and response is an inherent part of African storytelling. It is an inherent
oral tradition. Talk about it, yo.
Exactly. It's community based. We don't do anything without each other in the Black community, even when we think we're doing something on our own. So I think that as artists and as Black women especially, we have this dual responsibility of, I not only am just like putting my story out there, I'm waiting for a response. I'm waiting to see how what I say affects other Black women. And I find also, and I don't know if y'all find this, that as an artist, I am very concerned about my audience. And I find that about a lot of other Black artists. Because there are a lot of artists that do art for art's sake and will just put it out there and they just wanted to get it off their chest. But I find that so many Black artists, Black women especially, are very much like, I want to know how that affected somebody in the audience. I want to know if it reached them. I want to know what their response is. So community is an inherent part of what it means to create art as a Black woman. And I think that like in my later years of my journey, I've realized that I can't do this alone. I have to do it in spaces like this, like what we're doing right now. And I think, Galen, to your point about health, so much of aftercare and staying healthy is being around other Black artists.
Yes.
So important.
And if I may, you know, my career started with Classical Theater of Harlem, and our show The Bacchae is currently streaming for free on YouTube. In our cast, so definitely check that out. But what you said about aftercare is so specific and so integral, because when you think about storytelling as liberating, I'll just give a personal example. I went to my costume fitting and I cried. I saw the costume that my character was supposed to wear, and Gabrielle threw a fit, okay? Like, because I was so concerned with, oh my gosh, you know, it was fishnets, right? I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to look on stage? Like, am I going to look like, is this not respectable? Like, you know, am I going to now be the Jezebel? Like, X, Y, and Z? Gabrielle doesn't need to be concerned with that. Gabrielle's not the one going on stage. It's the character, right? And so when I cried, and I was just crying, the costume designer just knocked on the door and didn't take it personally. Just went, hey, you know, are you good? Talk to me. What's going on? And I explained how I was feeling. And my costume designer was able to be there for me and to listen and to understand and completely go, yeah, I get that. I completely understand where you're coming from. That makes perfect sense. Instead of just, you know, saying, oh, you're being a diva, because it wasn't really about that, right? Being in spaces where there's shared experience, where people understand where you're coming from and won't mislabel the reaction for what it is, incredibly necessary. Working with a director who can take 15 minutes afterwards with me to say, Gabrielle, I completely understand why you're having an emotional block with the fact that your character is very sexual, because you're dealing with coming from a very, you know, Christian background, very conservative background, and you've always had to navigate and you know, compromise on that. That allowed me to then be able to heal that part of me that was scared, felt like I wouldn't be respected if I was respected, and allowed me to actually tell the story.
Yeah, man.
So, you know, being there for each other, this is where I get emotional. Being there for each other, and helping each other understand that for us to be artists is not just to learn a skill. It is for us to address the lifetime of messaging and undoing, right? And seeing it for what it is and working around it so that we can do our job, right? So it's critical. Critical.
Yo, I'm promise y'all these ad libs are genuine, because I swear, like, I like Galen just speaking about Syracuse experience. I'm sure this is like across the board for everybody, but you know, there's a specific kind of evil at Syracuse. No offense to the institution, but you know, like I just like,
evil. Let's call
fully
it that, 'cause it is.
showing up, understanding my truth, that I have this story to tell, to talk about. You know, I unpacked a lot of different complexities of Blackness, you know, the good Black versus the bad Black, and how we're oftentimes thinking about what is considered bad, but never really questioning what is inherently being rewarded as good. And creating spaces, installations, work that kind of grapple with those understandings. And so one of the things that is very concerning to me is like this idea of Black exceptionalism, where you're, you know, you're like, if you're not achieving in this gravity defying way, then you are a disgrace to the race, right? And you are mediocre, right? And so, you know, how do we how do we have honest, vulnerable spaces where you're able to not only talk about like, yo, I've been fulfilling this prophecy, right? Like I'm trying to do some internal work, right? And address that and make work about it. And then your professor talks about like, well, everybody feels that way, right? You're not special. Like this is nothing to you. You know, everybody feels this way, right? But then in the same breath, like if I'm working my ass off and then I like, you know, send an email saying like, yo, I've been overwhelmed. This is my senior year. I'm overwhelmed. Like I need to take care of myself. I will not be in class, but I will follow up with you about stuff. And then you questioning my work ethic, right? But everybody goes through this, right? Right. And so I think like, how do we hold honest spaces for ourselves when some of these spaces that we're entering in don't even look at us like that? Like I love the fact that the costume designer and the director was able to do that, but like, how do we create these spaces even when it's like the institution that we're getting trained by, or that also another thing, not to throw too many things in a bucket, but like even Galen, when you were talking about how, you know, like justifying going to get your master's or justifying being an actor, going to school, like why should we have to explain doing our craft? Why should we have to explain getting training, like wanting to fully self-indulge and fully pour ourselves into learning and mastering and being who we want to be, right? Like we don't question doctors for doing that, right? We don't question none of these people for doing that, right? And so like, you know, how do we create space for both to talk about this chat is crazy, but like how do we create space for one where we can honestly heal and create the spaces we need when we're in these institutions, but also like feel righteous for doing what we want to do?
And that goes.
I think that's the
circles
question.
Back to the original question, which is, you know, the idea of coming out as an artist, basically, you know, and having to stand behind that and be like, you know what, no, this is my craft, this is what I do, and unfortunately, I've been raised to think unless I become a doctor or a lawyer, I'll disappear into this sea of Black pain, right? But no. And if we did not have this melanin, we would be rewarded for it, and we'd be artists, and we'd be the Meryl Streeps and X, Y, and Z. No, we deserve to tell our stories, because clearly history books aren't doing it. So we deserve to stand on there. We deserve to write what we need to write, say what we need to say, sing what we need to sing, make what we need to make to say that we were here.
Yeah. I think there's also this expectation that as a Black artist, you will only be telling stories of Black pain. And that is not what my work has to do at all. And I feel like, especially as Black women, when they see you get up on the stage to do something, they expect you to bear your trauma. And I think that conservatory programs love to do that to their students. And I think that smaller institutional theaters love to do that to their writers and their artists and their actors, especially Black women, is traumatize them and then expect them to go home at the end of the day and be done. When in reality, like, even though art could be so healing and such a great space for an audience member, for an artist, it can be trauma. It can be traumatizing. And so what really hurts me is to see a lot of Black artists in these white artistic organizations being forced to bear their trauma for white entertainment, for white pleasure. And Dominique Morisseau actually calls it Jim Crow theater. He refers to it as Jim Crow theater, which is when a Black play, the cast is all Black, and that's excellent, but the audience is all white. And they are enjoying what's happening before them. And yes, the Black artists are getting paid, but what, at what cost? At what cost are we doing this? Why can we not also benefit from telling each other stories? Why are we reaching for the Oscars and the Grammys and for the Tonys when all I now really care about, even though I had to fight through this, is that my people are getting what I'm trying to say. I want to know how y'all feel about what I'm doing, because I'm writing for y'all and I'm speaking to y'all. And I think that we need to encourage more like upcoming Black artists to not necessarily reach for the same goals and benchmarks that the Meryl Streeps are reaching for, right? Because honestly, we have been tricked into thinking that those are the markers of success anyway. We can redefine success in Black terms. It's 100% possible.
Right.
Real quick.
Yeah. And I think even going into that, right, like I have said this and I will continue to say it, right? Like I am somebody who is very competitive. Like I understand and I'm unlearning how to not see myself as accomplishments, right? Like there was a point in time where like you would ask me who I was and I'd be like, oh, I was the #1 youth poet in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area in 2016. I was the first Syracuse woman. Like I define myself in those things, but it's like I'm still an EGOT before I got it. Like I say that all the time. Like I have the EGOT. I am one of the next Black women EGOTs. Like that's just what it is. But at the same time, I also value and respect the Antonio Awards. I value and respect the BET Awards. I value and respect the American Black Film Festival Awards, because it's like literally like I went to the American Black Film Festival last year on a grant from Syracuse. Another thing is like when you're at these white spaces, get some funding to do what you want to do.
Yo,
because it exists. Like Gerald knows, Syracuse got money for nothing. Syracuse got money to do nothing. You want to go fucking skydiving? They got money for it. Like they have the money. So like, get the money. Like part of going to white spaces. I think I've been talking about this a lot. Of like a lot of HBCUs do not have BFA programs, and that bothers me. Like if you want to study acting at an HBCU, you pretty much can only go to Howard if you want a BFA, conservatory style program. There's a lot of them that have Bachelor of Arts, but they don't have BFA. So it's right like. As a person, as a Black woman, I had to make the decision that like, for me, it's like I live 10 minutes from Howard. So the decision to go to Howard kind of was like, I stay at home. Like that's not really what I wanted to do. So it's like you make the decision to go into these white spaces. And so you take what you get from those spaces to have access to what you want. So I went to the American Black Film Festival and I'm like, oh, this was created because Jeff Friday was like, Cannes Film Festival, it don't want us, it don't take us. So I'm going to create the same experience for Black people. And just being there, I met so many people who were my age, who are filmmakers. I have a friend now who's literally casting for his senior year thesis film. And it's like super dope experience. Like being in these spaces where we can celebrate ourselves, kind of going back to the question of like building community. Like anybody who knows me at Syracuse, like I was never in the drama department. Never. I went to a class and that was it. Because I was like, this space gives me what I'm coming for academically, but it's not not feeding me socially. It's not feeding me spiritually. Like I'm going into these places, and I remember it was such a fight for me to get literally in my 4 years at Syracuse, 3.5 of them being, or the time that I spent on campus rather, because then I did 2 semesters abroad technically. I worked on 2 things by playwrights of color in 4 years. And both of them were shows I was in, not classwork. I did Good Kids, which was by an Asian American woman, and then I did Color Girls. And when we did For Color Girls, it was the ghettoest experience of my life, quite literally. Because first off, they wouldn't put it in the main stage season. We did it in the black box as a student-produced show. So we had no budget. Everything, like the costume, I had to buy my rehearsal skirt. I had to buy my character shoes. I had to go, when it was time to do hair, like I had to buy and do the stuff for my hair. And it was an experience where I was like, this story is so important to me. Like anybody who knows, I wanted to do For Color Girls since I was 14 years old. Like that is such an important experience. But it didn't get to be that. Like, yes, it touched the people that it wanted to touch, but it didn't. Because like, let's be real, the drama department didn't market it well. So literally we would do is a 48 theater house. You might get 5 Black kids a night, maybe. So I wasn't even telling the story for the people it was supposed to be told for. I didn't get to have that experience, but having to come through and like every night show up authentically and every night show up to this character. Like Lady in Purple deserves to be shown up for, even if she's not getting the audience. So it was like this weird experience of like being like, I don't need to be here. Like I'm here to get my academics in, but like I go hang out with Black people. Like it was more important to me half the time that I was running around trying to be Miss Black and Gold and doing everything else than it was to be in the drama department, because I'm like, this is not the space for me. I'm here to get the skills to do the necessary work, but like, this doesn't feed me. This isn't what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, this is white. Everything I'm doing is white. Even when it's Black, it's still white. Like, even when I got to New York, for my last semester, and I told my directors, I was like, I told my teachers, I was like, I've never gotten to work on material by Black women. And like, that is the priority. If you are selecting a scene for me, unless you cannot find something to match me with another person to do the scene for, I expect it to be Black. And it was. And it was respected and it was given, and I was still got to work on the material. But even in the experience, I'm like, I'm working on this material with a white gay man. is that really giving me what I need? And just having to be like, no, it's not. And like, okay, that's fine. But how do we validate and self-serve? And how do we create those spaces for ourselves? Like in our acting program, we have a Black acting student union. And I was running it most of the time I was there. But like, it was an aggressively ridiculous experience of like, anytime there was a Black show, because Syracuse and Syracuse Stage, which is a professional theater, share the same building. So anytime there was a Black Syracuse Stage, I was harassing the cast, trying to have get-togethers, trying to have meetups, like, just to make sure that people were building that community and building that space. Like Thoughts of a Colored Man happened at Syracuse Stage, and it closed when For Colored Girls went into tech. So we got to be around them a lot and just like building that community and building that space, because it's so important that as we do art in white spaces, because right, like unfortunately a lot of the art that we're doing, the grants that we're looking for, the spaces that are giving us the funding to do our work are white, right? Like we're not getting like, unfortunately, and that's like another problem of like, where are the Black artists who have made it, quote unquote, who have the Emmys and the Tonys and the Oscars and those things? Like the Sankofa method or the Sankofa idea, I think is something that is younger. Like I don't feel like the older artists that we are looking up to in the same way are investing in the same way. And so it's, I think there's like, we have a lot of Black people in Hollywood who are doing well. Not a lot of them are going back to teaching. Not a lot of them are investing in new programs. Not a lot of them are giving money to the next, up and coming actor, filmmaker, whatever. And so it's like, how do we, I think for us, like for me, creating that space. It's about like, okay, yes, I'm an actor, but I also write and I also direct. So like, maybe I need to go back and get this master's degree in that thing. So as I'm building my acting career, I can be an Issa Rae and also like create the show that I'm in, but also that cast them. You know what I mean?
This is so crazy to just hear this, because I've always been one of those people that was like the only one, you know what I mean? And like, even when I went to, I graduated from Barnard, even at Barnard, I didn't do the theater. I studied English. I was like, I just already saw it for what it was and was like, yeah. Like I'm not going to sit here and be harassed just so I can sit on stage and peel an orange and try to call it art. Like I'm good. Yeah. So like I know that was a read,
because that's what it is.
But like
playing monkeys and whatnot.
It's so important, and I also think too, this is something that's trickier to talk about, but I think we do need to talk about it. While we are on one hand building communities, making spaces, respecting institutions that are Black, respecting theater companies that are Black, respecting art schools that are Black, respecting awards that are Black. It's like, I know this is basic of me, but after Lemonade didn't win a Grammy, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So I was like, all right, that's how it is.
Oh, I was pissed.
We also have to exist in these white spaces. And the reality is, as it stands, the people with the grant money, we know what they look like, right? So how do we maintain integrity? And how do we maintain our spirit? Because integrity is integral to self-respect and integrity. You don't have spirit or good energy unless you maintain those two things, right? Yes. So, and as artists, we have to protect our spirit like we would protect our child, because otherwise our work is dead, right? So, or fake or corny. So, how do we, and this is what I want to hear from you guys, particularly like, Zaria, I know you're like working with, oh my gosh, my words. Anybody who's working with grants or in a master's now, it's like, how do we stand up for ourselves in white spaces? How do we pull our friends in? How do we stand up to our professors who, have taught, Oscar winners? How do we say to them, I don't really think we should do Intimate Apparel this season. I think we should do a play focused on joy. Or I don't really think we need to stream Roots. I think I think there are other films that we could watch and X, Y, and Z. It's like, how do we do both at the same time? How do we do that? Because that is something we have to do. We do have to play the game a little.
Can I take a crack at it? I feel like this past month, with everything that's been like all the uprisings that have happened across the nation and across the world, it's been like, shout out to my homie Asal, who just led this workshop on multi-lane highway. I feel like that it was really like, just it put me in a very dark pinch about like either you got to be out here protesting or it's like nothing else you can really do. And that really was like kind of grappling with me, because I'm definitely somebody who's taken to the streets all the time, but it was just like, okay, racism, like systemic violence is happening in all these fields, not just with the police, right? Like all these institutions that are racist got to go, right? And so I started to think about the art world and like thinking about problematic institutions that are all white based, but then go into these Black cities to teach these kids, right, and pretend to be these gatekeepers. And one thing that I've learned over the past couple of weeks has been like just calling people out and holding them accountable in multiple ways. And so one thing that I did, not to center myself, but I had a very weird experience with the organization I was working with, and I just made a video about it. I mean, I didn't specifically go into them, but talked about yo, we are all have friends, especially in the clay world, because it's so tiny. We all have friends who are curators. We have friends who are either executive directors, or we have professors. We need to be having conversations with all these people, right? We don't need to be doing the work also, because I think Tiffany Bender also said we need to divest, and I do agree. We do need to divest from all these spaces we created civilizations. But if we did choose to participate, we need to be telling these people yo, y'all need to do better, right? These are the things, right? The board is white, this is white, this is white, right? And holding them accountable in ways that protects us, but also just yo, this is really, you can't be out here talking this talk about being progressive and talking about being anti-racist and talking about, defund the community in private, but then in public, supporting these initiatives. I think that there is a line that could be created, or, multiple highways that could be created to talk about holding these spaces accountable and whatever feels comfortable to us. Oh, snap, Galen. But, I think that's my crack at it and what I've seen lately, because one thing that feels so disadvantaging about this circumstance is that I'm still broke, right? I still need grants, right? I still need to have opportunities to curate, right? Or opportunities to be able to teach students. I don't have wheels all the time. I don't just have clay falling from the sky. So it's how do you position yourself where you're holding these systems accountable and holding your integrity accountable, but also being yo, I deserve better. I know when I need to exit. I know when to do this, right? Galen will be back soon.
She'll be back. We actually have, the chat done gone off. We got a question.
Oh, yeah, let's see what's up.
Emini or Imoni, as someone also continuing on to grad studies in the arts, specifically art history, any tips for how we don't wait for the validation of institutions to create or be successful? I often feel like I won't be qualified unless I have a PhD or a bunch of awards and fellowships. So to address it, I completely feel this, and I feel like the first thing that we have to do is redefine the way that we look at success.
Amen. Amen.
We have to do that, because I think that creating this unachievable ideal of you need to have X amount of awards and fellowships, when, to tell y'all the truth, sitting as literary associate and actually having seen kind of how the insides of theaters work, for these awards and fellowships, there are a certain amount of readers that read these things, and their individual biases and whether or not they like it immediately, they reflect on whether or not you get the fellowship or the award. So in reality, it's amazing to get fellowships and awards, but it does not mean that you are successful and that you have made it, and they aren't markers of whether or not you have worth, especially as an artist, because how can we really grade art? And how could we really rate art? So I think that, especially as Black people, we have to look at the way that we define success as artists. Am I pushing myself? Am I challenging myself? Am I pushing myself in my skills? I'm a part of a collective of artists in LA called the Homies Collective. That's a group.
We gotta swap info,
That's a group of Black artists. We do have to swap info. And we hold ourselves to a certain standard within each other. We're always trying to get better. We're artists, musicians, all of that. And while outside validation is incredible, I think we hold true to the fact that we are here to become the best artists that we can be. And that is forever changing. Your process and your journey and the marker of success is always going to be moving up. Because if you're the type of person that I sense that you are asking this question, you're not going to be satisfied anyways.
Hello.
You're always going to want to be pushing yourself more and more. So I think you need to look within yourself, which I know look within yourself is woo-woo advice, but really sit with your,
look within yourself.
What do I want to do with my art? And use that as your marker of success, not a fellowship and not awards, because
Totally.
yeah, those are so subjective. Oh my gosh,
Also,
that is
on some real,
I know.
on
It's
some
like,
real, the most amazing but also scary part of being an artist is that there is no one way to do it.
right.
And like literally, okay, so I'll be frank, you know, this is my first year auditioning for master's program. I want my MFA in acting, and I took 2 years to like be in the jungle and be in the mix, you know, and try to see if I really wanted to do it. I know I want to do it, and now I'm on the wait list. So it's like, you know, while I'm kind of like, okay, I'm proud because, like, you know, they only take 18 people, like that's great. But if I let getting into a master's program at a predominantly white institution be the one thing that lets me know whether or not I want to do art, I was never going to be an artist in the first place, like, to be honest.
right.
And I think this is not even you know, it's something you deal with just as a Black person, but just as a person.
Mm-hmm.
If you are doing what you're doing for validation, you will never win, and you will never be
enough.
satisfied. You could win EGOTs 4 times over, which I know Galen and I will do. But if we're not right with ourselves, and if we don't do it with integrity and with self-respect, I mean, we'll be searching forever.
Yep.
Oh,
I love y'all. I think we should just, because we got several great questions and I want to get to all of them.
Okay.
I saw so many good questions before my computer died.
how much time do we have left? I'm like,
No, I'm gonna just I'm not the center, right? I'm not, right?
Did
But
Iman
I
have questions to answer?
definitely, we like love. I think we kind of briefly talked about that. Do y'all want to touch on that some more?
Which one?
Great question about Black Lives Matter.
Which one?
And making space for the arts. Then there's
Oh,
another
y'all
question
better
about
call
PWI.
your white man and start
I
negotiating.
wanted to
with the
touch on it really quickly.
Take advantage.
Mhm.
Advantage.
You said what now?
Take advantage of this moment. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This is the moment we've been waiting for. You better make like Chad and start, you know, start negotiating.
But also, like, I feel like so many black, specifically actors, I think this is in this industry is where the Black men have been showing up, is like Michael B. Jordan had a whole speech at a BLM rally about like, not only like, because I think Michael B. Jordan is somebody who actively is leveraging his privilege in the industry and as a Black man to create space for Black artists, like with his inclusion writer, with his production company, but like so specifically talking about like, he's no longer having police on any of his sets. He's only doing private security. Like, I think like so many actors and actresses are speaking up about it, and I think it is starting to shift in the arts. I think the issue is that a lot of the people who are speaking up are unfortunately not necessarily the people in power, right? Like, not to name names, so I'm not gonna burn my own career, but like, we have Black folk who have large industry power and are not actively using it to make space for younger Black people. So I think it's like, this generation is doing it, but until we start to have the large production companies and the networks and the channels and those things, it's a little iffy on how much it's impacting us.
Definitely. Are we? How much? Like, I could stay here.
I know, yo.
Someone
asked about the theater and directing in the area. They can't seem to get their foot in the door. From my perspective, they see.
Oh, this is a good tip. Just to answer this question for anyone who like really is trying to get started as an artist, because there's so many ways to do it. How I got my first job was, and because I'm a psycho Virgo, I came up with a list of 10 Black people who had careers that I wanted, went on their Wikipedia page and just tried to find the common denominators, and then just started like going after those common denominators. So that's like a very simple tip if you're feeling lost.
IMDb is your best friend. IMDb Pro, if you're a student, if you still have access to your student email, get on that, get that 30-day free trial, because not only can you see like everyone's credits, you can see their agents, their managers, and the casting agencies that they're signed to. And literally, I mean, I have an agent. I was blessed that I went to a PWI with a showcase, and I'm at the number 7 drama program in the country. Like, we have a showcase. And so I was blessed to get an agent that way, but like, go start cold emailing people. Literally, I tell people all the time, if you're saying you're an artist and if you're saying you're an actor and you don't have a headshot, you don't have a resume, you don't have at least a monologue on tape, whether it's a whole reel or not, but a monologue on tape, like, you're not serious. Like, I think it's also like, as artists, we have to be serious. Like, in the same way that like Doctors sit down and they study for the impact. They learn the techniques of how to cut and sew and do all that. Actors, everybody want to be an actor. Nobody want to do the work. Like, and that's not to say that you have to go to a BFA to do it, but like, are you reading plays? Are you watching new shows? Are you reading Deadline? Do you know that Katori Hall has a new show that's coming out next month for Black women? Like, what are you actively doing to enrich yourself even before you get an agent, even before you get the job? Because let me tell you, when you're non-equity, trying to get on Broadway, you know what you do? You go sit in the audition room for 18 hours. You sit there, you get up at 6 in the morning to put your name on a list on a wall, to hope they're taking the unofficial list, to then sit there and hope that enough equity people don't show up that you get seen. So it's like when I hear people saying like, oh, I'm an actor, oh, I'm a playwright, oh, I'm like, what are you doing? Are you actively building that network? Like, are you reading? Are you writing? Are you watching things? And it's like, it's not to say that you have to do that 24/7, right? Because I don't want people to think that you have to be exhausted to do it. But like, are you just interested in the industry you're trying to get into? I think that's a really big thing. So like for me, how I stay encouraged, part of that question is like, I am watching what I want to see. Anybody who knows me, if it's a show and it comes out and it has one Black character on it, I watch it. Even if I only watch 1-2 episodes, I watch it to see if I like it. And if I like it, I'll continue watching. Other than Mixed Dish, which I just can't get into for so many reasons, I have watched every show that has a Black character.
Oh.
So I know what are the types of shows that are being out right now? What are the roles I could be considered for? Could I be on this? Like, oh dang. I watch shows and go, oh, is there a guest star role here for me? Is there a co-star role here for me? Oh, could I eventually be part of the cast? Like, you just have to know what's out there and what's going on, especially like in arts. Like it's so easy as an artist to graduate with all these wonderful degrees and do nothing, because you have to be aware of what opportunities are out there and continue to actively seek them. Like, we're literally sitting, other than the fact that it's falling apart, like, it's my self-tape. This is my self-tape setup. Like, I come in here and I've done almost every open call that's come through Actors Access in quarantine, because it's like, you have to continue to be hungry. Girl, listen, you be out there trying to read these NCIS sides, looking at them like, I don't even watch NCIS, let me go watch a TV. Like, it's a consistent struggle. And I think it's consistent, like, pushing forward of like staying encouraged and staying like, do the work that's necessary, and then look at the stuff that fulfills you. Because like, right, like some of the shows I'm auditioning for, I don't watch. They don't fill me, but I know they're gonna fill the bank account. So that way, until I get to the point where I'm doing roles, because right, the eventual thing of an artist, I think, regardless of what your art is, like what it is like to get to a point where you are only taking jobs that fulfill you artistically and financially. Sometimes you're just doing the one that's artistic, and you out here doing you're doing for Color Girls in somebody's basement, and it's the best production you ever gonna do, but you're not getting paid for it. And sometimes you're on Broadway, kicking your face, doing 8 shows a week, and you hate the show. But eventually you get to the point where you're doing, what you want to do, and it's giving you the money. Like Viola Davis and Taraji P. Henson and all these women who are now making $1 million an episode. Taraji P. Henson said until she worked with Tyler Perry, she had never made $500,000 on a job. That's ridiculous. Taraji P. Henson has one of the most expensive Black acting records of anybody. And she wasn't making, until she started working with Tyler Perry in 2005, she'd already done like 3-4 movies by then. She couldn't even make $500,000. Like, it takes time to get to the point where you're financially getting to what you want. But like for me, I just be like, okay, split it in half. If it's doing at least one, then I'm
two things I'll add to that real quick, because I know we
one place, I'm good right now.
For other creatives, in addition to like theater, I like also look at resumes, like similar to what Gabrielle says. Like, I just look to see like what was one of the first residencies they've done, what was one of the first fellowships they got, what companies they worked with, like looking at the beginning stages, right? Not looking at where I see them now. And then also like reading, like I love books, right? Like I love like shout out to Pleasure Activism, shout out to Eloquent Ray, shout out to what else am I reading? Like Octavia Butler, like books that not only are informing my practice but informing my mindset. And
just ask me.
On Twitter. Just ask me on Twitter.
Catch me in the comments.
How do we end this, my friends?
Terrible joke.
Yeah.
Right. Catch me in the comments.
Okay.
I'm at G Smitty on everything.
Bye.
So it's now 11:45, so we can get started. My name is Sydney Pollock. I will be moderating this session about journalism and the media. I am a PR professional and a lifestyle blogger based in Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a graduate of Howard University, and I like to use my platform on my blog to support Black women's health and wellness and promote Black women taking care of themselves. Our other panelists today are Taylor Epps. She's a multimedia journalist at 7 Eyewitness News in Buffalo, New York. Since joining in 2019, she has covered community issues, politics, human interest feature stories across the Canadian border, and more. We also have Courtney Cole, who is a multimedia journalist at KNOE TV in Monroe, Louisiana. She is a graduate of UNC Charlotte in 2019, and her motto is seek the truth, help those in need, and share their stories. And last but not least, we have Danielle McNeil. She's a producer for MSNBC's weeknight program, The Beat with Ari Melber. She's a graduate of Rutgers University, New Brunswick, and Danielle likes to spend her time off outdoors and baking. So I think we can get started with the first question, which is, what does your workday look like since the start of COVID? Has it gotten longer? Has it changed? I know that people are working remotely. I'd love to hear more about that.
It's honestly completely turned like 180 for me. So we were some of the last people to actually start working from home. So like schools closed, everything closed, and then they finally sent us home and taught us how to work remotely and things like that. So it went from, coming in, having a morning meeting, being around everyone, getting your gear, going out and heading out in the field, to kind of being in my own space, having our morning meeting virtually. And then sometimes I don't even really have to leave the house if you're doing Zoom interviews or things like that. But more recently, I've been getting back out into the field with my mask on, absolutely. And coming back, and I certainly put the sweatpants on, put the headphones in, and get to work and clock out when I'm supposed to clock out. But it's definitely a complete change, not being in that newsroom, which is hustle and bustle and loud and everyone's in your ear and things are going, breaking news, fire, to just being in my apartment at my kitchen table, getting to kind of have my own space. And I actually don't mind it. So I'm kind of cool with this work from home thing.
I'll say the same thing. I honestly don't want to go back. We've been working remotely since about March. And like Taylor said, at first it was mainly just Zoom interviews, FaceTime interviews. But when I went back to work, I had to quarantine for 2 weeks because I went to a conference in New Orleans, like right when coronavirus hit Louisiana. So I was working from my apartment, sweats on the couch where you see me at now, and I was doing digital content. And then after those 2 weeks ended, I was back out in the field reporting. It was almost as if nothing changed except for, having to socially distance, wearing a mask, sometimes wearing gloves and whatnot. But other than that, I'm still out every day, getting interviews in person as much as possible. I haven't been in an editorial meeting since March. We haven't even done Zoom editorial meetings. And it's been mainly just had us having to increase our communication with one another. And there'll be days where I'll email my assignment editor or call him and say, hey, this is what I have set up. Or they'll just email me and say, this is what you're doing today. There's not any more meetings that we're having. And maybe we should be, but at this point, it's just made me be more self-sufficient. I feel like I work more efficiently from home, truthfully. There's a lot of days where my package is written hours before the show, and I'm like, well, I'm going to keep it up here. I want them to know I'm moving that fast, but it's like, it's done. So.
My work day has been completely different. We started working from home like the second week of March. We've been home since then, working remotely. I actually have more work now working remotely than I ever had in office. It's actually ridiculous, like having to cover multiple things because sometimes people's computers crash or, they might be sick, or, something going on with their families, so having to cover for other people. But I definitely prefer working from home. Definitely looking forward to like incorporating that into the workday once we go back to office, whenever that is. But I definitely agree with Courtney. I work way more efficiently from home. Saving a lot of money and not having to commute to New York City 5 days a week. So it's like pros and cons to it, but I say I prefer working from home for right now.
And during this time, I know we've touched on it a little bit, but how has health and safety been handled by your stations and networks since you started working from home? Are there quarantines if you may have come in contact with a source? who may have come in contact. I feel like everyone in the world is trying to stay away from other people, but I think we're all in a role in a position where it's a little bit hard when you're trying to contact media or stay in touch with sources.
Yeah, we've implemented some changes, but they started slowly over here. I think it was just because of how things were happening. Things kind of hit Buffalo, Western New York, like all at once. It was like full stop. So once they, realized how serious it was, we stopped using on body mics, the lavalier mics, and we started using social distancing poles, stepping away. We always wear masks when we're on screen. We started distancing our anchors on screen, and then started to slowly move remotely. And then our HR department, if you call in sick or anything like that, you have to go through a COVID screening. Or if you are planning to travel or do things like that, they'll kind of screen you and check on you and see how things are. And we're not allowed to go back in the newsroom. If you need batteries or an extra mask or anything like that, you just show up to the back, have someone meet you, hand you whatever you need. We have our assigned cars, and it's pretty much really separate. And they're so serious about trying to keep all of us safe, because if I'm going to this town and talking to these people and going near someone's home, and then another reporters doing the same thing, and we all come back to the same space, like, we cannot have an entire newsroom of people getting sick. And I think they understand, the gravity of that, and really you're trying to keep things as safe as possible here.
Same exact thing, but my only concern, just, when we got the email, we went to the IRE conference, it was me and another coworker, we didn't have any cases in Louisiana at that time. We came back to work on that Monday. That was when the first case hit. That Tuesday evening, I kid you not, my package, I was literally tracking, editing my package when we got an email from IRE that said somebody had tested positive. And we're like, so y'all don't want me live in the studio tonight? Like, what y'all? I mean, I could leave right now, but what do y'all want me to do? And it was a matter of, get your stuff done and go home. But my news director, he was confused. He was like, well, how are you feeling? Do you have any symptoms? You can come to work tomorrow. I'm like, well, you really think I should come to work tomorrow? And I don't know if I was potentially around this person. And I ended up staying home for those 14 days, coming back, like Taylor said, we're using the mics. We have mic stands that we use. We're using masks and whatnot. But my biggest concern was, okay, well, y'all are telling me to quarantine. I'm calling hospitals like, hey, can I get checked? They're like, well, do you have any of these symptoms? I'm like, no. I could have been asymptomatic for all, and I still could be. And that's been my biggest concern is, like you said, we're out covering, I don't know about your DMA, but I was in Mississippi yesterday. I've been in Arkansas other days. I'm around the whole region. And it's like, I come in contact with more people than anybody else. And I'm more concerned for their health and safety than my own. Because at this point, if I have been exposed, I probably got antibodies and I wouldn't even know it because I can't get tested.
Experience is a little bit different because I'm not out in the field. I'm more so just in the office all day. And our company was pretty good with letting people know early on if there were cases in the building. Anybody that was sitting near that person, they would email, send an email out to that team and let them know. But New York was like the epicenter of all this when it started. So really, when they brought down that stay-at-home order, it was like one day we were in office and the next day they were like, everybody needs to go home. So nobody on my team has been in office since March. They've assigned like a designated staff that's in the building. We're at Rockefeller Center. So there's like a handful of people from the company-wide that have to be in there, just in the control room, making sure everything goes like smoothly when shows air. But other than that, like nobody has been in office. I'm not sure what the experience is for like MSNBC reporters. I know like when I see them on air, if we have them on our show, they have masks on, like keeping distance from people. But like as a producer, I've been in my apartment for months.
Well, Danielle, I know you were saying like you said more work during this time. What does that look like for you as far as producing and whatnot?
Yes. So what actually happened on my team, we've had a couple people that have left the team. And because of COVID, there's like a hiring freeze in the company. So we've lost a few people and we can't hire anyone. So now it's like, I'm kind of like a jack of all trades, like master of none, doing multiple roles on any given day because, my management is not able to fill that role. In addition to like just technical issues that we've had, people's computers crashing, then I have to fill in, produce a segment, like anything like that. It's just kind of been like a juggling act, trying to keep the show afloat, like making it look like a seamless transition to the viewers, even though with the team, there's a lot of changes we're experiencing.
So I think that's a good segue into the next conversation, which is how have you all been taking care of yourselves emotionally when it comes to keeping up on the news? You have to always stay informed about what's going on both locally and nationally to stay involved in stories. And how are you keeping that from wearing you down or burning you out?
It's personally been really difficult for me to kind of do all of that between, personal life, COVID, and, protests that you can hear and people fireworks every 5 minutes. It's like when you have a time to, check in with yourself and do all those things. And we actually had to move in the middle of all of that stuff. So like I had to cover like cleaning up of a protest and like move the next day. Like it was just crazy. So I've been trying to like check in with myself. I have a work phone and my personal phone. When I'm off, I do not touch my work phone at all. I'll touch it maybe the day before, the night before. I completely try to disassociate from work on my days off. Just sit, have those silent moments, do whatever I need to do, some errands, but completely get off of that. And when I'm on the clock, then I'm consuming the news and I'm thinking about and how I can be helpful to my community. But in order to like keep my own sanity, I have to have moments where I'm like, whoa. And a couple weeks ago, I had to take a mental health day, call to my manager and just say, look, I can't do today. I don't have the capacity to do it. Hopefully I'll be back out. I'm ready to keep it swinging tomorrow, but today I can't do it. And I think it was really important to have those moments and the self-awareness to know that I can't do it today and I can't be helpful at all. So take moments to check in. And if that means calling out, absolutely calling out.
I'll say I haven't been decompressing very well. I had a conversation with my best friend Kayla a couple weeks ago, or maybe last week. And at that point, again, coronavirus was already draining enough. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm sure y'all feel the same exact way. And then, of course, at least here in the region that I'm in, there haven't been many protests. So I can count on one hand. And it's like, do people here care about the issues that are happening? Do they not know that they have the capabilities to start a movement here? And it's like, I feel like I'll joke sometimes with my friends. I'm like, I really feel like they're behind the times here because it's so mum. And I had days where I was scrolling on Twitter, seeing other journalists, whether I was friends with them or not, just covering these different things. And I'm like, am I not doing enough here, or is nothing really happening? And what, what's actually going on here? And even, it was a couple weeks ago, I was finishing up a package and a murder-suicide happened. Went out there and covered that, which was heavy in itself. And it was like, the next day I just broke. And I was like, I feel tired. I feel overwhelmed. I feel drained. And to be honest, there haven't been any days where our management has been like, hey, how are y'all doing? Is everybody doing all right? And I work in a majority Black newsroom. And it's like, when people did express how they were feeling, we were met with, well, it's great that you work for a place that, has these online opportunities to look at therapy. Here, I'll send you some links. I don't want links. I want to have a conversation, because you walk by all of us every day and haven't asked how we're doing, how we're feeling, or anything like that, physically, mentally. And it's like, I don't want to half-ass, here you go, just go ahead and check this out. Like, no. So I haven't been decompressing very well, but I'm working on it. I journal every day. That's been something that helps. And I don't have a work phone. We only have our personal phone. So people will call me all hours of the day and night, message me on Facebook all hours of the day. My email notifications, they're popping up right now. And then it's like, it's hard to turn off completely. So I'll say I've definitely been struggling with it.
If there's one thing I prioritize, it is being comfortable and being at peace. So I actually have been very successful at decompressing after work, and at the end of the work week, I turn my phone off. I'm not answering emails. I unplug from all news completely, and I just have to watch like mindless television. Like Fridays is when I watch my show RuPaul's Drag Race. That's my way of decompressing after the work week is over, just because, working for MSNBC, it's a lot of political news, it's hard news, it's whatever the national story is. So having to cover that, 8-9 hours a day, 5 days a week, it's mentally extremely draining. I've taken a few mental health days over the past few weeks. That's been really helpful. But like, I unplug completely when work is over.
I think I think Courtney raised an interesting point about our viewers knowing enough about what they could do or what's going on in the world. And I do know not everyone watching is a journalist or is involved in like public relations or the media. And we are living in an age where misinformation and even worse, disinformation is a really big issue. So I was wondering if you guys have any tips for anyone watching who wants to know more about how to combat fake news or vet sources and have more information and more power in the news that they're consuming?
I'm instantly thinking about right when coronavirus first hit. I'm sure you all saw these messages. My cousin's friend that works for the CDC said, or we're going under martial law in 48 hours, and 48 hours would come by 3 different times in a week. And I'm like, what? Didn't y'all say that? Didn't you say your cousin at the Pentagon said? And I would call my mom. I'm like, hey, you know somebody that works at the Pentagon, right? Did she tell you that? And I was like, no. I'm like, because she wouldn't. And it's like, I've been having to message people on Facebook. They'll text me, they'll call me, even group messages. And these are grown, intelligent people. And I'm like, what makes you think that a chain text message would be true? Like, and even if your friend does work there, why would they be telling you classified information like that for you to run and tell your 300 friends, tell these other people? So I've just been telling people, now granted, I don't know everything. A lot of days, I'm sure you all can attest, we're learning our story at the same rate that they are. We get, hey, you're going to this press briefing, or hey, you're going to do this. And I'm like, okay, let me learn about all this real quick. I'm learning everything at the same time that y'all are, so I don't know everything. I always tell people, please do your research and know that misinformation is real and it's dangerous, because that's when hysteria starts. All that toilet paper buying, I still don't know where it came from, because I know the media, we didn't tell nobody to do that, but just have to read.
And then we try our best to do our research for you so that you don't have to do all that work. I know my station has a coronavirus tab, or a tab on, things that you need to know. So if you just go to your resource, you don't have to watch the news at 6. I don't even watch the news at 6, even though I'm on it, because I don't even watch it. But like, you can go to resources. We try to do the work for you and do all the research and figure out what all this means and talk to you questions, ask your local news media to speak to the people who are, in charge of things, your governor or anything. We have those contacts, have those resources to go ask the questions for things that you need to know. So if you rely on your local news lady that, you see around the block, or you follow her on Facebook or him or anything, ask those questions, reach out to us, because that's what we're here for. Even though it may seem a little bit, like we have a big makeup team that we don't, or that we're these superstars on TV, like I do everything myself. It's, we're people, and we're out here working for the public at the end of the day. So, rely on your local news people, because that's what we're just trying to do.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the times, like the convenience and the speed with which we're able to get information in this time makes people think that, like, oh, I saw it on Facebook, it must be true. And it's like, I always tell people, because like as a journalist, we're always like, check your sources, check your sources. Did you see this? Yeah, did you see this on NPR, or did you see this from, at Joe Schmo on Twitter? Just do a quick Google search. Like, it really doesn't take that long. Real information is out there. I think people just a lot of times take things at face value. And if it's, jarring news about Corona, they want to spread it rather than, check, is this really true before I start telling all my friends?
Exactly.
Yeah. And so my next question is, how has your newsroom or your teams been supportive during the rough news of the deaths of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor? There are new names every day. Is there anything that your newsrooms or your are helping you with?
I think my newsroom has been in a difficult situation, because I feel as though the people in leadership didn't start getting mad until their favorite coffee shop got broken into during one of the protests. So they got mad when things started affecting them. But I've been mad for weeks. I've been mad since Ahmaud Arbery. I've been mad forever. And that was a difficult conversation we had to have. When things started happening, they weren't checking in on us, or there's only 3 Black journalists, on air at our station, and me and one of my roommates actually came on last year. So we just became the station with the most Black girls. So, it's difficult because they as resource, and then they'll use us, but they won't really check on us when times are tough, because it doesn't really impact them. So they're not even thinking, Black bodies are hanging, Black people are dying all around. I don't know how that's affecting Taylor. She can go ahead and do her story. She hasn't said anything, so she should be fine. So, it wasn't until things started affecting them and their, mental health and awareness that they were like, wow, something's going on. We need to have conversations like that. And once we started having those conversations, I feel like things got a little bit better. When it came to protests and covering them and the words that we use and how we identify people, that was a big conversation we had to have, because they started getting mad because, my Blue Mountain Coffee got raided and rioted, and these looters and these rioters and these criminals. And we were like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, the language that you're using is so heavy, because when you say looter, criminal, and you identify people as such, I see someone who looks like me. I see, our skin tones all over those words, but they, don't think about that. They don't see themselves. So it's easy for them to cast that label. And we would never say, someone, define someone by one thing, this person, is autistic. You say, no, someone living with autism. It's a similar kind of thing. If someone, someone looted a store or something, you don't just say they're a looter. You don't know them. You don't know their entire life. And we just get on the news and be like, this looter, this criminal, this shooting on the east side, and these protesters out in the street. There was a peaceful one earlier. Yeah, we shot that. But look at this live, someone throwing a fire in City Hall, that criminal. And we're so quick to do that. But we had to have this conversation. Me and my roommate sent an email to our boss and said, look, we're not comfortable as Black women putting our names behind things like that. And we need to have more conversations like this. And he was like, you know what, you guys have opened my eyes and made me more proud in who I am by standing up for who you are. So it's a simple email that we sent to our boss after a meeting that made us upset, that made change that he implemented that day. He started changing scripts and changing the way that things were worded. And we have town hall meetings now with our whole station, sales, actual, people on air, people behind the scenes, and talk about the way we're doing things and the way that that's coming across. Because in Buffalo, 30% of our population just about is Black, which is pretty big for especially upstate New York. And we have so many people, we're a legacy station watching us, but we're not serving them accurately, literally in just the words we use. So it's important that we just have these conversations with management and, bring ourselves to the table and be like, look, this is where we need to be and this is where we are, and we're willing to work together on this, but we got to start.
I'll say for at least my station, Black, white, Latino, my team of people, whether we're producers, reporters, editors, etc. We've all had conversations amongst ourselves, and we haven't set it up yet just because some people work weekends, some people work during the day, some people work the morning shift, I'm night side. But we've even had conversations, and I've gone up to my white coworkers like, well, I didn't notice you posted that Black square the other day. You want to talk about privilege? Like, are you willing to sit and have a conversation about racial injustice? And they were very open to it. Some of them have gone to protest. Some of them are like, you know what? I got some things I want to say, but I'm teetering between that line of speaking about a human rights issue and losing my job because I'm about to get into the politics of what's really going on. So it's like, I didn't know that they cared at first because I wasn't seeing and hearing it until I spoke to them personally. So we're trying to figure out on our own personal time how we're going to sit down and talk about our own experiences and how they can better support us. Now, as far as my station, like I said, we haven't even had an editorial meeting, let alone a mention of, like Taylor said, a town hall meeting. I think that would be a great idea. And I've heard mention of us having some sort of racial and diversity training and whatnot, but that could have just been something that was said, because I know, at least for us, Gray owns my station, they sent out an email saying that they were, one, donating, and two, they wanted to implement this in our daily routines and whatnot and workplace, but come from higher up at this point. And I'm wondering, I don't want to be idle and wait for them because I'll be waiting until my contract ends, but it's like, what can we do just to bring that to them? And if they don't want to do it, I guess we'll just have these personal conversations on our own time, because it's definitely something that's important.
Mm-hmm. So on my team, the week that George Floyd was killed, we had a Zoom call just for everybody to talk about how they felt. And there's about 18 people on my team. 4 of us are Black, and we're all Black women. So I'm glad that our management gave us the space to talk about how we feel, and then company-wide, we've had conversations about increasing diversity and inclusion. But if I can be honest, it's all just been a little bit performative, a little bit hypocritical, just because they say, we want to have conversations about race, we want to hire more Black people, we want to do this, but then they discourage employees from actually going out and physically protesting. So for a while, it kind of felt like I have to choose between what's important to me personally in my career. Not that they were threatening to fire anyone for protesting, but the message is always, we are a nationally syndicated news network. It's kind of our job to remain neutral. So when you go out and protest, you're representing MSNBC. Even if you're not wearing a shirt or a hat, someone, the message is always someone somewhere might recognize you from MSNBC, so it's best to just not go. And it's like, how do I communicate that like this is important to me, but you know, my job, my livelihood is also important to me. So it's just kind of been like a little weird, kind of a balancing act, trying to pick and choose how I'm going to express what's important to me, and also, you know, keeping it, I guess, in good graces with my job.
Yeah.
So they want you to remain neutral on a human rights issue.
That's what it feels like, because we had a conversation specifically with my team about, you know, can we go out and protest? And there were some people on the team that were like, no, because you're a representative of MSNBC. And then others were like, well, do I have to choose between MSNBC and like being Black? Like, this is what's important to me. So it's just been like, I understand why, like, as a company, they want to cover their butts, but it's also like, do you want to like stifle people's, you know, right to protest? It's kind of weird.
So I think that raises another interesting question. All over the internet, and a lot of conversations have been directed towards that the media attention of stories related to Black Lives Matter has been focused on Black men. And I think since we're in an event that's centering Black women, do you think that you have a responsibility to push stories like Breonna Taylor's or Sandra Bland back in 2015, 2016 to the forefront? Or have you been trying to? Do you see that discrepancy, or do you think it's something that people are just implicitly receiving as something that they're seeing through the platforms that they follow?
I gotta think about that. I think here in Buffalo, we have like unique kind of situations where I try when I'm reporting to make sure I focus on Black stories and tell those kinds of things. And a lot of the other reporters try to kind of frame things and talk to, you know, the older person who's been here for years and lived through the civil rights era and, you know, knows what this is. But I'm like, well, let's talk to the young voice. Let's talk to the woman who's leading the protest. And, you know, let's actually make contact with them and see what they want, you know, to be heard. And I like to speak with, you know, Black women, Black men, and try to get a holistic picture, holistic view of everything. And we have, I don't know if everyone's heard about that officer who tried to stop her colleague from using a chokehold or something like that. Her name is Carrie O'Horn. She's from Buffalo, and she's trying to fight to receive her pension because she was fired for intervening in that situation. Mm-hmm. And she's just been a huge part of the movement here, because it's not only like, we have names of our own in Buffalo of people who have been killed or, you know, hurt at the hands of police in police custody. And you have a full-on cop who used to be a Buffalo police officer who was fired for trying to stop those things from happening. We have so many young, active voices and people who are, you know, cleaning up, people who are doing great things, people who are trying to lead the charge that like we just need to center around. And in Buffalo, there's so many of them that I found it's almost easy for us to do it, but it's important that that's, you know, top of the list, you know, because if you start the 6 o'clock news with all these bad things happened, but oh, it's 6:15, look at this nice protester doing this awesome thing. Like, no, that's got to be top of your A block, like, you know, starting the story with something positive and, you know, getting the word out there rather than, you know, death and destruction going on outside that they love. Like, if it bleeds, it leads is a common phrase in a bunch of newsrooms, and they love showing those things, but it's got to change how we do those things.
Mm-hmm. I'm still thinking, so I'm gonna pass it to Daniel.
I think because my show is like on a national news network, it's kind of hard to push these more, I don't want to say that they're more local, but like they're not, in my management's eyes, they're not national stories. Like, they're not worthy of maybe spending a block in our show, especially unfortunately Breonna Taylor's, you know, her story. We've just talked about kind of like how the case is going, you know, if officers have been arrested or fired or resigned. But one thing I suggested to my team was having a story or a block humanizing these people. So, you know, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, all we remember about them is, you know, their last moments, how they died. But I was like, I want to do research about, you know, like, what were they involved in their community, you know, like their family, what they like to do in their spare time, what their hobbies were, like talk about who they were as a person, not just remembering that the last moments of their life in that video. And, you know, my team encourages pitches, but like, if I'm going to be honest, it kind of went nowhere just because there's other stories that like take precedent in, you our national news show. So it's kind of been a struggle getting those stories to the forefront, at least on a national platform.
I'm gonna agree with the comment that we just got in from Tia saying we can't make this a Black man versus Black woman thing because, like you said, I mean, we're all being affected. I mean, I will say I have noticed, just like Sydney asked earlier, like there has definitely been more attention towards George Floyd in the last recent weeks. But I have friends who work in Louisville as reporters, and Breonna Taylor is here and there, all up in the streets. They're covering it every day, day after day. And I know, like at first, like they've done different pieces, talking to her family, talking to witnesses, doing different things, looking into her background and whatnot, who she is as a person. And at this point, it's been weeks of protests, and it's like they're still going. They're finding something new every day to do, whether they're talking to a different protester, whether they're talking to a different activist, like whatever's going on, they're finding something to do. So I think it just kind of depends on the area, what people are doing. Like I'll say with us in Northeast Louisiana, people talk on Facebook, but there haven't been many demonstrations out there. But what I will say, what I should do a better job of is noticing that even if it's just one person or 5 people that I'm constantly seeing, hey, they're showing up to police jury meetings, they're showing up to city council, town hall meetings, or if they're even having something so small, it's like, okay, well, I need to do a better job of connecting with them. And maybe that will be what's going to help me branch off and getting into their stories. I've seen reporters do stories talking about, well, how parents talking to their kids about race. And they're talking to Black families, white families, interracial couples, and everything. And I'll at least say with me a couple weeks ago, I don't even remember what my story was, but it fell through. And I'm night side. Our assignment editor leaves at 4:59. Our news director comes and leaves at whatever time. At that point, the only people I had to answer to was my anchor and my producer. My producer is going to be like, hey, Courtney, as long as you got me a story for 10, I'm fine with it. And all my anchor needs to do is read it. So I was like, well, you know what? I'm going to figure something out. And I went on Psychology Day and started calling every Black therapist I could find. And I was like, hey, I want to do a story tonight talking about how these recent protests are connected to transgenerational trauma and how it's connected to mental health. Are you available to meet tonight? And I just took it and ran. I was like, and I had to think for a moment. I was like, no, I didn't get permission to do this story. No, I didn't pitch it at all. But what sense would it make for y'all to be upset on me doing something that matters like this? Mm-hmm. And it was well received. I feel like if at least one person saw it that night and they were like, that makes a lot of sense why I'm feeling this way. Or, my grandfather has been seeming a little down recently, or even I feel way down. It's like, we're able to spread that information. So I think it just starts with finding that one, whether, like Taylor said, it's that one officer and looking at her and how she tried to intervene and telling her story, or even with Danielle. I mean, like you said, it's national, but even if it's just a profile piece on this is who Breonna Taylor is outside of what unfortunately happened to her, I think, we could just do one small thing and keep it going.
Those are really great answers. So I think the last question before we start taking questions from participants in the chat is, what advice would you give to a young Black person who is aspiring to be a journalist?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go back to you have to work twice as hard to get half of what they have. Because we can't halfway show up to work some days. We can't be lazy in our editorial meetings. We can't have mistakenly, Taylor, with our packages that we're doing, we're shooting, writing, editing, doing social media. We can't mess up as much as our white counterparts might be. We can't just, I'm gonna go ahead and do this and fool around. It's like, you've got to be on it, dotting your I's, crossing your T's. I'll reach out to friends that are reporters at other stations, like, hey, can you look over the script again? How does this look? Did this sound all right? What would you have changed here? Because I'll send my scripts in and it'll be spelling errors in there, and I'm like, dang, I didn't see that with my eyes, but y'all, the viewers are quick to say anything. And
oh my gosh.
Anything. And I know they've been nasty recently just because we're doing stories centered around race, which is relevant. Maybe I'll be to them. I'm sorry. I don't have the privilege to ignore what's happening to people, but they are furious. And it's like, we're doing the best that we can to share stories that matter to us and about our people. We just got to try. But I would say, just breaking in at this point, we're living through a pandemic right now. We're living, as we were saying earlier, we're living through a civil rights era right now, and just everything that's going on. Now's the time to capitalize on it. So you may not be employed at this moment at a station. You may be looking for a job. When I was in college, I had a Canon DSLR camera. And when I was getting my reel together to apply for jobs, I was like, well, dang, the station did cover that a couple days ago. The crime scene tip's still out there, and I would go in between class, shoot a stand-up, go do this. My best friend Kayla is in here right now. There was one weekend we rode around campus. I was like, oh, let's go shoot a stand-up over here. Let's go do this. Hey, just make sure I'm in the frame. Let's get this done. You've got to be willing to, you can't wait for stuff to come to you. So I would say, step up, step out. Don't be afraid to ask for help. I'm always willing to look over stuff, whether I know you or not. You just message me on Twitter, Instagram, even here, like, hey, do you have a second to look at this? And I will do the best that I can, just ask questions and try and, make the most out of what's happening right in your own backyard right now.
Yeah. I think whatever it is that you have inside you that wants to enter this field, you have to keep that with you throughout it, because there's hard days. Like Courtney was saying, we have a checklist that is 80 tasks long every single day, and then you have to go out and be pretty and smile and talk to the person kind of harassing you on the street, and be pleasant with the politician who's kind of nasty, and always smile and do your best job, and then get in on time, and then do it all again tomorrow. But you have to remember that there's someone out there impacted by that, someone who is learning something from that, and people that you're helping. So if you internalize that and remember, why you're doing what you're doing, you keep that, and then you use your community. People like us, we're available. You can text me, call me, and be like, hey, I'm not sure about this. I don't know where I want to go in my career. I'll try to help. I'll look over something, and, use your community and the people that you know and trust to just be like, oh, there's something that troubled me today that I can't talk to my colleagues about, that I have to just talk about, vent to people, get things out. If you didn't like how your story went, you always get a second chance at it tomorrow. And, you have to remember that you're here to help people. And, it's definitely a different way of helping people, but it's a way to help people and spread information and make sure people know the things they're supposed to know. And it's something you can definitely do. You just got to really work hard, get out there, and, try to have fun. You do something creative. You have a story about potholes that's super boring. Go, do a fun stand-up or have a good time. And, just remember that you, at the end of the day, you are human. You are a person experiencing things the same way everyone else is. While you might have to be more polished and smile while you do it, you're still a person, and just use your human instincts. And, if that's something that struck you, it's going to strike 1,000 other people. So, use that, use your emotions, use everything in your experience to help other people learn and learn new information every day. It's going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree with what Courtney said about having to work twice as hard to get half as much as what other people get. Like, I agree with that to like the 1,000th degree. When I was an intern at MSNBC, I interned during my senior year at Rutgers. I remember I came in business casual or business every single day. And there was another intern that I was working with, actually both semesters that I interned, there were other interns, and they would come in with, jeans, sneakers, like flannels unbuttoned. And I was just like, I can't do that, because unfortunately they're going to look at me differently if I walk in here with Air Force Ones on. Like, I have to be you have to be at your best at all times. And it's not fair, but that, I don't know, that's just kind of the way it is. And I would also say, don't feel like you have to be the voice of every Black person when you're working in your craft, because it's going to feel like that, especially if you're one of few Black people, which often we are, or if you're the only one. Sometimes people in your team are going to look at you and say, what do you think? And in your mind that they're really asking, what do Black people think? You do not have to be that voice. You can just explicitly say, this is my view and my view only as Danielle McNeil. This is what I think. Because they're going to try to put that pressure on you. Don't feed into it. Stand your ground. You are an individual. We Black people are all connected, but don't let them put you in a box, because you might say something and then they're going to tell their friend, like, oh, well, this Black girl on my team said this, well, this must be what they think. Don't even let them do it to you. Don't let them.
Even, I remember how I found Taylor on Twitter. It was a barbershop stand-up that you did. And
I was wearing this dress.
Kate, that is nice. And it's like, it was something you were obviously having fun with, but that's going to make you stand out. They're not going to remember, I'm sorry, what Becky did in her stand-up, because it's like, this is what we see all the time. It's like, we're not allowed to skate by. We got to come better with our writing, our shooting, our editing, our live presence, because this is what we want for ourselves. And I was with my coworker Alexis yesterday, who's in the comments, and I was having a full circle moment, because it's like crazy. Like, I was interning years ago, And I would see reporters doing different things. And I was like, dang, I don't know how I'm going to be a reporter. This just seems like so much. And I just had my 1 year last week, and I'm helping her get back out on the street. She's been anchoring and producing. She's ready to get back out there and report. And I'm like, you know, I remember being where you were at, where it's like, dang, how hard is this about to be? What is this going to look like? How did you do that so effortlessly? And it's like, it just comes with time and repetition and getting more comfortable with yourself. And like Taylor and Danielle said, we're humans. We have and feel the same way that everybody else does. And yesterday I did a story about the cemetery monument being vandalized. And it was dedicated to people who had died in an explosion over 100 years ago. And it's like, you know, how are people feeling right now? They're saying it's heartbreaking. They're saying it's going to cost $40,000 to repair, but it's priceless to them. Just putting yourselves in their shoes, you know, what's going to make you stand out? What's going to make you want to listen to that story? Because it's not about the police that just arrested this person. Here's the person that's on the cemetery board that comes through here every single day. There's this lady from Arkansas who drove all the way here to see the monument, and it's shattered on the ground. So it's like just trying to tell their stories. Like Taylor said, we're helping people in a different way. We didn't have to be social workers, but we're still making sure that people's voices are heard. And enjoy it, have fun. I get in ruts at least once a month, but I get out of them. And I know at least after today, I got some goals I want to write down and take some notes from what you all have said and just get back out there on Monday and do it again. And if Monday sucks, I'll try again on Tuesday. But keep going.
So we're going to open up the chat session to any questions that anyone may have for our panelists. I see one from Mel Woods, and you mentioned Nicole Hannah-Jones, and I think the 1619 Project is some of the best journalism I've seen in a very long time. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, yes, deliberate Black journalism is very important.
Well, I have a question for Taylor, because I've been seeing everything in Buffalo with that poor old man that was knocked to the ground. Mm-hmm. And I know you all have had a fair share of protests out there. How have you been managing physically? Because I know these have to be much longer days. Do you have a photographer that's with you, or are you still enjoying by yourself through all of this?
So it depends on, we have a lot of senior reporters, and they tend to send the senior reporters to things like that, unless it's happening, you know, right during my shift. So, you know, luckily I haven't had to go to many active protests or anything like that I would need, you know, a second hand for. I've gone to like small rallies or peaceful protests on Sundays but all those things have been by myself. I think in my entire year of working at Channel 7 here, I've had a photographer with me 3. I am 100% like one woman show, doing everything by myself. So I went to one rally. They did a march throughout the city. So I started in the beginning, got to the front, got, you know, all my video and things, got back in my car, beat them to where they were going, and then just try to be dynamic and move and shake and interview people and get everything I need to get. But for people that are going to active scenes, they send them usually with a photographer to help them do things, or they'll send even just people from our newsroom just to be a body to help you get through it. I know one of my colleagues like had tear gas, you know, they tasted tear gas and everything, and they had to be pulled up by police officers into higher ground to avoid things. And it's definitely, you know, just scary to hear about. And a lot of things are happening to journalists and things are happening to protesters, and it's scary to be out there. But these usually, you know, you're never by yourself if you're in one of those situations here.
So we have a question from Lynette that says, what do you ladies do to stay current and utilize best practices in journalism?
Watch other journalists, watch other people who look like me doing things. If I'm feeling like I'm in a rut, I need to watch someone else do something, or watch how someone else told the same story that I did in my market. And it's like, oh, how could I have done better with that? Or, you know, how can I improve on my writing? How can I be more creative? How can I, you know, better my contacts and reach out to the right people, so I'm not interviewing someone that, you know, doesn't really have the full story. Just watching other people and asking my colleagues questions from my station and not from my station, like, hey, you know, how did you do that thing? Or I saw something you did online and it really was, you know, impactful and struck me, and I want to be able to include that in my stories for my demographic. So, you know, asking people straight up, you know, how do you do it? And just kind of keeping your finger on the pulse, keeping your eye on, you know, your timeline, your news feed, and making sure you kind of know what else was going on, but only on, not on the weekends.
Same thing, just watching other people, trying to get inspiration, even if it's like the mental health and transgenerational trauma story. I had seen somebody else do it, and I was like, all right, let me see if I can do that for my story today. So just watching other people, taking notes, and even yesterday after the story I did, I was like, I really like how this came together, but now that I'm looking at it, I probably could have my iris down a little bit on the video. But, trying not to be too critical of the work that I'm doing, but also saying, okay, well, how can I do something better next time? Just rolling with it and asking for feedback, being open to it. People aren't here to hurt your feelings. If they tell you something didn't look right or it could have sounded better, they're just trying to help you at the end of the day. So just being open to learning and getting feedback is also good.
Mm-hmm. Same thing that they said, reaching out to other specifically Black women journalists on my team and other women that I know within the company or other companies. And I also definitely try to not be too critical of myself. I'm only in my first year and some change out of school. And sometimes I feel like, well, why am I not doing this better? Or why did I forget to do that? And it's like, I have to remind myself to just relax. Like, I'm only a year out of school. There's going to be especially working remotely, there's going to be a learning curve. I can't just, walk to somebody's desk and, ask them how they put that segment together. I have to email them, text them. Like, it's a little bit different now, but definitely like reaching out to people when I feel like I need help.
We have a question from Alexis. Have any of your white colleagues approached you and attempted to communicate how they feel or expressed a desire to be an ally? How did you respond to that?
Yeah, I had somebody on my team's management reach out to me. Well, I sent an email to my management the week that George Floyd was killed because I was just extremely overwhelmed. I couldn't focus on work. That was when Ahmaud Arbery's killing, when Breonna Taylor's case came to light and George Floyd had been killed, and it all just kind of happened in the same week, and I was just worn out. So I just sent them a long email about how I was feeling, that I wasn't really, I might not be super enthusiastic about team meetings because I'm just in my head. And I think that was the same week Trump tweeted when the looting starts, the shooting starts. And I was just I couldn't even sleep that night. I was there's just so much going on in my head. I can't focus on work. And one of my managers got back to me and he shared something with me that I hadn't even thought about. So he lost his father to coronavirus and he had been out for a few weeks. And he told me that he was struggling with, thinking about how he was going to come back and work, and we have to cover coronavirus, and it's when you've lost someone so close to you, how am I going to keep it together and report the news and produce as I normally do? And he said someone told him to view it as a service to the public. So you being in your position to produce a news story allows you to share the right details, allows you to frame the story in a way that's appropriate, and you're doing a service in reporting this. There are people who are not in that position. You can shine a light on a story that may not get attention and, put it on a national platform. So viewing it as, taking my, my pain, I guess, and channeling it into my work, how am I going to take this hurt that I'm feeling and put out a great news story, highlight George Floyd's life, highlight Breonna Taylor, highlight the cases, make sure the police are being held accountable. That's how I've been dealing with it and getting that advice from my manager.
Yeah. So last question before we go back to the main stage. Will you all share your thoughts about the role mentors have played in your lives?
I would not be where I am today. Definitely, Sydney, how I met Sydney and how I met Abigail was through the Emma Bowman Foundation, which, I got into it right after I graduated high school, and it was for us, for minority students who were interested in media, whether it was broadcast journalism, PR, engineering, content creation, whatever it was on the whole spectrum. It was they took us in at some of our, most pivotal times. And the program actually started when people were 16 and then it shifted to 18 and beyond. And that's where I've met a lot of people who are in this industry in different facets. And it's I know I could call on them at any point to ask for help, or even when I was at my internships, whether it was at MSNBC or whether it was at WVTV or at WRIC, it's I thank those people for giving me my start because I learned everything I know from them and have been able to expand on it and then be able to reach back and say, well, now I have interns. How am I going to help them? And it's continuing, I don't remember who said it, but we heard this at a conference a couple years ago, sitting where somebody was like, the door was open for you, so you now have to turn around and open the door for somebody else. And it's like just keeping that momentum going. Again, asking questions, being open, being willing to listen, be a sponge, because we don't know everything. And, you know, just being able to give back. And I'll say for me, at least, I'm grateful, and I hope that I can continue to share the wisdom that's been imparted on me.
Same.
Any other questions from the floor?
I think that's everything. Thank you to everyone who participated, and thank you to the panelists for sharing all that amazing wisdom. And so I guess we can head back to the main stage to talk about more mental health. Bye.
I'm really excited. This is the session that I've been the most excited about this entire time. We have two really, really brilliant people, women, who are going to contribute. I just know, like, not just gems, but just impart like some serious wisdom, but also from a clinical perspective on this space. I know people always like, I have girl chat with my friends, blah, 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 which is great. But I'm like, sometimes you just need that person who's like, I've done the reading, I've done the research. And so I'm really excited for that. So I'm going to read the bios to introduce them, and then we're going to get right into it. There will be time for Q&A. We're definitely going to leave some time for that. So as you're taking your notes, or if you have a journal, write your questions down, and then I'll let you know when we're doing the last question before, and then you guys can start submitting them so we can get right into the questions and answers. Okay, so first off, we have Dr. Candace Nicole. Dr. Candace Nicole Hargens is a counseling psychologist specializing in sex. She has a few roles as a science practitioner. She's an assistant professor in the University of Kentucky's counseling psychology program, where she directs, is it Rise 2 or Rise Squared? Because
Rise Squared.
Rise Squared, okay. Rise Squared research team. They study relationships, intimacy, and sexual enrichment, as well as race, intersectionality, and social justice engagement. She also works with individuals, couples, and groups who have relationship, intimacy, or sexual concerns. And she offers retreats, training, and workshops for people and organizations in those same areas. In addition to her primary focus on sex, her other two passions in research and life are social justice and leadership development. Those areas of interest guide all that she does, and she offers training workshops and individual consultations on both. And then Rachel McLeod is an emotional wellness coach, and she specializes in helping women eliminate symptoms of anxiety, depression, and traumatic stress in 2 to 6 months instead of 2 to 6 years. And so I'm super excited to welcome them both to the Black Women Heal virtual stage today. And I'm just ready to get started. So how are you guys doing today?
I feel happy but fatigued, so that's where I'm at.
Yes,
I feel that.
And nervous. And I'm excited to learn a lot from Dr. Candace. What a wonderful, yummy bio.
Oh, thank you. She pulled that off my website because
I was like,
I never asked anybody to read all that.
And I like to give people a good introduction. I was like, but I definitely didn't write that. Like, I'm gonna cite my sources. That was not my own thing. Awesome. So similar to Tiffany's discussion, we're going to be talking about mental health, wellness, stress, all that kind of stuff. And so there's a lot to discuss, but I'm gonna keep the questions open, so feel free to pivot as you feel necessary, and I'm really gonna lean on you guys' expertise. So let's open this up with understanding what the toll of grief and trauma can be on the brain and the body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm happy to jump in with the toll. Well, you know, it's a psychological and a physiological toll. So to your point, it's your mind, it's your interpersonal relationships, it's your body, it's your spirit sometimes. Like the things that we're grieving right now sit in our shoulders, they sit in our jawline, they affect how much patience you have for the people you care about, let alone the people you care less about. So, you know, you might find yourself feeling angry or terrified or sad. And then in there's still pockets of joy that you can hold on to. So it's a pervasive effect. And because racial trauma is chronic, meaning that it's not just a one-time thing, you find yourself coming back to these feelings again and again.
Yeah. And, you know, how I view this is that everything that we're experiencing has an emotional component, a mental component, a physical component, an energetic component, and a spiritual component.
Yeah.
And so everything that is happening and that has ever happened and that is currently happening and will happen, because we can really even tune into the future of these thoughts as well. Our system is just going off on all these levels. And many of us have strategies for one or two, but we don't necessarily know how to get to the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And so anything that doesn't get resolved, our limbic system, which is our survival system, can really be over alert, and it can really be really active. And I like to call this, like, it's just really hot. Like, it's just like hyper vigilant and wanting to pay attention to everything. And that's exhausting. I mean, when you're in that state, you are burning through your vitamins, your minerals, you're having a hard time. This is not the healing stance. This is a survival stance. So all of your healing processes are rerouted and redirected to survival. And this is happening all the time. I mean, and so especially when we have heightened stress, but if you've got a history of anxiety, depression, or traumatic stress, that's happening. And that is a lot, because this part of the brain hijacks your thinking center and it actually will literally shut it down. And so we can't think as well. We're just, Dr.
I have a hard time concentrating.
Right. Difficulty concentrating, irritability, because, this part of the brain wants all the energy and it's trying to suck all of the energy and it's trying to shut everybody else down. And then people are asking you questions and your survival center is like, stop talking to me, And so, but we want to be in this part of the brain. This is where the magic happens. This is where our values are and our morals and our amazing ability to problem solve and find the exact right solutions for ourselves. And so, but what happens is the emotion can really get blocked from coming from this part of the brain into the thinking center. And that's where we get a lot of this distress. That's when we'll stay more in the survival states, and then we'll notice ourselves looping and having the same thoughts over and over again, seeing the same flashes, the same. If like, for instance, if anybody watched the videos that have been going on, you'll have a mental replay of this. That is, your brain is trying to get things through, and this part of the brain is so neurotic and so committed to your wellness that it will not stop. And it will play that scene over and over and over and over again until it can get it through the healing pathways. And so a lot of times what we're finding is that there's so much distress, but it's because your brain's trying to heal. It's trying to get this movement going on so that it can upgrade and it can find those exact right solutions. And this is where a lot of our power is getting left and stuck. And we're not being able to get that power, get that emotion in there so we can have both of our intellectual and our emotional power coming together and really creating. And so that's a toll. It just takes a huge toll, and we want to get back into this part of the brain. So
I wanted to just jump in because you said something that was so powerful. You're worn out and you may not have done any physical activity.
Yes.
You feel exhausted because your brain is trying to reconcile the trauma, trying to reconcile the grief, trying to process that, trying to figure out how to concentrate through it. And so it wears you out. I mean, your body has that consistent stress response.
That's right.
Where you've not even moved. You might have laid in bed all day trying to recover and still feel exhausted. That's why a lot of people are having restlessness or really uneasy sleep right now, waking up really vibrant dreams, scary dreams. Thank you so much for saying that. That just brought that home for me.
Yeah. I kind of, that's bringing something up for me that I just think is interesting. A lot of this stuff is just watching yourself and really helping yourself where you're at and move the emotion. It's kind of like being in a lot of times we can go 2 feet in a trauma where we're just being tossed around by it and we're really ungrounded and we're moving around. And then, that's really frustrating. So our body will shift us into being 2 feet out, and now we're numb and now we're dissociated and now we're there. And this is not the healing, the healing stance, but it's not the re-traumatizing stance either, except for, you can't stay there because then you'll have, all the things you missed out on. And that's a whole nother kind of trauma. But really what we want to do is we want to be able to be 1 foot in the emotion, the event, the feeling, and 1 foot out observing, right? So this is where we're feeling into life, and this is where we're observing into life. And this is really a powerful healing stance. Mm-hmm. And so when you're observing yourself, there's just kind of some really cool things to notice about yourself. And Dr. Candace talked about waking up at night, when you wake up at night, depending on the time you wake up, it's really, you can be processing different emotions. Like from 1 to 3 is typically anger.
Yep.
3 to 5 can be more grief, right? So if you're waking up 4 o'clock, it's time for grief movement. Move the grief, support yourself there. And 5 to 7 is more the letting go process of grief, right? And so these are some tricks that you can learn to take really good care of yourself and really consciously manage your system,
yeah,
on as many levels as possible.
That's so rich. Like there was just so much information there, and thank you for that education. I think sometimes too, it's like people feeling like I don't know what my brain is doing, and so like trying to reconcile how they move. I know I have that where I'm like, I'm trying to get things done, so my brain needs to line up with what I'm trying to do, but like not giving my brain space, to like exist however it exists in like the natural scientific order of things. So that's really helpful. And kind of, you guys started naming examples of how these things show up, which brings me to kind of the question of like, trauma can look different for different folks. And so what are some of the emotional processing traits or habits or behaviors that are often misunderstood, especially for Black women?
Yeah, I would start with anger and irritability, which is often a sign of depressive symptomology or anxiety or a trauma response. And so people might be like, she got an attitude. What's wrong with her? She's always upset. But in fact, she might be processing or working through some of that trauma, some of that grief, some of that pain. And it doesn't resonate with most people as pain because people rarely empathize with Black women. And so when they see that, rather than trying to sit in with her, to be with her in that anger, in that grief, in that trauma, they're distancing at best distancing, and at worst fighting her, like terrorizing her to get her not to feel, to suppress her feeling, or to constrict it so that other people can feel comfortable around her. So if you've ever been called the angry Black woman at work, or aggressive at work, or intimidating at work, that is them trying to organize your emotional space so that they can preserve their comfort because they don't want to empathize with you. I think that's one of the most commonly misunderstood when it comes to Black women.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Just to piggyback on that, and I think that we underestimate how much work other people haven't done. I think a lot of what's going on is that people they're not doing their own emotional work. Hold space for anybody else. And it's like, this is like, we're not very trauma informed. And so everybody's just in a survival state over everything. And so it's just like the people. So, and this is really what's so empowering, is that once you can take care of your own emotional wellness, you break free of other people holding you in boxes, because you just rise up out of that level and they just can't hold you, but as long as they can poke a wound and knock you out, you're done.
And there's another piece to that. There's the systemic power piece. So if we were just all operating in an equitable or equal system, it would be easier to work on your stuff and that be enough. But then when somebody can label you and assign power and value to your label at your profession, in school, and all of these spaces, that is how it becomes problematic. So sure, human beings need to do their own work. And at the same time, we've got to use our healthy whole selves to dismantle these systems. Because if there's a white professor and that person says, well, you know what, you're so angry, you're not professional, and I'm a gatekeeper here, that's the end of your career. Whereas if you were just two people who didn't have discrepancies in power, that person could say that about you. And then you could say, that's a wounded person over there, and they don't get to define my space. I think you still should take that stance, but in that stance, there's also got to be some dismantling of those systems of power.
Absolutely.
That's huge. And like, you guys both brought up like really great points. I had a conversation with a friend not too long ago, and we were like, isn't it so exhausting being the only person doing the work? Is kind of what you were saying, Rachel, because you're like, I'm to see the other side of you, and and then they're just like, I'm gonna be here and be comfortable, and you're gonna deal with it, because. And so what would your advice be to people who are in those kinds of situations where it might be a boss, it might be a family member, it might be a friend or an old friend or whatever, where they're trying to do the work and have this kind of like graceful nature and do all of it, but you can only play so many roles, because quite frankly, you can't make decisions for other people about how they choose to live their life or handle their emotions. So what would your advice be to people who are in those situations?
I think, I think that when you're talking about this, you're talking about an entirely different skill set. And it's not, and just because you're using your own emotions doesn't mean you turn into a nice little quiet, docile little thing. I mean, what happens when you move your emotion in there, your thinking center creates the exact, it creates really beautiful solutions. And some of those solutions might be, knock, knock, here I am. We're having this conversation today. It might be something that's more assertive than you have ever been before. It might be maybe you decide to let it go. Maybe you do. I don't necessarily judge what people do when they get the emotion into the thinking center. That's their business. And I trust that that's really powerful and it's right for them in their situation. My thing is let's move it from here to here. So if this was, let's just say somebody was my gatekeeper and they were blocking me out for any reason, but especially because I'm threatening to them. I have cuss words for this, but that would piss me the hell off. Okay. So my job then, instead of opening my can of whoop ass, which is really what I got ready to go right here. And I got an inner person that's like, here, go ahead, take it, put this on the situation. I'm going to be like, okay, we're angry. We're pissed. And I believe that our emotions are for us.
Yes.
Our emotions aren't for other people. And so my team, my emotions are telling me, oh, hell no. And now I need to go talk with them and I need to help process this and move this emotion from here to here. And there's lots of strategies for that, And so as this comes back down then and goes into the right place, all of a sudden you start noticing your thoughts taking on different shapes and they're being more constructive and they're not looping. So you can't get from A to B. And so really moving your own emotion, there's no threat of becoming a doormat. As a matter of fact, you anti-doormat yourself, but you're not coming around kiboshing people with your anger.
Yeah.
And I think even I had something else coming back, but I think it's going to have to make its round again. But it had to do with how our symptoms. But okay, so that's my response for now. What do you think, Candace?
Yeah, I would agree with much of that. I think the body is your first source of information. And so if I walk into a room and I'm not breathing deeply, if I'm holding my breath, that's information for me. I think your somatic symptoms are information, your emotions are information. And then they inform what you choose to do with it and what you choose to say. So I trust and validate all of the emotions and somatic stuff that comes up. That's the first step, not to pretend like I don't notice it. If I get a headache every time I go to a place, that's information. So, okay, I'm having a headache. What might this mean? Getting curious about myself, getting curious about my emotion and the relationship I'm having with people in that space that may be giving me information. Somebody asked what a gatekeeper is. That's a person that has the power to make an evaluative decision about whether you progress in a field or not. And so if I have to have a conversation with a gatekeeper who I feel doesn't respect or trust or believe or value my humanity, and I can't breathe well, I might need to take a breath first. I might need to honor the fact that my body needs oxygen to make an informed decision. So, and that's going to help me clarify what I want to say and what I want to do in the next moment. I'm the type of person that believes in confronting with care. And so anytime something happens, even if it's a person that has that type of systemic power over me, I trust the fact that we're all human at the same value. And so I can speak to them as if they and I have the same value, even if in that specific system, they might have a different level of power. So that happened to me once when, one of the provosts at the university named everyone else. We were at an award ceremony and named everyone else Dr. So-and-so and Dr. So-and-so and Dr. So-and-so. And I was Miss when I'm Dr. So-and-so. And so when I got up to do my speech and my presentation, I said, my name is Dr. Candace Hargans. And that's important to say in this space because oftentimes Black women, and just explained, what had happened there and, whether or not that to other people, they would have felt like that was the right thing to do is not up for judgment or debate. It's just what I chose to do in the moment. But for me, that felt powerful. It felt useful and it helped resolve the pain that I felt in that moment when that person intentionally or unintentionally, who knows, sought to discredit me.
Yeah. And I think that's a really good example of you felt and you heard your emotions going on. And then you acknowledged them and you took some deep breaths and you were able to stay in your thinking center as opposed to having that shut down and go into fight mode.
Yes.
Freeze mode or faint or flee.
I'm a freezer, so I know I have to breathe. I'll end up passed out somewhere.
But I have found that we can all do all these strategies. My primary, I will fight, and so I have to like hold the team back, you know. But I also find that I will freeze quite a bit, and I'm actually just kind of discovering that. And I think that's what we do. We come into deeper layers of ourselves, and we see that it's, you know, and when you go into a mode, you don't get a choice. This part of the brain has its own coding and its own process, and it's unreasonable. You can't reason with. You can't say, okay, this time can we fight? You know, this time could we just not? Like some people will hit trauma and they'll go straight to sleep. It's really kind of an interesting thing to watch because they'll be talking about something, they'll have a flashback and they're out. You know, and you're like, what happened? Like, what? I thought we were having a conversation. But when you get in that part, it's automatic and it just happens. So you don't get to choose because that part of the brain's job is to keep you alive. And if it thinks there's a threat, done. No reasoning, no talking, no nothing. And that's why our talk therapies don't create very quick change because it's working with this part of the brain. This is not the part that's we're having trouble. We're having trouble with our survival system and the coming up.
And this is the newest part. That's what, the way I was trained as a psychologist, I had to decolonize a lot of that because we're thinking, oh, this is going to be all cognitive therapy. And I'm like, I don't think so.
I have goosebumps because what you're talking about is we've had all these beautiful, rich ways of moving our emotion for so long.
Generations.
Being sitting around telling stories and dancing. Yeah. I mean, those things that we had together were just so powerful. And then it's like, you come here and it's like, okay, no, you got to just, stale and we're going to use our thinking center and talk our way through. But we knew that there was all this movement involved in handshakes and hugs and touches and holding hands. And, there was all this stuff that would be there.
Yes.
And so, but it's really out. So it's our job just to really put it back in. And it's okay that if we're not comfortable dancing anymore, it's okay that if we're not comfortable singing it anymore. There's so many ways to do it. It's just, we got to do it.
Yes. I love that you even brought up singing because a lot of people don't realize how, one, liberating, but two, transformative to your nervous system singing can be. And so just the breath work that goes into singing, but also the way your heart rate variability changes when you sing and your vagal system, the way that shapes your body and your health and your wellness. Like I remember being in chorus when I was a kid and being in dance when I was a kid and all of those activities that I just naturally knew to do to heal, drawing, journaling, writing poetry, all of those things you have to reclaim. So whatever you were doing as a kid, maybe you went and read a book, or maybe you went and played the piano, or maybe you sang, or maybe you screamed, maybe you danced, maybe you ran. Those are things you want to bring back to yourself in this time of incredible stress for most people.
Yeah. And I'm going to be doing an exercise at the end of this to share some of my favorite interventions. But really, when you're working with the survival system, you are working with the same system we have like as babies. We don't have a cognitive function when we're babies. We have this mode. We're running on this mode. And with babies, you hold them and you rock them and you say, shh. It's going to be okay. And you say, oh, I know it's so tough. And you hold them and you're rocking them because you are actually their regulating nervous system. You're regulating their nervous system. There we go. And that's your job. And so, and we rub their little feet and we play all the little counting, we're hooking up their brain.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of that. When people are in this state, that's the best strategy. You don't want to use logic when you're over here in your survival center because this part of the brain has already shut that down, doesn't want to talk about it. And that's a great way to get your head snatched off or bit off. But really at this point, and it's not our job to regulate anybody else. I mean, except for our children. We can do it as a kindness, but it's not always kind to step in and regulate somebody because people need to build their own strength. And we can really become addicted to things that regulate us.
Yeah.
That's really what addiction comes from. And we can be just as addicted to people as we can to substances.
Absolutely.
So, but when we get there, I don't know where I was going, Candace, with that.
I'm going to build on that because you said something that hit for me. So I always talk about the 4 levels of care. And when you said regulating and substances, I thought about the first level, which is numbing. So we've got numbing, which is base level, and then you've got self-care, which is really popular in big language now, but then you've got collective care, and finally you've got soul care. And those are the 4 levels of care when I talk with clients about it. Numbing is not something I throw away completely, and a lot of people do, but numbing is necessary. Sometimes you need to feel nothing to extract something really painful. But if you over rely on numbing, and that's binge anything, binge drinking, binge eating, binge social media, binge Netflix, binge sex, like all the compulsions, binge shopping, some of us that's their thing, you know, like all of those things are so you don't feel something, right? And sometimes you don't need to feel. So honor that, but don't overuse it. Self-care is what we've heard a lot more about. So, you know, it might be getting your nails done. It might be going to therapy. It might be doing exercise. It might be setting a sleep routine. It might be any of those things that are care for your individual self, whether it's like your physical body, your capacity to experience the world. And then collective care is what we are doing now. Getting together, coming alongside each other, sharing in an experience. So your social support, your girls, your people, connecting with them, talking, doing these Zoom family reunions. We did one a few weeks ago. That was hilarious. Seeing elders on Zoom is just a joy in of itself. You know, even the collective care, like a versus battle and everybody being in community with one another and jamming to their favorite songs, like, but also resistance movement. Being at a protest for some people might be collective care, where it's like, I'm going to do something about this and be among people who are working actively to dismantle oppression. So knowing that we cannot heal in isolation is really important. And then soul care is depending on how you understand whatever your higher power is. If that's something that you subscribe to, could be meditating or prayer or going hiking and being in nature. It could be anything that taps into that plane that's above what we can see.
Yes.
So those are those levels that I like to work with people on.
Absolutely. And I think that I love that soul care. And I love that. I mean, our brains love to go there. Our brains are totally unlimited, you know, and we create from the unseen substances in the world. You know, we have ideas and they're coming through. And that can be one of the challenges with anxiety, depression, and traumatic stress, or just trauma that's coming up that's working through, is your brain can be so obsessed with what it's working on that you can't access your creativity.
Yes.
And that can be really, really frustrating. And that's why I'm like, let's move it. Let's move it. And to piggyback on what Dr. Cantus said, that it's really important to use a mind-body intervention, because it's the mind interventions are great, but this is in your body. Your body remembers. Your body has to be cared for too. It's going through this stuff just like you are. And I like when we are working, when I'm helping women eliminate symptoms, I'm looking for the body symptom, and that is my checkpoint. Is it still there? Okay, there's more work to do. Is it still there? Okay, and when it clears or it moves, okay, now we're getting it. We're getting there. And so all the interventions, that the singing, the dancing, you know, the hugging, that we're using the body to do the work, and we're engaging the mind with the body. And I just want to say a couple of things about what's going on in the chat. Kiana, you cracked me up over here that I'm a fighter and I can't even fight. I got you, sister.
That's probably why I was not a fighter. My body was like, just go on and die then, never mind. Just
I inherited a sister-in-law who is actually a fighter and can fight, and I'm just like, please, never let us get to Olympic state, because I'm gonna get my butt whooped. Anyway, I love her. And then somebody else had a question about, let's see. She wanted to talk about finding, speaking of shutting down trauma, that's one of the things that really stop us from healing. But we do it because if we go into the trauma, it's so overwhelming, it will shut our system down, and then we won't be able to function. And we need to function because life slows down for no one. And so it's an unconscious way to stay afloat, but we're not healing. And that's not shutting it out and keeping it in the back is not healing. But it's a brain hack, because we learned that if we can just stay busy, we can stop your inner healer from going over here to dig around and stuff. And if it's blocked, we know it's blocked. We know that if I think about that, it's going to be bad. And so it's to keep this part of the brain busy it stops it from doing the healing work it could be doing, which means going and redoing the trauma. And so when we want to heal past traumas that are too big, there's really strategies for that. And it can happen really quickly. And it needs to be in a way that's not too painful. And so for some people, that means no pain at all. And that's great, because we can create that. We can really start diving into some really, really painful traumas in ways that don't hurt anymore. And because we're doing mind-body intervention now, that means we don't have to talk about our traumas to heal. And that is empowering. And that gives us the freedom to really reclaim our emotional wellness from birth forward, if that's really what we want to do or what we need to do. I'm all about creating function. And so a lot of times that's really what guides if there's something blocking your function, like your ability to have sex, I'm pulling from Dr. Candace, then my goal is to get in there and remove whatever is the emotional mental block there, or the physical block. Or energetic block, right? Or if you can't public speak, or you know that you're supposed to be an entrepreneur starting this business and getting out from the grips of the gatekeepers and becoming your own, but you can't do it, then there's function in there where you're blocked. And we have so much power within us. It's like when we're going into our inner worlds, we get to activate unlimited amounts of power that are like shoved up in this little operating system. But just like we have the power to walk, we have the water, and we build that and we activate that power. We can activate any power that we want with intention and using our brains properly, and then practice. And so that's really what navigates a lot of my stuff. And so, but there are lots of tricks to go find suppressed traumas. And I really love to use the body, like Dr. Candace was talking about. It really holds so many keys, and really you can use the body to go straight there. It's a somatic bridge, and I would not do that without support, because it can be dangerous. You have it suppressed for a reason. And I never want to go against the body's wisdom, because it's set up for your highest function. If we pull something out that it's not ready to pull out from, the whole thing could fall down. And that's what you intuitively know, and why you're suppressing the trauma, or the big emotions, or the fear, or whatever's holding your anxiety, depression, and traumatic stress in place. And so I really want to also just talk about that, respecting that process and working with it.
Awesome. And I know I popped out there, but like I said, I'll just keep going. I'm going to move over to question and answer. So there is a question that's popped up in here twice about books you recommend as we try to look deeper into your somatic responses written for us, by us. If you guys have any recommendations for that.
I'm reading My Grandmother's Hands right now, and I'm not all the way through it, but already it's a gem. And that's written by a Black man. The Racial Healing Handbook is one that I really like. That's by Annalise Singh. She's a Sikh woman. There was one more that just left my mind, but it might come back.
And if you find it later, that's fine. We're going to send out the resources afterwards. Okay. So even if you email me and you're like, oh, these are the books, I had a chance to kind of look at my library.
Yeah.
Just kind of give people resources afterwards to follow up on. Awesome. And there was a question earlier on.
Rachel, then she might have had some.
I'm sorry.
I don't have any on that. Okay. I really have been. My focus. I got a little bit of how the brain heals trauma from some interneuropersonal biologists, and just really paired it with my work and saw what worked and why it worked, and then eliminated everything that didn't work and just do that. And so that's really my happy spot and where I'm playing. I'm committed to I told myself 2021, we're diving back into brain work and those sorts of things. So if it was 2021 or 2022, I may have some really great answers.
Awesome. So there was a question earlier about, I remember it's kind of up there in the scroll, but someone was saying, like, based on all the symptoms and stuff you guys were talking about earlier, how would you talk to someone who is kind of showcasing those things in terms of helping them, like trying to help them get help? If they necessarily might not think that they need it, or they might not recognize how a lot of those signs point to the anxiety, trauma, depression, stress that we were talking about.
I lead with empathy. So acknowledging and bearing witness to what you see in them. girl, looks like you're in pain. Man, that looks like this has been a tough month, a tough week, a tough day. You know, this just naming what you see, and they don't have to say yes or no to that. It's not an evaluation where you have to be in agreement or disagreement. It's just bearing witness to. And first, if you've done your own work and you've done, done therapies or things like that, you can say, this is who I went through to work through something like that in case you're interested one day. Make it an autonomous decision. Don't force anyone. People have to come to it, if possible, at the pace that works for them. But naming and bearing witness to their experience is the first step. You don't even want to come in without that, because otherwise it just feels judgmental.
That's right. That's right. And what Dr. Candace is talking about is that when we hear our experience shared back to us, our a lot of times people say, yeah, you're right.
The deep breath. Yes.
The prefrontal cortex starting to secrete calming chemicals onto the limbic system. And it's a really powerful way to kind of do some brain work with other people. Is just, I look at empathy statements as like a shield and a sword. Like you can pretty much get out of everything. I don't like talking with people when they're in their survival state outside of therapy. Like if I'm not holding the space for you, you need to do your own work. Right. And so when people are there, I'm like, I'm going to put an empathy statement out there and I'm out, because, or if I want to be supportive, I can do some of the things like, a hand on the back, if that's okay with them. It's not always okay with people, but body stuff. And I think Dr. Candace is really right with, it's really, people, it doesn't matter what we teach, it matters what people learn. And that's a function of neural pathway connection. And that you can't get in there and neural pathway connection anybody. I mean, we're trying to do that and we just can't, and so being able to support that process. And if you can do it in yourself, then it's like all of a sudden you can start coming out to really, because all our brains are the same. And so once you can do your own work, it really starts to spread out around you. That's what I learned.
I believe in doing it in your family. In my marriage, empathy is key. Just, hey, honey, it looks like you've had a rough day. I live in a very white space with a beautiful Black husband. And so his experience in this space, feels taxing or toxic sometimes. And so when he comes home and it's just like validation or empathy, that's when the weight of the world falls off his shoulders and we have a good night. Otherwise, if I'm questioning or evaluating, did that really happen? And we do this to each other sometimes as humans because we don't have the energy to sit with other people's stuff. And that's when people get activated again. So, yeah.
Yeah, because, once you're saying why, well, why are you always so crabby? Now this is for your thinking center and they're not in their thinking center. They're over here, can't we just, and so that's when, so.
Awesome. And so the next question was about accessibility. So says, how can the mental wellness space be more accessible to Black women? I know a lot of people can't afford to see a therapist or are without insurance to cover those costs. What would you guys' recommendations be?
I like therapy for Black girls as a resource. Specifically for Black women, they have a directory of therapists all over the United States who do therapy. And it's typically Black women who are in the directory, although there are some other people who aren't, but who work with Black women. Finding places that have a sliding scale or are nonprofit organizations, that's a bit trickier because oftentimes the people who are recruited to work there are not as well trained as people who run other types of practices, just because the budgets are so low and they can't afford to pay people a living wage all the time. But it's a good starting place. Like for me, the Center for Healing Racial Trauma, we have a sliding scale and we never turn any person of color away due to inability to pay, because the consulting and training work we do for white-facing organizations subsidizes all of that. And so that's the way I designed the practice, because I knew that therapy wasn't accessible. Most people can't afford the $150 an hour that I might charge. Typically, they would need $25 an hour. They would need zero sometimes because they're unemployed due to all kinds of things. So having that in place, I think, facilitates that. But, there are places like that all over.
And I would say that this is in the field of anxiety, depression, trauma, traumatic stress. We are not very great as a country with how we're training people and where people are at with their training. And that's really why I really like to teach people the most popular interventions in the country, because I know that you will work for yourself harder than anybody else will. And if you just have the tools, they're yours, right? And so, but what I did when I was doing this, especially because I would not have seen a therapist, I felt entirely too fragile, and I just wouldn't. I love that now. I like to hop around and say, "Ooh, I wonder what we're gonna do." You know, I like to play in my inner world now, which is so funny because I was not gonna do it. But I found an intervention that somebody just handed to me. She said, "Try this; it'll change your life." And it was emotional freedom techniques. It's simple. It's working with the meridian system. So it's ancient Chinese medicine, which probably means that it's ancient people medicine. And so this is what I'm going to give you guys a demonstration of at the end. But it's something you can do for yourself all the time, anytime you want, anytime you need. And if that's not the right one for you, find these ones, practice, see if you can sit with yourself, because if you can take some of the stress off, you're going to function better. And that makes you think more clearly for your next step. Right. And so wherever you're at, that's really where you want to start. And you can really master these yourself and really become who you need to become for yourself.
Absolutely.
Awesome. And so we're running short on time. I think I can squeeze in 2 more questions. But before I do, I know that we talked about before kind of pre the session, if you guys had any activities and stuff that you would lead people with to be able to practice at home.
Yeah.
So I have the Black Lives Matter meditation for healing racial trauma. And that's on my website at drcandicenicole.com. It's free. It always has been, always will be. You can download that, or you can just listen to it on SoundCloud or iTunes, whatever works well for you. And that's one that has been featured in a number of places. And I think it's because it resonates with people, and it might not with you, but it's accessible in there. So I'll leave you guys with that. And I know, Rachel, you wanted to do one.
Yeah. And mine, I have a handout on my website. It's rachelmcleod.com /handout. And if you go there, you can download that. And emotional freedom techniques is the one I like to start with, because you can do a lot of very deep work without there's some negative side effects of digging in your inner world. And we want to be safety first, and then we want to do a lot of the work, but we have to have that safety piece in. And so emotional freedom techniques has no known side effects, and it works really, really fast. And I like results. And so this is when I try new interventions, if I get quick results with it, or I can get quick results with my clients, I keep it. If I don't, it's out. And so, or it's in the back, maybe I'll pull from it, after they're, whatever. But really, I want to really put the fire out. And so the thinking center can turn back on and work its magic. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to guide you guys through an exercise now, and I'm going to have you do this exercise with me. And this is a tapping intervention. We're going to use the body. I don't tap on my body because it just doesn't work for me anymore. So I'm going to tap in my field, but I want you to go ahead and tap on your body in these points. I'm going to walk you through those, but I'm just kind of giving you an example right now. And I want you to participate by taking full responsibility of your emotional wellness and mental wellness and physical wellness. And we're going to work with a rating system. So on a scale of 0 to 10, how intense this thing is. And we're going to look at some anxiety, just one anxiety, because we don't want to open up a whole lot. You don't want to open up more than you can handle in a moment. And so that's a nice way to keep safety in place. Excuse me. And so a scale of 1 to 10 of how distressing this is, 10 being maximum distress, 0 being no problem whatsoever. And so where you're at there, this has to do with you and how you function, and you can just grab a number. It doesn't have to be precise. This is just going to help me track what's happening. And I'm going to look at the polls, and I think, yep, it's coming on now. So before you click anything on the poll, I want you to go ahead and choose something that you're anxious about. Okay. And as you're tuning into that, I want you just to ask one question. What fear is coming up? Okay, and I want you to notice that fear. And now I want you to look at your body, and I want you to see how is your body letting you know that you're anxious, that this fear is there. Where is this fear in your body? Okay. Some of you may have an easier time with this, with the body piece than others, and that's okay. I just want you to tune in and check, because you're doing the work. You're firing that neural pathway, and that means you're building that. And so that's good. Okay, so now you can find it in your body, or maybe it's outside your body. Sometimes that happens as well. It's like this, it feels like this feeling. I want you to notice what that sensation is. Is it squeezy? Is it tight? Is it heavy? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it moving? Is it pulsing? Is it just staying there like a brick? And there's no wrong answer. Okay, and I want you also to notice, is there a color in your body about this? Is this sensation, what color is this? Okay, and now I want you to find out how intense this is for you on a scale of 0 to 10. And when you have that, I want you to go ahead and choose one of the numbers for you. And I don't know exactly how the technology of that works, but I'd like to be able to catch the.
I think you have to click on a number yourself as well. So
I don't know if the results will come up. We'll see. Okay, so this is our target. If this is what we're going to work on. We're going to work on the fear. We're going to work on where it's at in your body. We're going to work on. Well, let me ask another question for you, and we're going to work on the intensity. If this sensation had words, what would it be saying? And you might hear lots of things. And if it's too intense, I want you to back away from it. You might hear a statement. You might hear screaming. You might hear crying. You might get a vision of someone like this. You know, you might hear a sound. You might have a knowing. But I want you just to gather that information. Okay. And now we're going to do an intervention on it. Okay. So this is our target. And if we let your mind go to any other place, we're going to activate a lot more distress. We don't want to go there. This is what we're measuring. This is what we're focused on. Okay. And so with this in your focus, I want you to go ahead and tap on the side of your hand over here, the juicy part. Good. And just notice it. Notice what's going on in your body and this anxiety. And go ahead, tap under your nose. And under your lip and your middle finger and outside your eye. Okay, now we're gonna tap a little bit more. Okay, and I'm gonna have you tap on your eyebrow right here. This is a trauma point and an anxiety point. Okay, outside your eye, this is rage, anger. You might need to remember that one if you're like me. Under your eye, this is stomach. This is a big anxiety piece and about power. Under your nose. Under your lip. And just notice what's going on in your body. Notice all the information that you gathered, the fear that's coming up, collarbone. And it's okay if you're not exactly on the point. Intention matters a lot when you're doing this kind of work. Okay. And then there's a point right here. It's in the middle of your bra strap under your arm. Okay, good. And then there's another one under here, directly under your breast, on your rib. And sometimes if some of us are blessed with larger breasts, we can't get in there. You can just tap there and it'd be like that liver point, And then if you're going to shake someone's hand, you're going to tap here on your thumb and your first finger. And just notice this fear and how intense it is. Middle finger.
How are the taps supposed to be too? Are they supposed to be lighter or more substantial?
Light is perfect. See, I'm not even tapping and this is how I do mine. So these are not things you have to do deeply, and you don't even need to do a lot. You can get away with even 1 tap or 3 taps. Or sometimes if you're in a meeting and you're like, starting to stress out, you just rub the points and nobody has to even know. And I saw you, Abigail, I saw you take a deep breath, and that's some of the stuff we're looking for, because we want your system to start calming, right? yawning, taking deep breaths, those sorts of things. Okay, so now I want you to tune back into the fear that we're our target fear. And I want you to go ahead and see how intense that is right now for you. And there's a new poll on there, and I want you to click that and just let me know where you're at with that.
Let me make sure it's public. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let me see. Should be a new one. Okay. It doesn't have, it just says rate your anxiety right now. It doesn't have the 10 highest thing anymore. Just so people don't re-vote in the same poll.
Go ahead and put your number in the chat. Put your before and your after number in the chat. And we'll see where it's at. This intervention will work on a lot of anxiety. Sometimes it won't touch it. And so I want to see where you're at, because if most of us are coming down, I want to keep going. And if not, there's another intervention that we'll try. That's like my sledgehammer, and we'll kibosh it. Okay. Good. Okay, so CARE's coming down to a 3. Wonderful. Okay, Vivian's got some movement. Good, good, good. Good, good, wonderful. 6 to a 4. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, Kiana is still the same. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I'm going to teach you this next intervention, because at least if anybody's in Kiana's boat, we can give this a whirl. And that's really what we do. If one thing doesn't work, we'll move to the next. You know, if you still got energy coming up, choose your next thing. Okay, wonderful. So most people's are coming down. Okay, I want you to tune back in to this fear. And then I want you to notice what's going on in your body. It might have moved. Sometimes it will move from your stomach to your shoulder, or your shoulder to your elbow, whatever. And I want you to see what that sensation is. If that sensation is something that's tight now, if it's the same as it was, just less or the same. And I want you to ask yourself, if this sensation had words, what would it be saying? And just note that might be the same, or it might be something new. And just grab that data up. Okay. And now this one's a little bit more complicated. So I don't use it. Well, actually I use it a ton right now. But you're going to hold your collarbone point, and you're going to tap on this. This meridian point is responsible for fight, flight, freeze, and faint. And this intervention is called collarbone breathing, and this is in the handout. When you're breathing, you're expanding and you're holding your breath, which I'm going to have you do. You're expanding the plates in your head, and you're just making room for energy to flow. And so this one I love to use because it really helps reset neural pathways and really create a lot of change. So you're going to touch here on your collarbone point. We're going to use both collarbone points. And I'm going to have you tap continuously right here on the back of your hand, in pinky finger and ring finger divot in there. And it's okay if you wander around, because sometimes that happens when you're trying to do this. But this is where we're going to be. Okay, and I want you to take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. Okay, good. And tune back into your fear that we're working on, and curl to your knuckles. And take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. Good. And I want you to come over to your other side. And hand, yep. And same tapper. And take a deep breath in and hold it. And halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. And you don't have to be paying super attention to the fear. We just know that's what we're working on. And now come up to your fingers, be tapping on that. Good. Take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. Good. Okay, now we're going to transition and do the same thing back, but we're going to take our tapper, and it's going to become our toucher. It's going to be the tapper. Okay, and same thing back. And just, I want you to tune into this fear and tune into what's going on in your body, and just take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. Good. And curl to your knuckles. Take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. all the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. Okay, over to your other side. Yep. And take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and breathe regular. And if you got lost, that's okay. Just keep doing your best here. Let's do one more. This is the last one. Take a deep breath in and hold it. Halfway out and hold it. All the way out and hold it. Breathe halfway in and hold it. And breathe regular. Okay. All right. I want you to tune into your fear. Look at the target. I don't want you to let your mind wander around it. Just look at the one target and take an inventory of what's going on in your body. And how intense is this for you now? And I want you to go ahead and write your before and this last one. And let's see where you're at now. Awesome. Hey. Yay, good, good, good. So half. Okay, 4 to a 3. Good. Okay, and so you know, this just works on everything. This was the only intervention I had. I really thought that this intervention was magical, and like this was the best intervention that was ever created, ever. But it's not true, because it's just, our brains are just this magical, and when we support it right, it just happens. But this one I find is really fast. It's really quick, and you really can try it on anything and get some really powerful movement. Okay, and so for LT, it went up, and sometimes that happens, and so and it traveled to a new area, and so you're going into the event. You're going into the fear, and that's a good thing if you can tolerate it. If it feels too overwhelming and too not, you can create the picture of a container or a really powerful box and throw it in there, put the lid on. Sometimes, you know, it's mental work, right? We're unlimited mentally. And so sometimes you're like, that's not enough. I need a padlock. I need to call an ancestor to come sit on the box, put a foot on the box, like do whatever mentally you need to do to keep the box closed. And you can really use the tapping then to imagine healing energy going into the box. But if it's at a 10 and you're okay with that, keep tapping. You know, any movement is good movement, as long as you feel safe and you're confident with that. And sometimes these things, you know, they don't move down a lot. And that's a lot of times because we need to break them down a little bit further and take them piece by piece and get the whole thing resolved. So, but I wanted you to have an experience of your body communicating to you. I wanted you to have, okay, let's see, went from my throat to hands, and it was pretty intense. Yes, that's, your body has a lot to say about this, and this energy is in there. And so if you can like I said, if you can handle the intensity, great. If not, you can like imagine the energy pouring off into that box, or, you know, get up, shake it off. That's a really great thing to be doing, because it's movement. But now we're talking about, this is what animals do. They just, like, you'll see them get chased by the men, and they escaped by the hair of their, you know, whatever, and now they'll shake it off, and that's their healing mechanism. We've got crying, we've got all of these things are really powerful. So just take care of yourself, and you can even, to exit route, you can be like, okay, now I'm coming back and I'm calm and I'm not going back in there anymore, and that was too intense for me, but it was good to know that was there, and I am done with that for now. And you can get professional help, or you can wait a little while and keep tapping on other things and come back to that, and it'll be better, because everything is connected. And once you get the healing pathways opened up, the things that couldn't get through there, now it will have the strength and the knowledge and the capacity to move those bigger things. So
that's awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I hope, you know, everybody can take that with them. I know there's a ton of other questions. So how can people get in touch with you? Or just even follow you, or if you guys write or blog or whatever. I don't know if you just want to list out your resources. I'm going to send them out, but just so people have them.
Yeah, you can find me at Dr. Candace Nicole on Instagram or Facebook, and at the Center for Healing Racial Trauma.com or drcandacenicole.com.
Awesome.
I am on Facebook. You can find me Rachel McLeod, LCSW. I'm there. I have lots of videos talking about, I nerd out about anxiety and healing. And I'm also have my website. That's rachelmcleod.com I'm doing what I do. Anyway, rachelmcleod.com. And my program is very specific. It's for people that really want, I have an intensive program. And it's for people who really want to learn these strategies and want my support guiding them through that. And so, yeah, reach out if this is something that you want to explore. And I have a webinar really showing you what I do. And so that's how you can find me.
Awesome. Awesome. And I want to thank you guys so much. I'm sorry my video cut out, but thank you guys for, just imparting so much wisdom and knowledge and helping us understand ourselves better. I definitely, I know it was needed, but even me personally, I'm definitely going to be using that exercise. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
For sure. For everybody else, the next and final session is going to be on this main stage. So this broadcast is going to end with if you go run to the bathroom, run there real quick. And then this is actually the perfect segue because we're going to start talking about visualization and manifesting. That is the next step. So don't go too far and we'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Thank you guys.
Hi, thank you, everyone.
So I'm just going to go ahead and get into it, guys. Hello. Thank you so much for sticking this out with us. This has been such a great healing and relief for me already. For anyone who doesn't know who I am and I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet, my name is Kanique Swinson. I'm the founder and CEO of Soul Sister Network, partner of this event, and I'm also the co-founder of Black Women Heal Summit. And I just want to say this has been such a day of healing, guys. This last therapy session that we had, I was over here tapping away. I was over here living my best life, getting my full release. And now we are ready to get into what we are here to do with Soul Sister Network. So I'm going to go ahead and get into it, guys. So like I said, my name is Kanique Swinson. I'm a mindset and a manifestation coach. So I want you guys to do something in the chat for me. If you have never heard of manifestation before, or if you know very little about it, I want you to give me that. If you feel like you're fairly familiar with it, you kind of know what's up, you maybe have manifested or done a visualization activity one time, give me a 2 in the chat. And if you guys feel like you are manifesting masters, you've done multiple manifestations, or you at least have a really strong grasp of what it is, you know what the law of attraction is, all that good stuff, I want you to give me a 3. Okay, coming in, we got a 1, a 2, a 2. Okay, I'm anticipating we'll probably get a lot of 2s. I feel like now people are a little bit more familiar with manifestation, so this isn't a foreign concept, but you might not be into it. Okay, I see a 2.5. Yes, I saw a couple of 1s. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're dealing with not experts, but experts on their prime, okay? And we're about to get into it. So let's dive deep, guys. Like I said, I'm so excited to be here with you today, and I'm ready to get into it. Before we start this session though, I want you guys to drop your shoulders, release your jaw, iron out those lines in the top of your forehead, and just give yourself permission to enjoy this session, because that's what manifestation is about. So I want to set the intention for this session to be that you guys get everything out of this experience, what you put into it. And I'm so excited to be able to share this with you guys. So let's get into it. Let's dig deep. I'm ready. And I'm going to have this chat up. So as I'm going, I want you guys to be talking to me, because I'm over here talking to myself, basically. Okay. So again, manifesting. So for anyone who isn't familiar with manifesting, or you need a fresh reminder, manifesting is basically, to put it simply, it's the thought that you can create your best life, right? And when me and Abby talked about this particular event, we wanted to include manifesting and visualization, because now that we've healed, there's space for us to actively co-create with the universe what we want our lives and our day and our week to look like moving forward. So manifestation is literally just the thought and the belief that you can create your life with the universe. It's a co-creation thing, right? And it's based on the law of attraction. So why it matters. A lot of people are kind of a little reluctant about manifesting sometimes. but it matters because I really want you guys to get this. Whether you think manifesting and the law of attraction is real or not, it is always working. Like the law of attraction is as finite as the law of gravity, right? So whether you're tall, short, skinny, curvy, if you go to the top of a building and jump, you're going to come down. You're not going to float, right? Because that's the law of gravity. That's how certain it is. That's the law of attraction. So the law of attraction states that like attracts like. So if you're in a positive mood, you're going to attract positive things. If you're in a negative mood or vibration, you're going to attract negative things. Let me know in the comments if this is making sense for anybody or if you have any questions so far, but that's just the premise of this, right? So what we're really going to get into in this session is tapping into our master manifestors. And we're going to do that by doing a visualization activity. So I included this next slide just as a sense of inspiration for you guys to think about what you can manifest in this session, what you can bring to life in this session. And again, like I mentioned, I'm a mindset and a manifestation coach. So a little bit about me, I have been manifesting now, I'd say for about 10 years. I manifested a plethora of things. When I first started manifesting, I was like, okay, I don't think this is real. I was like, I don't think this is working. Like, drop that in the chat, guys, if you have had those feelings before. And you're like, I mean, okay, like, sure, you can create your best life, but like, can you? You know, that was me at first. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna hold you. When I first started this, I was like, I mean, sure, like, you know, but life happens, right? Like, just kind of happens to you. It wasn't until I started practicing this thinking and these concepts and doing my own visualizations and helping other people do visualizations that I realized, okay, there's more to this. So I've actively been using it probably correctly for maybe about like 4 to 3 years. And when I tell you guys, it has changed my life. It completely has changed my life. Before this, I used to think that life happened to you. And now I feel like I happen to life. And manifestation is built all on the structure of your mindset. So that's what visualization is. We're going to get into your mind. We're going to change your mind. We're going to do some inspirational visualizations and get into it. But just as a source of inspiration for you guys, I'm just going to share a little bit about the things that I have manifested in my journey. So I kid you not, it's like manifesting is like a trial and error period, right? You figure out like, okay, this worked for me. Okay, this didn't work for me. Like, it's a no-go. And this list seems extensive, but I wanted to include a plethora of things just to show you guys that you can apply it to almost anything. If you want something a little bit more materialistic, like a gift or a flower or a coffee, it works for that. Your mind can change that. If you want contact from someone, like a call or a text message, I do that all the time, right? If you want something that's a little bit more intricate, like finding your soulmate or extreme weight loss, you can do that as well. And all these things, actually, I kid you not, are things that I have actively manifested. And afterwards, I was like, wait a minute, did I do that? Yes, I did. So that's what I want you guys to experience in this. I want you to feel empowered. I want you to feel like you got this. And if you guys have any questions for me now, be sure to drop them in the chat. I'm definitely here, definitely open, definitely ready to share. And if not, then we can get into our wonderful visualization activity. So any questions? Anyone have any lingering thoughts before we get into this activity? Yes. Okay. Got it. Still have doubts, but I'm trying. I have doubts literally currently. Okay. Same. That was definitely, like I said before, manifesting is all about your mindset. Like, I forget who this quote is by, but the quote is, whether you think you can or you think you can, you're right. And, you know, I've heard that quote before, but it wasn't until I was kind of in the right mindset to receive it that I realized, oh, wow, like, whether you think that you're capable of something or not, it's so true. So it all is about the root of your mindset and getting to that root so that you can continue to build. And I'm so glad that before this, we had our therapy session, because the best way to heal, especially for women of color and Black women, because we do carry around a little bit more baggage in this world sometimes. And, you know, like we were talking about, and that was mirrored in so many other sessions that we had today, sometimes life can feel very heavy for us, right? And the best way to manifest is to heal, is to have a release. So I'm so glad we had the release prior to this, because now your mind is a little bit clearer, right? Like now we tapped and we had activity already. So now you've released a little bit of that fear and a little bit of that anxiety. So as we're going into this activity, I really want you guys to dive deep. I want you to give yourself permission to go there. Don't give, look at this experience and have zero expectations, right? I'm not saying from this one activity, like you're going to walk outside and there's going to be like a car there, or if you're manifesting a man, that you're going to walk outside and he's going to bump into you on your front porch, right? Like it's not going to be that immediate, but it's just visualizing and believing that you can receive stuff. And I find for me, it took me a long time to manifest because similar to you guys, I was having so many doubts. Like I wanted something, but in essence, I didn't believe that it was possible. So when you visualize and do visualization activities, your brain can't tell the difference between you visualizing something and between you actually doing something, right? There have been so many scientific studies about it, where if you close your eyes and you imagine your hands behind like a new car, that's the same for your brain as if you actually hopped in the car and had your hands on the steering wheel, which is crazy to think about, but it's so true. So here we go. Yeah. It's so true. So again, I just want to go ahead and get into it. I don't see any standing out questions. Okay. Would you say visualization is similar to vision boarding? I would say they have similar principles, but visualization taps into something different. I think vision boarding is a little bit more like goal setting, and it consistently puts what you want to manifest in your sight. So it kind of reminds you to visualize, if that makes sense. But visualizing is actually the practice of closing your eyes, diving deep, and giving yourself permission to see what it is that you want and know that you're worthy of receiving it, and giving yourself permission. Let's see. Since the workshop I attended with you, I've been so much more intentional about what I think and say. I love that. Kiana, not to start a new thing, but I can't picture things when my eyes are closed like that. Okay, girl, I literally, when I first started this, I thought it was just me. It actually is a thing. Like some people close their eyes and they don't see anything. Some people close their eyes and they see a lot. In the beginning, I couldn't see anything, Kiana, so you are not by yourself, girl. I kid you not. So when I close my eyes and try to visualize, I might not be seeing anything, but I would focus on the feeling, right? Because the thing about manifestation is it works on vibration. It works on frequencies, right? So even if you close your eyes and you don't see anything, I'm going to be walking you guys through a guided meditation. So what that means is like, you won't be there by yourself. I'm guiding you through it. I'm listing off things that you could possibly be seeing. So as I'm listing these things off, just take the liberty to feel what it would feel like. Take the liberty to talk to yourself, right? So the activity we're going to be getting into today is meeting your future self. I put this together this week, and I'm just so excited to dive deep with you guys. I'm just going to go ahead and get into it, since it doesn't look like we have any more incoming questions, but just know I'm excited, and I recorded this and tried it on myself, and I had such a nice release. So again, like I mentioned, zero expectations, guys. Really release. Remind yourself that you're worthy of this, that you deserve this thing. Turn your phones off. Make sure they're on silent, because you don't want any distractions, right? So this visualization activity is going to be about 20 minutes. And the reason it's 20 minutes is because a full chi cycle is 20 minutes, right? And a chi cycle means that every energy in your body is aligned. So it takes every cell in your body about 20 minutes to get aligned. So this session is called Aligned as Fuck, or AF, because I want to make sure that I get you to that aligned point, so that when you guys leave this session today, you feel not only healed through all of our sessions, but you feel a sense of accomplishment and peace, like you can go out and do all these amazing things that we've talked about today, because they're so possible, right? So let's get into it, guys. I want you to find a place that is comfortable for you. You are going to be closing your eyes. You're really going to be you're going to be tuning in. So I'll give you guys a second to get ready, to get comfortable, to do any last minute adjustments, whatever that might be. You might want to do this sitting in a chair upright. You might want to do this on the ground, but I would suggest whatever you do, just try to, no crossed legs, no crossed arms. And as you're manifesting, you want to keep your hands upright. So a lot of the times when I manifest, I put my hands up and I lay them on my knees because this is a sign of receiving, right? So we want to receive all of this from the universe. All right, give you guys a couple more minutes to get settled. All right, let's begin. I want you guys to allow your eyes to close and take a few deep breaths and get comfortable where you're at. I want you to place your feet on the ground, uncrossed, and we're going to start a little breath work and getting aligned here. So getting super comfortable with your eyes closed, imagining a wave of deep relaxation that's now moving all the way down your body. From your head, all the way down to your toes. You're smoothing out any lines in your forehead, any creases around your eyes. You're allowing your jaw to slack. You're allowing your shoulders to drop. You're sending that wave of deep relaxation all the way down your torso, down your legs, down into your feet. So let's go ahead and slow down our nervous system so that we're in a more receptive state. So we can give thanks, be receptive, and receive. We're going to do that by doing a deep inhale. Inhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1, holding, and exhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1. Holding and exhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1. One more time with a deep inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1, holding and exhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1. Great job. Great job. So I'm going to take this time to remind you guys that you have the power to manifest and create anything that you desire. Again, you have the power to manifest anything and to create anything that you desire. So imagine before you, there are 2 seats. Imagine your current self sitting in one of those seats. Take a good look at yourself. What do you look like? What are you wearing? What's your posture like? How are you carrying yourself? What's the expression on your face? Just observing it, simply taking it all in, not offering any judgment. Just cultivating awareness. Learning a little bit more about yourself. So that empty seat that's facing you, imagine your future self walking in and having a seat on the empty seat. This could be yourself somewhere down in the future where all of your dreams have come true, where all of your goals have been accomplished. This could be 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, whatever that means for you. But this woman that you're looking at, every single one of her dreams have manifested. The sky is the limit and you have achieved it all. It's that person who is walking in and having a seat straight across from you. Your 2 selves are now facing each other. Take your future self in. What does she look like? How is she carrying herself? How is she dressed? What is her facial expression like? What's her posture like? How do you feel in her presence? Really take her in, really study her. Are you moved by her presence? Are you touched? Are you inspired? She's going to have a few words for you, and she's going to share them with you now. It's going to be words of wisdom, or maybe inspiration, how-tos. Remember that they are you and they've done it all. I'm going to allow some time for that dialogue. Reminding yourself that you are worthy of your innermost dreams coming true. Reminder that you are this woman, and giving gratitude for this moment and this clarity. Your future self is offering your current self the insight on how to get there, the love, the compassion, and support that you need to get there. Just taking it all in, being super open to what's being said, receiving it all with an open heart and an open mind. This is you guiding yourself and healing yourself. All the while, taking in the magnitude of your own presence. Your current self may have a few questions for your future self. You may go ahead and ask them now. It may be a few thoughts, concerns, fears, doubts, insecurities, whatever it might be. You're welcome to share it all now and see what guidance your future self has to offer you. Being as vulnerable and honest and authentic as you can possibly be. Being as open to the feedback and as courageous to implement it as you can possibly be. Knowing and honoring that you are totally worthy of all of your dreams coming true. You're doing such a good job. You deserve that feeling of accomplishment, that feeling of gratitude, that satisfaction with life, that enthusiasm for life. Take a moment to see where this dialogue goes. You may have more thoughts for your future self, or your future self may be inspired to share more wisdom, or you may be holding each other, hugging each other, holding hands, giving yourself permission to just experience this, to experience you, to be in awe of you, how beautiful you are, a strong Black woman who's had to endure so much but still is standing strong there as your future self, letting it all in. You're giving yourself permission to release any habit or emotions now that no longer align with the woman that you are today. Not being afraid to be vulnerable and to release any emotions that are trying to come up. You are safe, and this is your vision to create. This is yours. This is your moment. This is your time. You're doing great. You're doing great. Allowing whatever emotions that are coming up to come up freely with no judgment. You notice that your future self has an envelope in her hand. And you watch as she hands it to you. I want you to look at that envelope. Inside is the answer to unlocking your very next level. This is you. You have come back to give yourself words of wisdom, to give yourself this envelope. Slowly open the envelope. Reading in your mind, what does it say? What advice do you see? What encouragement are you giving yourself? You're doing great. You're giving yourself permission to experience any emotions or feelings that are coming up for you. I want you to ask this version of yourself, what are the next steps that you need to take to transform, to align with this version of yourself? What are the next steps? Ask yourself. Now that you've talked to your future self, now that you have your envelope, now that you see what it contains, what are your next steps to get there? How do you align more with that woman who's already you? How do you walk more in that power that's already inside of you and is so strong, so resilient? I want you to believe that this is available for you right now. Not later, not tomorrow, but right now in this very moment. The woman you are looking at is you. And when you start to feel complete with your exchange, I want you to simply go back to observing your future self, taking it all in, being witness to your own power, your own beauty, taking in what it looks like, what it feels like when all of your dreams come true, when everything that you've ever wished for actualizes and more. When you're living your dream life and you are your dream self, taking it all in, what do you look like? What do you feel like? What do you smell like? What is it like to just adore you? Knowing that this self-love has been in you all along and that you deserve this love and you are so worthy of loving yourself unconditionally. Without any rules or regulations, you deserve it. I want you to hug your future self. Maybe you have some words of completion, encouragement, love, or support. And as we're coming to completion, just knowing that that future self is you, that you are already aligned with your future self. You and her are one. And how good does that feel? I want you to take in this moment and bask in that feeling that she is you and you are her, and that you deserve to become this woman. There is nothing standing in your way. There's nothing standing in your way from showing up as this woman every day, taking in all of her and her glory. You are this person right here and right now. And I want you to know that you can carry this sensation forward with you wherever you go, no matter what the day or the situation is. And perhaps you've gained some insight and some clarity that you can carry with you in your day-to-day life, knowing that the doubts, limiting beliefs, and negative thoughts are not you. They are not real. They are not real. They are just simply outdated programming, and you are free to release them right now. You can make up your mind to release them right now. Let today be the day that you let go of that baggage, of those doubts, of that fear, of that worry, of that overthinking. Just let today be the day that you decide to walk in your truth and you walk in your power. Feeling so much endless gratitude for this moment, for this space, for this version of yourself. You are already this person. Feel the joy. You are already aligned. I want you to take a deep breath in through your nose and soak in that gratitude. Exhaling out of your mouth, giving thanks for this experience. Inhaling through your nose, holding it, and exhaling out of your mouth. Inhaling again through your nose, wiggling your fingers and toes. Exhaling out of your mouth. Last deep breath, last deep breath. Inhaling through your lungs, filling your body with all the fresh air and oxygen, releasing any final worries. Exhaling slowly and gently returning. Slowly and gently returning. Slowly and gently returning. Wonderful work, guys. Welcome back, ladies. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. You guys did such a great job. You guys did such a great job. I can feel your energies from here, believe it or not. I can feel the energy from here. I can feel the healing from here. This was just so powerful for me. Drop in the chats. Let me know how you ladies are feeling. How does your body feel? How does your mind feel? How does your soul feel? Bliss, wow. Wow, yeah, I love that. I love that for you, Abigail. I love that. Perfect word. Yes, I'm excited for my future self because she's bomb. Yes, sis. Yes, does anyone want to share in the captions, you know, what your future self looked like or what she felt like, what she smelled like? Were you surprised by anything that you experienced? Did anyone have a big release? I know when I did this for myself, I had a really, really big release. It was nice, you know, to see myself already living and breathing the life that I foresee myself having. It was a wonderful release. Yeah, all the comments, very powerful, much needed. Your mind is clear. This is incredibly powerful. I needed this release to finally be able to rest. I love that. Prepared and inspired. I was bashful being in front of my future self. Yeah, what a good word, bashful, in tears. Yeah, that was me last night, Galen. I was, woo, honey. Yeah, her wig was laid. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Wow. I'm feeling all the love, guys. Yes, humble yet aware of her power. I love Raven. That's powerful. Happy and empowered. I started tearing up. I smelled like cherries. Yes. And I was looking snatched. Come on, Layla. Yes. Yes, ladies, I feel your energy all the way from here. Wow, she knew her worth. That's powerful. And you know, that's why me and Abby really wanted to end the session with this visualization activity. We just wanted to remind you, ladies, that this is you, that all of that power to create this woman, this wonderful, beautiful woman that you see, you are already her. You know, I remember just from experience, I did a visualization activity maybe like 3 years ago of who I wanted to be now, right? I wanted her to be in a relationship. You know, I wanted her to have a man. Well, I just said a man twice. Clearly y'all can tell what my focus was on. You know, to look good, to smell good, to have her wardrobe right, like to feel powerful. And it's funny because I think like at the time it felt impossible, right? It felt impossible. But now I'm like, wow, okay, I'm actually kind of the person that I visualized for myself 3 years ago. And that's why these things are so powerful, because it lets you know that in a sense, if you believe that, you know, time is just kind of a social construct, that in a sense you are already her, right? Did anyone have anything powerful that was in that envelope? I know for me, when I got the envelope, I like opened it up and my future self read me. She was like, sis, get it together. Yes. Yes, Gerald said, surprised at how similar we looked, as weird as it sounds. Wow. Really helped me visualize where I needed to get to that point. I love that. I love that. Very powerful. She saw a real understanding of her worth, taking in all of that space that's needed to be fulfilling. I love that. Yes. Yes, guys. Yes. Wow. I'm going to let you guys continue to sit with these feelings. And I'm so excited that we got to close this experience out together. I'm so thankful that you guys hung in there with us for our Black Women Heal Summit. I am relieved. I'm inspired by all of you ladies showing up. When me and Abby came up with the structure of what this was going to look like, and when I came on board with Abby's vision, you know, it was hard for me to even kind of visualize what was going to happen or what this was going to be like. But this has, without a doubt, exceeded all of my expectations. Wow, I'm really thankful for all of you guys, and thankful to you each, for you each, if that makes sense. I'm thankful that you guys allowed yourself to go there, that you allowed yourself to really dive deep and experience this with us. Malika said, my letter said, quit playing, you know what needs to be done. I love that. I love that. Abigail said she helped me let go of internalizing. Yes, ladies. Yes. Yeah, y'all did that. If you guys are here for yourselves and just want to share love, give me some hearts, give me some love in the chat. Like, I feel this love radiating, but I want to make sure that all of our other sisters that are here with us are feeling this as well. The premise of doing this together and not just by yourself is that not only can you hold space for yourself, but by doing this as a collective, that collective healing that we were talking about in the therapy session it just liberated your fellow sister who's doing this alongside you. This was a collective healing. And I'm so glad that you guys joined me. Wow, all the hearts. I'm really inspired by all of you ladies and thankful for you for being here. So that's the session. I wish I could do this all day long with you guys. If you want to stay in touch with me, like I said, I'm the founder of Soul Sister Network. I intend to do manifestations like this for free, meditations like this for free that are easy access for people, especially while we're in this state of constant healing. You can follow Soul Sister Network directly on Instagram, and you can also follow me on my personal page, Kanika Manifest, if you'd like. Again, like I said, I'm a manifestation and a mindset coach. So for a living, I do this with women for a living. I've liberated myself through my mindset, and now my goal, and I know my passion and my purpose, is just to help other ladies do that. So even if it's not coming on as a client or anything like that, feel free, if you have any follow-up questions, whatever that might be, to DM me on my personal page or on Soul Sister Network. I'm behind that page as well. What you will be experiencing after this, drink lots of water. A lot of the times after you visualize, because you're tapping in to your subconscious mind, you'll have vivid dreams. You might be feeling things a little bit more intensely. So if you're a little sad later on, it might be like really sad, or if you're really happy later on, it might be really happy. So just thank you guys so much. Abby's going to come on after this to close this out. But again, as far as for me as a partner and a co-founder for the event, I just want to thank our wonderful sponsors who are also here participating, and all of you ladies for being a part of this and being open to this idea and this space that we created, because it wouldn't be this exact space without you. So thank you guys for that. Stay tuned. Abby's going to come on right after this to close us out. And definitely do not hesitate to reach out if you have any questions, guys. Thank you so much. I love this. I love you all. I'm sending you so much love and so much light. And we will close this out soon. Bye, ladies.
Thank you guys so much for coming. Kenny was saying a lot of what was, kind of the intention behind the space. And so I want to do two things. One, before I get into the last word I'm going to say, I want you guys to repeat after me. And that is that, like, you're grateful. So however you, thank you, I'm grateful, however you, say that. So I'm going to say, I'm grateful. Thank you for the space. And then I also want you to say, I receive all that is coming to me and all that I gained. And make an affirmation. Make a declaration on your space. One of the things that Kenny was talking about, the law of attraction, like different faith bases and different religions, or people who are even maybe agnostic might see things differently. But one of the things, at least in the Christian faith, is like we claim things. And so you claim that for yourself, claim that happiness, that peace, and that healing, and that wholeness for yourself. That is yours. You have it, and no one else can make a demand on it. That is yours to make a demand on. So claim and receive all of that for yourself. That is all things I want you guys to have. I want to specifically thank Kanik. I know I've been doing that a lot, but y'all do not understand how helpful, how just like monumental she's been in this process. I thank you all for that. You can find me at the Abigail J. Covington. We're both in the bio on our Instagram page. If you reach out to me, DM me, I can give you my email. If you're interested in collaborating on anything else. And lastly, I'll end with a little quick tidbit. So this entire conference was planned in 4 weeks. So on May 30th, I got the idea. God put it on my heart to do. And in 15 minutes, I had planned out the general framework of this conference. I was like, okay, I can talk to that person. What happened today is a little bit different from that. But in 15 minutes, I planned it out. And I have gone out somewhere. And then by the time I came home, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Ain't nobody really trying to show up. That's not really that's a lot of word, blah, blah, blah. And then it was like, my Christians will know. Like when Jeremiah talks about fire being in his bones, it was like just on my heart. Like this is not an optional thing to do. And so The next day, I was out with my dad, and the first person I texted was Asile. And I was like, once I put it in the atmosphere, it has to happen. It's going to make a demand on me, to make a demand on the space. And so she was like, absolutely, whatever you need. And from that moment on, it took off. And within a week, the entire structure of the conference was planned. And by, yesterday, 150 tickets were sold. So we have raised a lot of money for the Okra Project and the Loveland Foundation, but we've also obviously curated the space. And so I just want that to be a testament for you guys. All you have is all you need. Mike Todd says that all the time, but holistically believe that for yourself. Everything that you are currently endowed with is what you need to do whatever it is that you want to do. And you have been given your gifts and skills and talents to do that. So don't doubt yourself. Walk in the calling of your anointing, or walk in the calling of your purpose, because you have specifically been designed to do that. And so I lead sessions and stuff, but this is the first time I've ever done anything of my own kind of accord. And so by the time I had done the framework, I reached out to Kanique, and she was like, I was thinking about planning something, and you already have it planned. And I was reaching out to her about the people, and I was like, you have the network. And just like that, what she was manifesting, what I was manifesting, have been aligned, and this came together. And obviously it was intentional. People needed a healing space. People needed this for their self-care Saturday. So walk in the purpose, right? And follow those signs. And when you have callings and pushes and forces that are working for you to level up and to try something new and to challenge yourself, don't fight that. Because had I decided and sat in that decision that this wasn't going to be anything, we would not be here this morning. Or maybe we would, because Kanique was definitely going to manifest that herself. But I wouldn't be, leading this in this space. So I just wanted to give you guys that story before you left and enjoyed the rest of your Saturday. Please be safe out here. Take care of yourselves. Protect your peace. And, continue to sign off in the chat. I don't know if that closes when the event closes. If it does, we can find a place somewhere else. Tag us at Black Women Heal Summit. Continue to use the hashtag on Twitter. I would love to see things that you guys learned today, or your favorite sessions and quotes. Hashtag BWH 2020. Again, shout out to all of our sponsors. Shout out to Anya and Liv for creating all of these things. Shout out to all of our presenters, Brianna, Asile, Gabby, Zaria, Gerald, Galen, Courtney, Danielle, Taylor, Sydney. I think I got my Dr. Candace, Rachel, Kanique, Gabby, everybody everywhere who showed up. Thank you for showing up for me. Thank you for showing up for everybody here. So please enjoy the rest of your Saturday. And I hope everyone stays safe. Bye, guys.